Lord of the Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 501 to 520. Chapter 501 Chapter 79 Birth. Walter's words piqued Allori's curiosity, but the foyer wasn't a suitable place for a long chat. She smiled and continued, "Oh, is that so? Then I must get to know this guest." Seeing this, Klein simply gestured for Walter to lead Allori inside, while he looked at the next arriving guest. Allori's entry into the hall didn't catch Alice's attention. She was busy checking the drinks on the banquet table and was pleased to find a sweet iced tea at her designated spot. When the time was right, Alice saw Klein enter the hall, inviting everyone to celebrate. What followed was the ballroom segment, which Alice had experienced many times. She was well versed in handling it, focusing on eating during the lulls when people were either dancing or chatting. The nobles' small talk was, as usual, boring. Alice listened for a moment but quickly lost interest. Her spirits lifted slightly when they mentioned Alan, but that quickly faded as the topic changed. Might as well just see what Alan is doing, Alice muttered to herself, shifting her attention. Alan was still by the bedside. There were no doctors or nurses around Vilma. Alice believed she might still be some distance from giving birth, but probably not too far, as it seemed to be a private room. Alice looked at Vilma's expression and found that she was no longer as distressed as before. She seemed to have calmed down. However, she looked listless, her pale complexion and weary expression betraying her poor condition. To be honest, Alice was very worried about this. After watching them for a while, Alan began to spoon-feed Vilma. This scene made Alice decide to continue watching after they finished eating. Alice didn't wait long, as Vilma truly couldn't eat much. She saw Vilma struggle to swallow only twice before waving her hand in refusal, a slight frown on her face. Even if she wasn't very knowledgeable about the birthing process, Alice had heard plenty of sayings like, "A woman giving birth is like passing through the gates of hell." She at least knew that sufficient physical strength was needed before labor. But Vilma was in this state now. Alice's gaze focused on her abdomen, wondering if Will Osepton could possibly crawl out of her belly himself. Leaving aside the possibility of this happening, Will Osepton didn't seem too pleased to be observed in such a manner by an enemy. Vilma's expression soon became pained again, and Alice also withdrew her attention after being glared at. This matter remained unresolved even when Alice left the ball. She snuck glances several times. Sometimes she saw Alan trying to feed Vilma, sometimes she saw Alan helping Vilma walk, but it seemed there was no further progress. Not only Alice was anxious, Alan was too. In a hospital, a pregnant woman's labor process can generally be divided into 3 stages. Vilma was currently in the first stage, which is the longest part of a woman's delivery, potentially lasting up to a day, but this is for first-time mothers. For Vilma, who had already given birth to 2 children, this stage should actually not be difficult. At least, Vilma shouldn't be struggling as much as she was now. In fact, even when Vilma gave birth for the first time, Alan didn't think the situation was as bad as it was now. He greatly doubted if Vilma would have the strength to complete the birthing process when the time came. Alan recalled the terrifying stories he had read, such as having to cut open the mother's belly to remove the child during a difficult delivery, and he couldn't help but shiver. Due to various reasons such as anesthetic technology, C-sections were not popular in this era, especially lacking successful cases as proof. Amidst anxiety and unease, Alan remembered the honorific name he had obtained. He didn't utter that honorific name immediately. His intuition told him that it represented something irreversible. He probably should try to utter this honorific name at a more cautious time, for example, when things truly seemed hopeless, right? On Sunday afternoon, things finally took a new turn. Vilma was sent into the delivery room. Alice, who had been secretly observing, felt a sense of, finally. She only glanced at the bloody delivery room before shifting her attention away, frowning at Alan. It's about now, Alice thought without much emotion. Although for Will Osepton, from conception to birth, and then through a long childhood and adolescence, he should be in a relatively vulnerable position. However, Alice believed that the actual time of birth was undoubtedly his most dangerous moment. It wasn't because of fragility, in fact, he was quite fragile throughout the entire process. But during birth, it was the moment his aura was most likely to leak, because there was one obvious thing: the umbilical cord blood of the snake of fate was mythical creature blood. Alice guessed that Will Ossipton would likely find a way to switch out that blood, otherwise, with one snip, probably everyone in the delivery room and even the hospital would be doomed, and for more people, it would depend on their reaction speed and luck. Alice didn't have much ambition for a one-hit kill, she knew it wasn't realistic. Her biggest goal was to attract Ouroboros, thereby causing Will Ossipton to panic, and then seize the opportunity to inflict some injury on Will Ossipton. She only intended to weaken Will Ossipton and incidentally acquire some mythical creature blood. Of course, if I can really kill him, I won't refuse, Alice muttered to herself, looking at Alan, and just as she was about to subtly influence the probability of events, she suddenly frowned. Something seems wrong. Alice withdrew her attention from Alan and observed her surroundings. This was a waiting area specifically for family members. There were quite a few family members like Alan in the area. Most of them were equally uneasy, and a few looked relatively relaxed, just slightly anxious. Oh, and some irresponsible family members whose minds weren't focused on the operating room at all. Alice silently shifted her gaze, landing on the person who made her feel most uneasy. The person wore a linen robe with a crucifix dangling from their chest. Their soft features lacked memorability, only a pair of clear blue eyes were utterly transparent. Adam. She appeared on the scene and whispered. The people around them didn't notice them, which was natural. Alice stared intently at Adam. She didn't speak, and Adam didn't say anything either. Alice saw him look at her with a gentle smile, and then he just disappeared. Alice looked at the spot where he had been with a confused expression, completely bewildered as to why Adam had come. She scratched her head, but then suddenly heard a voice stand out from the many other sounds. Wandering heroic spirit, true creator's kin, eye that gazes upon fate. Quote. It was Hermes' language. Her hairs suddenly stood on end. Alice sharply turned her head to look at Alan, but she knew it was already too late. Ouroboros had already noticed this place. Damn it, sensing Ouroboros' power approaching, Alice didn't bother to curse. Her attention fell into the delivery room. The previously difficult labor process suddenly became smooth. Alice saw the child slide out of the birth canal in an instant. Immediately after, the doctor picked up the child, wiped away the dirt, and picked up scissors to cut the umbilical cord. Alice's pupils constricted. She saw more clearly than ordinary people, immediately realizing that umbilical cord blood was clearly still hidden within. With that one snip, everyone in the room would surely be doomed, and those outside might not fare well either. Will, where are you, Will Ossipton? Alice gritted her teeth. At this moment, she realized that the child, still connected to the umbilical cord, had no vital signs whatsoever. Evidently, Will Ossipton had run off at some point. Clang! The doctor holding the scissors trembled, and the scissors fell to the ground, humming on the floor. Alice exhaled, then shifted her attention to Alan. Ouroboros didn't come. Alice paused slightly, realizing that this fact made her happier than saving the doctor just now. After all, she had no subjective desire to save people. Everything just now was actually done under the guidance of spirituality. Right, spirituality didn't want me to save people. This was self-preservation. Alice suddenly connected everything. The absent Ouroboros now had an answer. She realized this was precisely because she had saved someone. It seemed not easy for Ouroboros to detect her aura, and Ouroboros didn't seem very interested in her either. It was Will Ossipton's umbilical cord blood. Alice paused, subconsciously ignoring the possibility that Ouroboros might not want to kill her or even bother with her. She didn't pay attention to Alan but appeared in the delivery room, picking up the scissors from the floor under the terrified gaze of the doctor. She glanced at the doctor. Her fully unleashed mythical creature aura made it difficult for mortals to react for a while. The poor chief surgeon was still trembling in place, and the others were not much better. Alice lowered her gaze, ignoring the ordinary people, simply shifting her gaze indifferently. As she approached Vilma, she said in a calm voice, "After you leave, report this to the church. You can tell the church I am Miss Fate." Saying this, she unhesitatingly cut the umbilical cord. Strangely, there was no sign of umbilical cord blood flowing, nor was there any bloodstain on the scissors. Alice was not surprised by this scene, but she, who was always cool for less than 3 seconds, looked at the scissors in her hand, frowned slightly, and then looked at the doctor and asked, if you cut the umbilical cord with scissors that fell on the floor and weren't cleaned, will it get infected?" In the ensuing silence, a trembling hand reached out. Alice turned her head and saw that a nurse, whose wires seemed to be crossed, offered a scalpel. Alice didn't stand on ceremony with the nurse. She took the scalpel and cut off the other end of the umbilical cord, which was not necessary under normal circumstances, but Alice had to do it. She needed to take the mythical creature blood inside. Then an even stranger scene appeared. One side of the scalpel was stained with blood, the other was not. Alice glanced at it, put the scalpel down, and then, holding the umbilical cord from which blood continuously overflowed and flowed back, she looked at Alan, who was outside praying to Ouroboros, and then at the abandoned fetal body, her expression momentarily dazed. In a sense, Alan and Vilma's dream prophecies had indeed all come true. Alice shook her head and left with the umbilical cord she had taken. Back home, the first thing she did was summon Klein, taking down the water pipe that had been placed above the gray fog. This was the only suitable container she could think of. She could indeed use small-scale fate cycles to perform simple seals, but that was for small items, and it required periodic updates to prevent the power from running out. Mythical creature blood was not within this scope. Before finding a suitable container for this item, Alice believed she needed a reliable temporary container. The water pipe that had almost trapped her that day was a good choice. As for Will Ossepton's prying, wasn't there Saphira Castle? Alice, having easily solved the problem, happily decided to assign the task of obtaining a long-term container to Katlia. She planned to ask Katlia to bring her own container. Thinking of this, she immediately remembered that she had forgotten to ask Klein to inform Hermit Katlia about successfully obtaining the mythical creature blood. After a moment of hesitation, Alice decided to wait until Monday to tell her. That way I can show off in front of others. Alice nodded in satisfaction, having made her decision. After Alice left the delivery room, the terrified doctors and nurses remained rooted to the spot, no one daring to move first. Vilma, who had remained conscious throughout, actually realized that something seemed to have happened outside, but just now, like everyone else, she dared not react at all. It wasn't until Alice left that the weakness from blood loss forced her to speak. This groan, strained from her throat, roused everyone present, and the delivery room once again became a flurry of activity as they began to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, outside the door, Alan opened his eyes in disappointment. Simply chanting an honorific name doesn't guarantee attention. Ouroboros cast his gaze because Alan chanted the honorific name, but not entirely because Alan chanted the honorific name. The main reason had to be attributed to Alice, who was present, and Will Ossepton, who was almost present. Of course, one couldn't put it that way. The accurate statement should be, amidst the unfamiliar prayer, Ouroboros sensed a slight abnormality in Alan's fate, as if it had become entangled with his own future. Thus, he cast a glance in that direction. But after that ripple completely disappeared, Ouroboros also shifted his gaze. As for what impact his residual power would have on Alan, who knew? In any case, after everything was over, one of his colleagues emerged from the delivery room, shook his head, and said to him, "Alan, you need to prepare yourself." End of chapter. Chapter 502 Chapter 80 Stillbirth. Combined with his heavy expression, Alan's heart suddenly turned cold. He immediately stepped forward, grabbed the hand of his colleague, with whom he hadn't exchanged many words, and cried out in a panic. "Vilma! Has something happened to Vilma?" His colleague looked at him, sighed, and reached out to pat his shoulder. Alan was very familiar with this gesture, he had done it many times himself in the past. A wave of sorrow instantly washed over him, and despair filled his eyes. I must, Alan gritted his teeth, but before he could formulate a plan, his colleague sighed and spoke. "Don't worry, Vilma is fine, just a little tired, and she's already asleep. It's the child." Alan couldn't hear the rest of the content. His mind was filled with exploding fireworks, and he felt his body light, as if he were walking on clouds, with only the joyful roar in his ears. "Vilma is fine, that's great, Vilma is fine." Alan's mouth slowly spread into a grin, gradually turning upwards. His smile became incredibly bright, but his eyes were vacant, making him look as if the news had shocked him into idiocy. This made his colleague frown. He waved a hand in front of him, raising his voice slightly as he called out. "Alan, Alan." The blurry voice seemed to come from a great distance. Alan, engrossed in his joy, couldn't react in time, so his colleague increased his volume, shaking him as he shouted. Alan. The incessant calling prevented Alan from continuing to immerse himself in his emotions, and combined with the shaking, he finally sobered up. Ah, what is it? Seeing him awake, his colleague let go of his hand and said no more, only patting him sympathetically on the back before leaving. You should go see Vilma in a bit. After saying this, the colleague left. Alan paid no attention to the colleague, his mind was entirely focused on Vilma being fine. He hurried to find Vilma, and seeing Vilma still in a coma, a sense of reality finally settled in his heart. Thank goodness, Vilma is fine. Alan's spirit suddenly relaxed, and the tension of several months completely vanished in an instant. Then, he felt his vision go black, and his last memory was a heavy thud and a chorus of panicked screams. The ball at 160 Bachland Street was drawing to a close, and guests were getting up in twos and threes, preparing to leave. Hazel matched followed behind her parents. Despite harboring some Beander pride, she was very respectful towards her parents, linking arms with Ms. Liana as they left. Counselor matched and Ms. Liana bid farewell to the others with smiles, while Hazel, holding Ms. Liana's arm, walked silently towards the foyer. A few steps from the foyer, she was surprised to see the main door with a double image, another door gradually peeling away from the original. Hazel blinked in confusion, but her brain felt a centuries-old sluggishness, making it difficult to process, with only a drowsy consciousness coming through. So sleepy, a vague thought entered her consciousness. Hazel felt her eyes gradually grow heavy, and her body began to sway. She instinctively wanted to grab onto something, but her eyes had already closed uncontrollably, and her body quickly lost its support. Thud. After a loud thud, the banquet hall was similarly in a state of commotion and panic. The doctor responsible for comforting Alan immediately caught up with the others in the ward after delivering the news. He wasn't too late, the others hadn't fully left, as they couldn't find enough carriages in a short time, but walking wouldn't suit their current state. They were truly eager to rush to the church. The doctor who remained was relatively the calmest among them, but not by much. Any ordinary person who had just experienced a Beander event would be like this. They now only wanted to go to the church for help, to get answers to their questions. As for which church to go to, if no one mentioned it, it should be the God they worshipped, right? The three great churches each welcomed their own guests today. It was the night church that pieced this news together. Upon hearing the phrase, Miss Fate, the bishop on duty today knew he was in trouble. The good news was that reporting this matter didn't cause too much trouble. The archbishop merely asked about casualties and the impact of the incident, then told him to contact the other churches to inquire if they had similar believers reporting. Coincidentally, the Punishers and the Machinery Hivemind were also preparing to pay a visit. Everyone remembered that the night church had a very active saint who liked to call herself Miss Fate. After dealing with the mythical creature Blood, which was the biggest problem, Alice finally had time to think about other issues. She hadn't forgotten that Vilma had actually given birth to a stillborn baby. Alice suspected that Will Ossepton might have abandoned this body again and sought a new one. Although this sounded a bit cowardly, it might be true. After all, this way, despite some losses, it did solve the previous problem, and Alice couldn't find Will Ossepton anywhere now. A terrible outcome. Alice shook her head and performed a divination without much hope. Divination failed. She wasn't too disappointed, because a failed divination was quite normal. It didn't even require much interference. She had no clue about Will Ossepton's location. She couldn't possibly divine her own Sequence 1 aspirations, could she? Oh, why not? I can also ask her Rhodes. Alice rolled her eyes, made a mental note of this option, then fell back to sleep. She felt she needed to rest. I've done more work today than I have in many days combined. I'm really amazing. Alice closed her eyes contentedly, allowing herself to fall into a dream. Looking at the restless and panicked crowd, Klein realized that this wouldn't do. As he pondered what he should do, Bishop Electra stepped forward without hesitation. Everyone, don't be nervous. Is there a doctor here? Could you give Miss Hazel a simple check-up? His voice carried a certain calming power, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Klein also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Bishop Electra with a grateful gaze. Although it was a foregone conclusion that something had happened at the ball, every bit saved was a bit. Fortunately, there was indeed a doctor present at the banquet. He stood beside Hazel, bent down to perform some simple checks, including examining her pupils, checking her breathing and heartbeat, etc. Then, he frowned in distress and said, "I'm afraid I can't tell much, perhaps you should go to the hospital." While this doctor was examining Hazel, Klein also activated his spirit vision from the side rear of her head. Even if not for Don Dante's reputation, he didn't want to see Hazel get into trouble right in front of him. However, Klein also didn't see anything unusual. Klein suspected Hazel was just tired, but the doctor was blocking her lower body, and Don Dantes, who didn't understand medicine, couldn't step forward, needing to make space for the patient. So he could only see her head and chest area. Alas, if only I could walk around, Klein sighed, looking up. Standing opposite was Winifred Grigori. Klein had seen this girl several times at the banquet. Most of the time she was silent, not fond of talking to people. According to the information he had gathered, Alice might be one of her few friends. If Alice could even be considered a friend. As for why Klein inquired about her, this girl, for some unknown reason, would give him a cold stare whenever she saw him at a banquet, then sit far away from him, intently cutting something on her plate while watching him. Klein felt she had a grudge against him, but he had no evidence. He had thought about striking up a conversation, but Miss Winifred always dodged quickly, seemingly determined not to speak to him. As Klein pondered, Miss Winifred opposite suddenly let out a scream, successfully becoming the second person to attract everyone's attention. Klein frowned and looked over. Winifred was supported by her personal maid. She lowered her hand, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes. Klein almost lost control of his expression. He was not unfamiliar with the sight of blood flowing from eyes. This clearly indicated seeing something that shouldn't be seen. He had seen others experience it and had experienced it himself, so he clearly understood what it meant. For a moment, Klein only thought of two possibilities. One was a born half-Beander, mainly referring to a monster, and the other was that she was a Beander and had activated spirit vision. But a monster, Klein frowned, recalled Alice's personality, and then Admiral's state, and decisively ruled out that possibility. Perhaps the eyes of Beyonders from other pathways also have abnormalities. Klein also recalled the Eye of Secrets of the Mystery Prior pathway. He didn't jump to conclusions, but simply went to do what a host of a banquet should do. He looked at Walter. Walter had already gone over and was understanding the situation. At the same time, Bishop Electra also noticed the unusualness of the matter and walked towards them. Winifred, however, had no interest in these two. She leaned on her maid and spoke without hesitation. "The church, take me to the church." This sentence made Electra abandon his questioning. He knew Winifred was a follower of the god of steam and machinery, and by the looks of it, this matter was likely outside the jurisdiction of the Night Church. Klein was also familiar with this, and with a church backing him, he relaxed and looked back at Hazel, but vigilantly retracted his spirit vision. Is it because of Hazel? Is there something I didn't see that shouldn't be seen? I can't confirm, unless I also, no, actually there's another way. Klein's movement paused slightly. He quickly realized that he actually had a way to figure out whether the problem was with Hazel. He couldn't see, but Alice should be able to. The ball ended in chaos. Winifred took the carriage. She came into the church, Counselor Matched's family went to the counselor, and the others left with Don Dante's apologies. Finally, Don Dantes also planned to visit Hazel Matched when he had time, perhaps Miss Winifred too. Regarding this alternative, Klein clearly hesitated for a moment. After all, he didn't seem like a welcome guest. Forget it, I'll ask Alice to clarify later. What is she doing? Thinking of this, Klein entered the washroom, went above the gray fog, and after finding Alice asleep, silently returned to the real world. Forget it, I'll wait until she wakes up. Klein sighed, glanced at the time, and realized he should also go to sleep. Unlike the Night Church, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery did not open at night. Winifred's true destination was actually beneath the church, the place where the machinery hivemind teams worked daily. There were night duty personnel here. After all, Beander events don't always happen during the day. A few people always had to be left behind just in case, to wake up the others if something really happened. Like now, for instance. But going with a maid seemed a bit off. Of course, Winifred didn't have that opportunity either. Although her personal maid took her away from the ball, she took her straight home after they got into the carriage. How could the church be open at night? So the personal maid simply noted down the trip to the church for the next day. Winifred only realized this when she stood at her doorstep, but her eyes were truly aching. The good news was that the blurry light told her that the glance hadn't blinded her, her eyes should only be injured. But even so, her eyes were really uncomfortable. Since she was already home, Winifred simply returned to her room with the help of her maid and sent someone to call the family doctor. Life at the suburban manor was more pleasant than Flora Jacob had imagined. Here, she had food and drink, personal attendants, and was far from sources of danger. Hazel would come once a week to report progress, and she had many random excuses to put off Hazel, not needing to teach her mystical knowledge, unlike before when she had to seriously find reasons. The only drawback was that by being far from the city, she was also far from various news sources, which made her very uncomfortable. She asked Hazel to bring her some newspapers, but this couldn't be a permanent solution, so recently they had a new method. Hazel placed an order for newspapers, requesting the post office to deliver newspapers to this manor daily, and then had the servants staying at the manor retrieve them and read the contents of the newspapers. As for why one would read a newspaper to a mouse, the servant responsible for reading the newspapers thought it might be a rich person's preference for pets. A ball is not a place where news can be kept secret. The incident at the ball hosted by the new wealthy man, Don Dantes, spread the very next day, though the way it spread was quite bizarre. Alice saw this news on the entertainment page of the newspaper. The headline read, "Mysterious ball sees bizarre scene, girl weeps blood and collapses, incident involves 40-year-old tycoon, truth shrouded in mystery." End of chapter. Chapter 503 Chapter 81 Pregnancy. Question mark. Alice looked at the title, her eyes filled with confusion. She decided to glance at the content. At a luxurious ball hosted by a locally renowned wealthy individual, two attendees suddenly met with misfortune. One young woman collapsed and was rushed to the hospital, while another young girl exhibited the horrifying symptom of bleeding from both eyes. These two incidents quickly became the focus of intense citywide discussion. According to eyewitnesses, the common point of contact for both victims pointed to the host of this extravagant ball, a 40-year-old wealthy businessman, casting an even more bizarre shadow over the events. The police and medical departments have now intervened in the investigation, attempting to uncover the secrets hidden behind this seemingly glamorous facade. Preliminary investigations reveal that the wealthy man possesses a prominent social status, yet reports about his personal life are scarce. This incident has undoubtedly lifted a corner of the mysterious veil surrounding this invisible tycoon. Alice closed the newspaper with a complex mix of emotions and pinched the bridge of her nose. The latter half was about the wealthy man's situation, an introduction to the ball, and some platitudes. She searched through a mess of information for a long time but couldn't decode the true identity of the 40-year-old wealthy man, finally closing the newspaper in disappointment. Which new wealthy people in Backland are around 40 years old and hosted a ball yesterday? I wonder if Klein knows. Wait a minute, Klein. Alice's movements halted strangely. She suddenly realized that Klein's current false identity, Don Dantes, was precisely a wealthy man who fit the description. Alice decided to ask Klein. Klein had also seen the news. He was pondering who had leaked the details of last night's ball. Although he really didn't want to admit that the wealthy man mentioned was probably himself, when Alice asked if he knew who the wealthy man was, Klein paused for a moment before replying. "Yes, it's me. I have something to discuss with you, regarding this ball." This got Alice excited. She immediately went above the gray fog with enthusiasm, eagerly asking Klein. "What exactly happened? How did you end up in the entertainment section? What did you do?" A barrage of questions came tumbling out, leaving Klein a bit stunned. Fortunately, he had already thought about what he wanted to say before coming up, so he ignored Alice's questions and directly answered based on his earlier thoughts. "Do you still remember Hazel Matched and Winifred Grigori from the ball yesterday? You should know both of them." Alice nodded excitedly. Klein glanced at her bright eyes, then averted his gaze, suppressing his urge to hit her, and continued. "At that time, as the ball was about to end, Hazel suddenly fainted. We were very surprised, and many people were startled. There was a crowd gathered around at the time. Bishop Electra walked over to maintain order, and Winifred stood opposite me. I originally wanted to use spirit vision to check on Hazel, but she was blocked by someone. Before I could see, I heard Winifred call out from across the way, and then I saw her bleeding from both eyes. Klein recounted what happened fairly clearly. As Alice listened, her excitement gradually faded. She realized that things were not at all what she had imagined. There was nothing strange or bizarre, so she no longer had much interest. Noticing this, Klein quickly added his question. I suspect Winifred's bleeding eyes were because she saw something she shouldn't have on Hazel. Alice paused. She frowned. This was not impossible. She looked at Klein and brought up something Klein didn't know. Winifred is a Beander. This was enough to answer some of the confusion. Klein realized this was very likely due to spirit vision. He frowned, wanting to say something, but Alice looked at Klein, recalling his experience of being blocked and unable to see clearly, and said with a strange expression. Speaking of which, do you still remember Migos? Migos, Klein repeated the name, his hand resting on the table. Of course, he wouldn't forget Migos. It was because of Migos that he appeared here today as Don Dantes, otherwise, he should still be a Nighthawk. Oh no, according to Alice, even without Migos, I would have left the Nighthawks for other reasons, because promotion within the system wasn't fast enough, haha. Klein chuckled self-deprecatingly, then looked at Alice, waiting for her to finish speaking. But Alice wasn't actually making a well-reasoned conjecture, she was merely grasping a illogical direction in her wandering thoughts. You're saying, could Hazel be pregnant? Huh. Klein clearly didn't react in time. This association came out of nowhere, perhaps because of that entertainment section, perhaps because both Migos and Hazel had conveniently prevented Klein from using spirit vision. In any case, Alice bizarrely thought of it, and she indeed knew someone who fit the description. Will Ossepton was born last night, she said. Klein immediately sat up straight. Alice didn't even look at him, continuing. The timing was also around when the ball ended, but when I came out, I saw it was a stillbirth. He probably restarted again, and I don't know where he ran off to. He instantly understood Alice's meaning, but this was unreasonable. He frowned and retorted to Alice. But how could Hazel be pregnant? She clearly hasn't. He paused, the rest of his words unsaid, but Alice understood his meaning. Unmarried pregnancy was not good news for a noble lady of this era. Of course, perhaps only in Loan. Recalling Intis as depicted by Emperor Rosal, Alice silently added this to her thoughts, then spoke. I'm just guessing, it's not necessarily accurate, and, you know, men can't get pregnant either. Although she said that, once a person has an idea, they will look for evidence to support their conjecture. Alice even found a related matter, she had cursed Hazel matched. That was some time ago. At the time, her idea was to get the arrogant Hazel involved in a high-sequence struggle to teach her a lesson. Now it seems, if one had to say, getting pregnant with Will Ossepton really did get her involved in their struggle. Klein was choked by Alice's words. He realized that in the future, he might also have to bear the great responsibility of reproduction, and began to fall silent, passively resisting. I'm going to see Hazel, Alice finally said. This was originally Klein's decision as well. He agreed, saying to Alice, that works out perfectly, I was planning to visit today, and Winifred too. Upon hearing this name, Alice lowered her gaze, interrupting Klein. Don't go yet. What if it really is Will Ossepton? It was one thing with Alan before, but now, you'd best not take the risk. She paused, then reminded Klein. If you can't wait for me to go and come back, you can summon Rhodes and ask. Divination isn't necessarily accurate, but I guess Rhodes should be able to give you an answer. This indeed reminded Klein. He added Rhodes to his options, then hesitated and asked Alice. You're saying, if I divine above the gray fog? Alice frowned. Of course, she wasn't worried about Klein being in danger because of it. He had even divined about the eternal blazing sun and the true creator above the gray fog, and nothing happened. A mere Will Ossepton would be even less likely to cause trouble. Alice was worried about alarming Will Ossepton because of it. It's best not to, she replied. If you alarm him, I might be in a lot of trouble. Klein regretfully gave up on the idea, then asked. Then aren't you worried about the danger that Rhodes's prying might bring? Alice glanced at Klein and brought up another unrelated matter. I once asked Rhodes if it had ever peeked at you showering. Quote, question mark, quote. Klein looked at her with a horrified expression. Alice didn't pause because of his expression, continuing. Rhodes didn't deny my question, it merely told me that it was just a mirror. So, I guess it must have seen. But no matter how you think about it, Rhodes couldn't possibly actively peek at you showering. Given its respect for you, that's very unrealistic. So, this, peeking, might be closer to a passive act, or rather a record. Perhaps all information is there, and when needed, Rhodes just pulls it out from within. This familiar way of speaking made Klein and Alice both pause, then Klein frowned and asked. Divination. There are two types of divination in mysticism. One is what Alice uses most often, directly obtaining information by peeking into the river of fate. The other is more accessible, retrieving information in the spirit world. The situation Alice described was somewhat similar to the second type of divination, but she spread her hands and answered self-righteously. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Klein choked, then proactively changed the subject. I'll ask Rhodes before making a decision. Alice nodded noncommittally, then said. Tomorrow is Monday, should I wait until after the tarot club to see Hazel? After all, my going to see her is quite different from you all going, especially since we just almost fought. Actually the best way is for you to confirm it with Rhodes. It doesn't matter if it confirms or dares not speak. Klein nodded, then asked, and after confirming. Alice waved her hand, giving a very personal answer. We'll talk after you confirm it. So, the matter was settled. Klein returned to the real world, sighed, and before leaving, went to the study, drawing the combined symbol that blended secrecy and prying on the desk. After the final stroke, the full-length mirror in the room rippled like water. In the dim, undulating light, silver characters appeared one by one. My supreme, great, and benevolent master, your tiny, humble, and loyal servant Rhodes has come at your summons. Do you have any commands for me? There's something I'd like you to confirm, Klein replied. He recalled his conversation with Alice, carefully phrasing his question. Is Hazel matched pregnant? This was the question he posed after careful consideration, as asking it this way would place the subject of the question on Hazel, without involving Will Ossepton. Although it would still cause ripples in the river of fate, they would ultimately be much smaller, and perhaps a Will Ossepton in poor condition would find it difficult to detect. Although doing so had some effect, it was better than doing nothing at all. After he asked the question, the silver text on the surface of the full-length mirror flowed and converged into new text. Not yet pregnant. Klein's pupils contracted slightly. Having long-term experience communicating with Alice, he was incredibly sensitive to language. If she wasn't, Rhodes could have simply said no, but, not yet pregnant, subtly revealed a problem. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, is it a child conceived through natural means? This time, Rhodes's answer was exceptionally clear. No. The image trembled for a moment, and the text flowed and converged into new text. Great Master, your loyal servant Rhodes has a bit of news regarding this matter, related to Miss Fate. Would you like to hear it? Speak, Klein replied. Then, the silver words swiftly wriggled, quickly forming the next new sentence. Miss Fate once left a curse on Hazel, that Hazel would be involved in a certain high-sequence struggle. A high-sequence struggle, Klein's mouth twitched slightly, filling in the last blank. Even if the forcibly restarted Will Ossepton was in extremely poor condition, or even simply affected by something, unable to choose a suitable host, Klein still didn't believe Hazel's selection was a coincidence. He took a deep breath, nodded to Rhodes without changing his expression, and said, That's all for today. I'll call you again when I have new questions. The full-length mirror suddenly brightened, and the silver words shone brilliantly. Yes, Master. Your loyal and steadfast servant Rhodes awaits your next summons at any time. Then, a burst of beautiful fireworks unfolded on the surface of the full-length mirror. The fireworks rose and bloomed, revealing countless small hearts of various sizes and colors. These small hearts then formed a giant heart, shining brightly on the surface of the full-length mirror. It has new tricks again, Klein's mouth twitched, watching the fireworks on the full-length mirror extinguish and return to normal. End of chapter. Chapter 504 Chapter 82 Thoughts. Klein, who received the news from the mirror, immediately told Alice about it. Alice finished reading the memories Klein sent her and frowned little by little. What does, not yet pregnant, mean? She restlessly wiggled her fingertips twice and quickly came to the same conclusion as Klein. It should be Hazel, but what went wrong in the middle? In short, it seems like something is still missing. Alice frowned. Not being able to understand the full situation made her a little uneasy, especially regarding leaving Will Ossepton with Hazel. Alice genuinely wanted to refuse. That was a social contact Klein couldn't avoid. Although she didn't view Klein as a hothouse flower and didn't intend to shield him from all danger, Alice also didn't want Klein to face such an over-the-top danger, especially since it wasn't something he was supposed to endure. So Alice wholeheartedly hoped that, not yet pregnant, meant Will Ossepton could find another mother, or even miscarry. Well, the latter wasn't very realistic, but another mother. Alice blinked. She thought of someone who might be interested in this matter. Eamon. But to ask Eamon for help. As soon as the thought emerged, Alice shivered, terrified, and extinguished her impractical idea. Alice knew perfectly well that conventional requests or transactions couldn't get Eamon to help. Even if Eamon agreed, he would very likely go back on his word midway, unless he himself intended to do so. Is there anything on Hazel that Eamon would be interested in? Alice pinched her brow, remembering someone she had almost forgotten. Oh, right, she has a teacher. That rat said her name was Flora Jacob, a descendant of the Jacob family, and she came to Backland to find the Jacob family's treasure. Alice's eyes lit up. The Jacob family's treasure plus an incomplete, parasite, snack should be enough to attract Eamon, right? This still couldn't guarantee that Eamon would be interested in Will in Hazel's womb, or that he would whimsically give him another mother. In fact, Alice wasn't even sure if Eamon could do such a thing. She actually just wanted Eamon to come forward and probe Will Ossepton's condition. Whatever Amon's purpose, he knows about the ill-fated connection between me and Will Ossepton. Once he sees Will Ossepton, he definitely won't ignore it. However, he might not tell me Will Ossepton's current situation, and even if he does, it's hard to guarantee it's the truth. And it's easy to attract Eamon, but to send Eamon away. Alice frowned, realizing this matter needed an extra layer of insurance. Also, I need to remind Klein. Oh, right, can I inform the church? More precisely, ask the goddess for help. No, I can't look for that now, otherwise I might be stopped. I need a more suitable time, one that allows the church to react in time without affecting my schedule. After trying to perfect this idea, Alice decided to wait until after she had talked with Miss Hermit. I can only do one thing a day. With the mindset of, today's task is complete, Alice happily welcomed Monday's Tarot Club. After the figures solidified in the crimson light, Alice turned to Justice Audrey, who, as expected, rose and bowed. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Alice was already very familiar with this routine. While waiting, she cast her gaze toward Hermit Catlia, idly guessing how many pages of Rosal's diary Miss Hermit would bring this time. It wasn't until Justice Audrey greeted her that Alice pulled back her thoughts, nodded casually twice, and then looked at Klein. With just one glance, Alice noticed something was off. She frowned and looked at Klein's hand, finding an extra card there. He took out the Wheel of Fortune card to fill in. This was Alice's first reaction, but after a moment's thought, she felt it was impossible, because if Klein were to do that, he would definitely tell her, although it wasn't a big deal. Alice guessed this was Klein's new gain this week. She didn't pay too much attention, thinking that if no one asked later, she would ask after the Tarot Club ended. Justice Audrey's greeting quickly ended. Alice looked at Hermit Catlia, but the other party didn't speak. Instead, Audrey spoke first. Respected Mr. Fool, I have collected 3 pages of Rosal's diary. Alice looked at Justice Audrey with surprise. The number of Rosal's diary pages scattered outside was limited. After acquiring the portions held by their respective factions, no one at the Tarot Club had collected new Rosal's diary pages for a long time. In fact, Mr. Hanged Man Alger had even collected the mistaken diary Alice had created earlier. This indirectly reflected that collecting diaries was not an easy task. Alice even suspected that the leaked diaries were simply bait released by Bernadette. Of course, she had never mentioned this idea to anyone, nor had she ever sought to verify it. Justice Audrey stood tall and proud, seemingly pleased with her achievement. Alice looked at Hermit Catlia again, finding that she still had no intention of speaking. Did she not have a new diary this week? Alice frowned slightly. At the head of the bronze long table, Mr. Fool's calm voice sounded. Very good. Next was the Fool's reading time. Alice watched Klein count the time in boredom. She noticed that Klein was flipping through the diary much faster than the previous 2 times. She tilted her head slightly, realizing this should be due to the amount of information. Looking at it this way, Bernadette still knows more about the diary than others. Alice thoughtfully glanced at Hermit Catlia, then continued to count the time. After reading the diary, Klein made the diary in his hand disappear directly, then looked at Audrey and said, "What do you wish to exchange for? Here it comes." Alice's eyes lit up at once. She knew what Justice Audrey would exchange for, because Audrey had always been like this. As expected, Justice Audrey, who had no other demands, chose to satisfy her curiosity. With Alice's expectant gaze, she curiously asked, "Respected Mr. Fool, is that extra card by your hand a blasphemy card?" "Which one?" Klein was also very happy with Justice Audrey's question. He was naturally willing to save a reward. After a silent laugh, he casually flipped open the card and then said, "Tyrant." Emperor Rosal, wearing a triple crown on the card face, was very striking. Alice glanced at it, sighing that Emperor Rosal's aesthetic sense was indeed good, while also becoming curious about the Demoness card. No, perhaps also the Mother card. Alice recalled this pathway from the Mother Goddess of Depravity, her expression momentarily strange. Mother is clearly also a word with a clear gender indication. And Emperor Rosal might actually be giving birth now. It's just unknown for whom. Oh no, maybe it's twins. No, maybe multiple births, with both the Mother Tree of Desire and the Mother Goddess of Depravity having a share. Alice's thoughts ran wild. Justice Audrey quickly took in all the details of the blasphemy card, her thoughts racing. The Tyrant card, it looks like it's from the Sailor pathway. I really envy Mr. Hanged Man. Mr. Hanged Man doesn't show any surprise or shock. From a psychological perspective, his reaction should be greater than ours. Did he know in advance that this was the blasphemy card of the Sailor pathway? Eliminating all impossibilities, this is the only explanation. But how would Mr. Hanged Man know in advance? Her peripheral vision swept past Hanged Man Alger, causing doubt to arise in Audrey's mind. While continuing to ponder, she secretly hoped Miss Fate would ask something. Sequence 0, Tyrant. Is the potion named corresponding to the Lord of Storms, Tyrant? This Tyrant card should be the prototype of the Pope card. However, the specific meaning is still somewhat different. Some parts match, some are closer to the reversed position, and some are extensions. In short, the card interpretation is that it represents conservative ideas, emphasizes spiritual obedience, relies on authority and power, creates fear, and brings faith. Audrey, who had loved occult knowledge since childhood, felt a strong sense of satisfaction as she interpreted it, feeling that those 3 pages of Rosal's diary were too worthwhile a sacrifice. Both parties to the transaction were very satisfied, and the onlookers each had their own guesses. Moon Emlyn and Magician Furs, who didn't know much, basically equated Tyrant with the Lord of Storms. Hermit Catlia, who possessed much knowledge, thought even more deeply. World Gehrman Sparrow orchestrated the fall of sea god Calvetua, and Mr. Fool thus obtained the short staff symbolizing the sea god's authority, beginning to respond to believers in the sea god's name. He has now also obtained the Tyrant card from the Storm pathway. This is definitely not a coincidence. As she thought, Hermit Catlia was startled, suspecting that Mr. Fool was quietly encroaching upon the Lord of Storm's authority. A struggle between deities. A vast plan with meticulous planning and far-reaching influence. Is this one of Mr. Fool's true goals? Thoughts flashed through Catlia's mind, causing her to unconsciously avert her gaze, no longer daring to look at the Tyrant card. Son Derek had received a very solid occult education in the City of Silver and was not unfamiliar with the concept of Sequence 0. He even set his own goal at this level, because only in this way could he bring light and warmth, hope and future to the City of Silver. This should mean that Elf King Sanaeth Solium was originally called Tyrant. However, his authority seems to be a little more than what this card shows. Derek thought, rarely feeling deeply involved. Compared to others, Alice's mental burden was much smaller. She turned to Hanged Man Alger and asked directly, "Mr. Hanged Man, are you not happy?" Alice's eyes were full of curiosity. In her impression, Hanged Man Alger was an emotionally reserved person, so not having much reaction was relatively normal. But this also made it impossible for Alice to tell if Alger was truly happy, so she chose to ask directly. Of course I'm happy, Hanged Man. Alger replied without changing his expression. I am genuinely happy for Mr. Fool's new gain. This is too fake. Within the gray fog, Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He had already put away the blasphemy card in the interval while Alice chatted with Alger, but he didn't interrupt their conversation, only secretly calculating the time to prevent Alice from going on endlessly. Such a false response couldn't deceive Alice. She immediately realized that Alger had known about that card beforehand and frowned, questioning Klein. Why did he know about this before me? You originally had the chance to know with him, Klein responded with a light chuckle. Unfortunately, you were too busy this week. Alice paused, recalling an invitation from Klein that she had refused. It was an exploration plan he had made with Alger early on, and at that time, her attention was still on Will. All right. Alice reluctantly forgave Klein. After a pause, Alice realized that many gazes were still on her. She looked back strangely, and everyone quickly averted their eyes. In fact, they just couldn't understand what Miss Fate, who was idle all day, was actually busy with. Seeing Alice quiet down again, Klein turned his gaze back to Hermit Catlia. Hermit Catlia, quite self-aware, rose and bowed. Respected Mr. Fool, there are no new Rosal's diary pages this time. As expected, Klein nodded gently and said with a smile, it's your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Alice sat up straight, wanting to speak, but was cut off by Mr. Fool's alias, World. After this gathering, I will give you that ocean songster Beander characteristic. Help me find an artisan to craft it into a portable mystical item. Alice regretfully swallowed her words, waiting for this exchange to end. Again, another ocean songster Beander characteristic. The same thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of Justice Audrey, Moon Emlyn, and others. A Sequence 5 powerhouse isn't a carrot that can be bought casually on the street. Was it really a high-ranking member of the Storm Church who was killed this time? Hermit Catlia, starting from the conjecture that Mr. Fool was encroaching upon the Lord of Storm's authority, had some ideas. Magician Furs became increasingly afraid of Gehrman Sparrow, recalling the 2.5 pages of demigod-level abilities in her notebook, vowing in her heart that she would never use them even if she died. Otherwise, perhaps at the next Tarot Club, Mr. World would obtain a scribe or traveler Beander characteristic. Haha. End of chapter. Chapter 505. Chapter 83. Blood. Son, Derek couldn't help but think of the City of Silver organizing teams to clear out monsters in an area. In such a dark and desperate environment, the Sequence 5 main ingredients or Beander characteristics harvested each time wouldn't be much, or even none at all. Mr. World is truly impressive. Derek looked at Gehrman Sparrow with admiration. All right, Mr. Hanged Man. Alger, who had already made a promise, responded calmly, not mentioning the artisan's manufacturing fee. Alice glanced at Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, realizing that this was a transaction they had already discussed privately. She quickly deduced that this Beander characteristic also came from that island. However, this transaction should have been completed. Alice sat up straight for the second time and looked at Queen Mystic, Catlia. Gehrman Sparrow, under Klein's control, also looked around and said, I also have a Sequence 5 Mentor of Disorder Beander characteristic from the Black Emperor pathway. If it's made into a mystical item, it should be able to twist the target's language, will, and actions by exploiting loopholes in order, and it can also enhance physique and create a certain range of chaos. Alice, interrupted for the second time, glared at Gehrman Sparrow. After advancing to marionettist, Gehrman Sparrow was no longer a mere puppet. Klein, who could access Gehrman Sparrow's senses, naturally felt Alice's anger. Although he still had a Druid Beander characteristic, Klein decided that after this transaction was completed, he would let Alice speak first. Still another Sequence 5, what major event did Mr. World do last week? Miss Justice, Audrey, momentarily forgot her interest in that Beander characteristic. She looked at Alice, who was reportedly very busy last week. Queen Mystic, Catlia, Emlyn, and others looked at each other, guessing in their hearts which Sequence 5 powerhouse had been killed this time. Alice didn't take this seriously. She simply assumed that all of this was contributed by monsters. After all, Klein went to explore the primitive island last week, so how many more things does he have to sell? What Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, was more concerned about was that this belonged to the Black Emperor pathway, corresponding to Sequence 5 Mentor of Disorder. The latter was a situation he had not previously known about. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Miss Justice, Audrey, began to savor Mr. World's words. Exploiting loopholes in order, creating chaos, enhancing physique, twisting the target's language, will, and actions, she silently withdrew her gaze from Alice, forcing herself to stop comparing Miss Fate with Mentor of Disorder. However, this is very suitable for dear Earl Hall. Moreover, I also want to possess such an ability. Relying solely on myself and, lie, I still have too many shortcomings. Let's first find out the price, and then find an opportunity to ask Dad if he is interested in buying such a mystical item for himself or his lovely daughter. Audrey thought for a few seconds and raised her hand slightly. Mr. World, what do you intend to exchange it for? Or how many gold pounds do you want for it? The reasonable price for a finished mystical item like Death Knell is 10,000 to 12,000 pounds. If it's just a Beander characteristic, it should definitely be cheaper, around 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. Klein had calculated this long ago, and now he thought it over again, then had Gairman Sparrow answer. 8,000 pounds. He knew that if Miss Justice was truly interested, she wouldn't bargain. Audrey nodded, then looked across. Mr. Hanged Man, how much would it cost an artisan to make such a Beander characteristic into a mystical item? Alger quickly calculated and said, 1,500 pounds, at least. There might be an increase. All right. Miss Justice, Audrey, shifted her gaze and said to Gairman Sparrow, I'll consider it for a few days and give you a reply within this week. You can continue to ask others if they want it. Gairman Sparrow nodded silently. Alice, in this transaction, frowned bit by bit. She recalled the puppet Beander characteristic she gave to Klein and the bicycle company shares she received, realizing that she had definitely sold it for too cheap. She glanced at Klein, making a mental note against him. Gairman Sparrow looked at Queen Mystic, Catlia, and found that she only hesitated for 2 seconds without speaking, and others didn't even hesitate. He decisively gave the opportunity to Alice. You seem to have something to say to Ms. Hermit. Alice then remembered her main business. She straightened her back and excitedly said to Queen Mystic, Catlia. Ms. Hermit, I got the blood of a mythical creature. How much do you want? Is 1 drop enough? Do you want a bit more? As soon as she said this, everyone at the Tarot Club couldn't help but look at her. The blood of a mythical creature was clearly not something common, as evidenced by the fact that before Queen Mystic, Catlia, mentioned it, no one else had even heard of such a thing. Queen Mystic, Catlia, twitched her mouth even more. After 2 seconds of contemplation, she didn't directly refuse but asked. How much do you have? Alice frowned, scratched her head, and said, I don't know, but there should be at least dozens of milliliters, right? This was her guess. Alice hadn't used a measuring cup to try and measure, so she could only vaguely guess how much umbilical cord blood Will Ossepton had by visual estimation. However, her guess was indeed very accurate. A newborn's umbilical cord blood is about 50 to 150 milliliters. Will's umbilical cord blood was on the lower side, but it still amounted to tens of milliliters, which was definitely enough for Queen Mystic, Catlia, who counted by drops. And the large-scale loss of mythical creature blood was one of the important reasons why the Fate pathway fell into a long period of weakness after restart. Of course, under normal circumstances, after restart, the lost part of the mythical creature blood can be reabsorbed. Although it will still enter a period of weakness, at least it won't be like Will Ossepton is now. One must know, Will Ossepton, who could be described as fleeing in disarray, made the act of abandoning his umbilical cord blood to restart as a desperate measure to survive. Although it seemed to save him, judging from his unreliable choice of mother, one could tell that the outcome of this matter would definitely be very bad. After all, his mother was someone who should never have been pregnant. Thinking of this, Alice couldn't help but shake her head, sincerely hoping that Mr. Fool could advance to an angel before she needed anything. She didn't want to end up like Will Ossepton. Alice's words caused a huge stir in the calm Tarot Club. Even Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, who usually had the calmest demeanor, showed a look of shock, calculating in his mind how many drops that would be. Queen Mystic, Catlia, dared not inquire further. While guessing what Alice had done this week, she replied, "No, not that much is needed. 1 drop should be enough. Moreover, I can't afford too high a price." Queen Mystic, Catlia, who knew how difficult Miss Fate was to deal with, sighed. Alice then nodded and humbly asked Queen Mystic, Catlia, "Then do you know how to preserve the blood of a mythical creature? Especially the container. Do you have any special containers over there? I can buy them." Queen Mystic, Catlia, was stunned for a moment, not expecting to encounter such a question. She frowned and said, "I preserve it through a type of seal. I don't have any extra containers, and besides, dozens of milliliters." She showed a troubled expression. Alice immediately understood that Catlia didn't have a much better method, at least not as good as the water pipe. So she temporarily gave up on this matter. After all, the water pipe, coupled with the double insurance of the gray fog, was still quite reliable. "The blood is with Mr. Fool. You can ask Mr. Fool to bestow it," she replied with some dissatisfaction, leaning back in her chair. Queen Mystic, Catlia, saw this, but she indeed had no better solution, so she could only look at Alice apologetically. Before she could speak, Gehrman Sparrow brought up the characteristic he hadn't sold yet. "I still have a Sequence 5 Beander characteristic from the Planter Pathway, a druid, that I want to sell." Alice looked at Klein with a ghostly expression, then asked Mr. Hanged Man, "Alger, did you harvest as many Beander characteristics as him on that primitive island?" She didn't even count the Tyrant card. But even that was enough to make Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, feel ashamed. He shook his head and said, "No." Alice's question completely revealed that Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, and Gehrman Sparrow had acted together this week. They looked at the very silent Alger, then at Gehrman Sparrow, who had spoken repeatedly, and couldn't help but feel confused. They acted together, so why was there such a huge difference in their harvests? Is this the difference in strength between Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. World? Perhaps Mr. Hanged Man hasn't found an opportunity to sell, or doesn't plan to sell, or has another pathway to sell. Everyone couldn't help but try to save face for Mr. Hanged Man, Alger. Only Queen Mystic, Catlia, remained silent under Gehrman Sparrow's gaze. He didn't mention the effects of the Druid Beander characteristic after it's made into a mystical item. Is he asking me if I want to buy it for Frank? At this moment, Catlia was more conflicted than ever before. As the captain of the future, Catlia had a deeper understanding of Frank Lee's hidden dangers than others, realizing that this first mate's eccentric ideas could sometimes lead to terrifying and insane developments. If those creations couldn't spread and lacked necessary elements, Catlia believed the world would already be different. Of course, if that day ever came, she would definitely be the first to eliminate Frank Lee, throwing him into the sea to feed the fish. I hope he doesn't hybridize himself with fish. However, without divinity, even if some things succeed, they will only be confined to a very small area and cannot spread outwards to cause major disasters. Simply advancing to Sequence 5 will not cause a qualitative change, and Frank has been relatively restrained recently, focusing on researching plants that can survive in darkness or grow by devouring monster corpses. Thoughts repeatedly revolved and twisted, and in the intricate changes, Queen Mystic, Catlia, finally made a decision. "How much money do you want for it?" She vaguely sensed that Gehrman Sparrow seemed to be very short on money recently. "Fortunately, I am a member of the Tarot Club, so I don't have to worry about appearing here as a commodity one day." Ha. Queen Mystic, Catlia, felt a sudden sense of relief. She looked at Gehrman Sparrow, and Gehrman Sparrow decisively announced the answer. £8,000. Thinking that Frank Lee should be able to afford such a sum, and would certainly not be able to refuse the Druid Beander characteristic, Catlia pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Deal. Give me a week to raise the funds." "No problem." Klein had Gehrman Sparrow withdraw his gaze. Seeing that Gehrman Sparrow's transaction had finally ended, Miss Justice, Audrey, couldn't hide her anticipation as she looked at Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, and asked him, "Do you have the fruit of the illusory wind chime tree yet?" She guessed that this should be one of the harvests from Mr. Hanged Man's cooperation with Gehrman Sparrow. Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, chuckled and said, "I was just about to tell you, I've already obtained that fruit." "That's great." Audrey controlled herself, not showing too much excitement. This meant that she had gathered all the ingredients for the hypnotist potion, and only needed to fully digest the psychiatrist potion before she could attempt to advance. This was undoubtedly good news. Her eyes brightened as she asked Alger, "What do you want to exchange it for?" The answer to this question was beyond doubt. Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, had just advanced to Sequence 5, already possessing the key to the door of a demigod, and did not lack mystical items. What he lacked most at the moment was only money. So he answered without hesitation. 2,000 pounds. Deal. Audrey responded quite easily. This sum of money, no reimbursement needed, she could easily produce herself. At this moment, Gairman Sparrow spoke again. "I need to meet Queen Mystic." "Don't worry, the matter is very simple, it just requires her help." Queen Mystic, Catlia, was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, Alice had already asked, "What do you want to do?" Klein controlled Gairman Sparrow to meet her gaze. A few seconds later, Gairman Sparrow tentatively asked, "Shall we talk later?" Alice nodded, indicating her agreement with his suggestion. After a pause, Alice politely asked Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, and Gairman Sparrow, "Next time you go to that island, can you take me with you?" Miss Justice, Audrey, Magician, Furs, and others all looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back. They all remembered clearly that Miss Fate was very short on money. Through their long acquaintance, they had come to realize that Miss Fate was not poor, but rather had no surplus money. Fate is always just right, never more, never less. Just like Alice's financial situation. End of chapter. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 506 Chater 84 Shock. It's a pity, the world broke Alice's delusion, that island no longer exists. Alice stared wide-eyed at the world, blurting out, "You moved the entire island." No, the world denied, the island disappeared. Alice couldn't comprehend it. She stared at the world for over 10 seconds, then turned to Klein. Within the gray fog, Klein met Alice's gaze, hesitated for a few seconds, then let out a long sigh. Alas! The sigh echoed above the gray fog. For a moment, no one dared to make a sound, only the sigh reverberated. Alice glanced at the other members of the Tarot Club, realizing they were indeed deep in thought, and couldn't help but press a hand to her forehead. Such a showman. Although his goal should have been achieved, I now know that the island's disappearance is suspicious. Alice pouted, then waved her hand at the world, saying, "All right, you don't need to say anything more." Then, she leaned back down. Silence fell again. Magician Furs hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and said, "I need a cursed item from an ancient vengeful spirit, as well as its residual spirituality. Please keep an eye out for me." After receiving affirmative responses from the members, Moon Emlyn glanced left and right, then leaned back against his chair, asking son Derek, "Does your city of silver have Beander characteristics corresponding to the sequence 5 of an artificial vampire?" Vampire? Alice looked up at Emlyn, fully understanding his unwillingness to be associated with those festering monsters from the dark. However, before son Derek could answer, Alice asked Moon Emlyn, "Oh, right, did you make me angry before? I think I forgot about it." Emlyn's body tensed up. When Alice slowly sat upright, what she saw was a rigid Emlyn, unsure of what to say. Alice looked at him, remembering Hazel, who had also offended her, and stared at Emlyn, sighing with a hint of regret. That regretful look sent shivers down Emlyn's spine. He instinctively blurted out, "I am willing to atone for my mistakes. But there's nothing I want you to do." Alice lazily leaned back, "Why don't you just have some really bad luck? At least that would make me feel better." Moon Emlyn's eyes widened. He wanted to say something to refute, but he couldn't, because there truly wasn't anything he could do. Justice Audrey looked at Moon Emlyn with sympathy. The latter chose to give up in silence and looked back at son Derek. Derek paused for 2 seconds before replying. "The City of Silver does have the Beander characteristic you need, but, Mr. Moon, do you want to become a festering monster?" Alice blinked, looking thoughtfully at Moon Emlyn. "Actually, that's not a bad idea. No, that won't do. If he were to attend the Tarot Club like that, it would be too terrifying." I don't want to see something like that every week. Recalling her experiences in the forsaken land of the gods, Alice shuddered and abandoned the thought. Ah, Emlyn's expression was a bit blank. For a moment, he didn't understand if the other party was mocking him or reminding him of something. He even suspected if Derek was giving Alice ideas. Seeing this, son Derek quickly added, "They all have severe mental pollution remaining, and without a potion formula, our city of silver won't waste power to clear out the problems within." "I see, that's a bit troublesome," Moon Emlyn nodded lightly. "I understand." He didn't delve further into the potential transaction, planning to first consult the sanguine higher-ups to clarify the issue of mental pollution within the Beander characteristic. The transaction segment ended there, and the members of the Tarot Club began free communication. Justice Audrey was the first to look at the World Gehrman Sparrow, hesitating as she said, "May I know where that mentor of disorder characteristic came from? If it involves a secret, you don't have to answer." She was preparing to persuade her father, Earl Hall, and also to avoid unnecessary trouble, as Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway might have some connection to the royal family and the military. Klein chuckled inwardly and had the world reply. It came from a curly-haired baboon. Alice glanced at Klein, seriously considering whether that was the truth or an insult. This was also Audrey's confusion, but the world showed no intention of further explanation, so Audrey could only accept the statement and instead brought up her own experience. "Didn't I go to a place with a dragon-worshipping custom before, in pursuit of the Mind Dragon's traces? But didn't you already discover that the Mind Dragon lived in the collective subconscious ocean of the local residents, and chose to leave to ensure your own safety?" Hermit Catlia responded. "You went back?" Alice asked curiously. Justice Audrey shook her head. "No, I've long since moved far away from there. I just heard a rumor recently. An archaeological team entered a village in that area, and some members suddenly went mad at night. This mental illness seemed contagious, and other members also went mad one after another. They killed each other or committed suicide, and ultimately no one survived." "A contagious mental illness," Alice gasped, and cooperatively let out a sound of astonishment. "Wow, everyone was accustomed to this." Hanged Man Alger was about to speak when Hermit Catlia said, "This matches the characteristics of the Mind Dragon. I don't doubt that. I'm just curious whether that Mind Dragon is still in its original area." Audrey expressed her thoughts. "It won't be." Hanged Man Alger and Hermit Catlia responded simultaneously. "How do you know that?" Alice raised a hand. "It's very dangerous," Hanged Man Alger answered her. "It would allow the church to track it." "But," Alice countered with a frown, "what if it's deliberately using that?" Hermit Catlia sighed and said, "Regardless of whether that Mind Dragon is still there or not, if the church wants to find clues, they will definitely go there first." Alice nodded thoughtfully and asked curiously, "In that case, can I just return to an area after the church has searched it?" This, Hanged Man Alger glanced at Alice and agreed with her view. "That is indeed a good method, however, you cannot rely solely on it, because—" "I know." Alice interrupted him, "The church might also think of that and search again. This is a matter of predicting and predicting the other party's prediction." This tongue-twister-like sentence circled in Alger's mind twice before he understood it. He nodded, not continuing to speak. There was nothing more to say. The world spoke at this moment. The custom of dragon worship greatly helps stabilize the Mind Dragon state. You can have people pay attention to matters in this regard. If there are significant changes, it indicates that the Mind Dragon will create similar traditions elsewhere. He suspects that as the Mind Dragon's anchor. Alice instantly understood this. She turned her head to look at Audrey, hearing the other party ask with confusion. "That kind of custom helps stabilize the dragon's state?" "Yes." The World Gehrman Sparrow offered no explanation, merely giving an affirmative reply. Audrey subconsciously turned her head, looking towards the top of the bronze long table, considering whether to consult Mr. Fool and what price she could pay. Seeing this, Fool Klein looked around and chuckled softly. "Why do you think the gods preach this? Isn't it because God loves the world? Wait." Justice Audrey's mind was suddenly filled with the standard, orthodox answer, but she quickly realized that this answer was definitely problematic, especially since there was a ready-made counterexample at the Tarot Club. Miss Fate was clearly not the "God loves the world" type. Immediately after, she, like Hanged Man Alger, Hermit Catlia, and other members, thought of a second answer. Stabilize their state. No way. At this moment, Magician Furs felt her brain wasn't enough. No matter how many stories she could weave, she couldn't concoct something like this. So that's how it is. No, it's not impossible that Mr. Fool only mentioned one of the reasons. He is secretly encroaching upon the Lord of Storms' authority. Is this related to divinity? I can ask the Queen later. Hermit Catlia, with some speculation, pushed up the heavy glasses on her nose. Hanged Man Alger was not hearing things of this level for the first time at the Tarot Club. At this point, he no longer felt that trembling fear, but instead seriously pondered why faith could stabilize the state of demigod-level creatures. The other members, including son Derek, were somewhat apprehensive, feeling as if they had heard something blasphemous. They dared not think deeply, dared not speak, only occasionally a few bolder, more experienced ones would subtly glance at Alice, hoping Miss Fate would be as outspoken as before. Alice noticed these gazes. She thought for a moment and decided to release another bombshell to help everyone divert their attention. Will Aucepton chose to abandon his umbilical cord blood at the last moment and restart again, so, he now has a new mother. I'm not entirely sure of his current situation, but you'd best stay far away from his new mother. After all, there's no way I'm letting him be born safely. The Tarot Club members' attention was indeed diverted. They immediately recalled Alice's generosity today and understood the source of those mythical creature bloodlines. As for what exactly scared a Sequence 1 angel into choosing to cut off its tail to survive, Justice Audrey was itching with curiosity, but she wisely did not ask, and instead asked the question Alice wanted her to ask. A new mother. It sounds like you already know who this is. Alice nodded and replied, Counselor Matched's daughter, Hazel Matched. This was undoubtedly Justice Audrey's domain. She immediately recalled information related to Counselor Maury Mahert and Miss Hazel Matched in her mind, and soon she remembered something. I remember, the Hazel Matched you mentioned, isn't she? Not married, and not currently in a relationship. Alice spread her hands. Clearly, this was a pure accident. All the female Beyonders present showed expressions of horror. Magician Furs swallowed and said, Miss Fate, this step, does it not require the mother's consent? Alice thought for a moment and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but according to my guess, when your sequence is high enough, you'll probably be able to perceive this in advance and make corresponding obstructions or changes. After hearing Alice's explanation, Magician Furs's mood didn't improve much. She asked with slight hesitation. So, it is indeed possible for me now too. She trailed off, as if recalling something terrifying, unable to finish her sentence. Hermit Catlia also looked at Alice. Alice spread her hands and said matter-of-factly, That's your business. Up to this point, her objective had indeed been successfully achieved, at least among the female Tarot Club members. They all began to worry about unexpectedly becoming pregnant with a mysterious child. But this matter had little to do with Hanged Man Alger. He thought for a moment and asked the world, Can that mural be shared with everyone? Mural? What mural? Alice immediately thought of Ouroboros. She turned to Hanged Man Alger, scrutinizing him up and down. I have no objection, the world replied. Despite his confusion at Alice's scrutiny, Hanged Man Alger did not ask, but after obtaining Fool's permission, he revealed the scene of the King of Angels devouring the City of Silver's creator. The painting was dark in tone, with a background of shadowy, blurred figures. The main subject was a long table. On the long table lay a figure bearing a radiant cross, surrounded by three shadowy individuals. One was handsome and vibrant, one was majestic and bold, and one had a white beard, appearing very wise. Yet, all three pairs of eyes exuded an indescribable sense of malevolence, and their actions were equally so. One tore off the figure's arm and stuffed it into his mouth, biting until his mouth was full of blood. Another cradled the head, sucking out the brain matter. The third dug out the still beating heart, gnawing at it hungrily. Opposite them, in the figure's chest and abdomen, a long, wide gash revealed a sinister, dark infant sitting cross-legged, chewing on a section of intestine, with blood dripping down. The bloody scene stunned Alice. She stared blankly at the sight, suddenly recalling a religious painting from her memory. The Last Supper. End of chapter. Chapter 507. Chapter 85. Split Personality. As one of the works of the famous painter Leonardo da Vinci, Alice, of course, knew this painting. The painting manifested by the hanged man was actually not the same as the Last Supper. This scene clearly depicted 3 kings of angels, 3 of the current 7 deities, sharing the creator of the City of Silver. The Tarot Club members, who had long heard the story of the kings of angels sharing the creator from Alice, also somewhat recognized the content of this painting. Only Miss Catlia, the hermit, blurted out, "Kings of angels." Alice then remembered the forgotten Miss Hermit. To be fair, she turned to Miss Catlia, the hermit, and told her that story again. In the distant past, there were 3 kings of angels who betrayed their lord, gained benefits from the creator's demise, and advanced to true deities. The painting you are seeing now should depict what happened at that time. Miss Catlia, the hermit's body trembled. She looked at the painting, identifying the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom among them, and whispered, "This is the truth behind the 3 deities being born from the Creator's spirit." The scene fell silent, no one responded to her. Even hearing this story for the second time, no one could bring it up with a joking attitude like Alice. No one had the courage to discuss how the deities ascended to their divine thrones, or to speculate on the truth of those holy book stories. Everyone remained in immense shock. Only Emlyn, the moon's thoughts drifted. "I'm so dead. How on earth did I dare to speak to her like that back then?" No, it was him, yes, it was him. Looking at Alice's unperturbed expression, Emlyn wished he could go back in time and slap his past self. In the silence, Derek, the son, asked Alice, "Miss Fate, that infant is the true creator," she replied without hesitation, "and also your former creator, except he is now mad." After a few seconds of pause, she added, "I'm not clear about the specific relationship between them, but the true creator should only be a part equivalent to your creator. He is, after all, already mad." Derek, the son, nodded silently, saying nothing. No wonder Mr. Fool called the true creator the fallen creator. After hearing Alice's words, Miss Justice, Audrey, inexplicably remembered this matter. The surroundings fell silent again. Alger, the hanged man, dispersed the image in the silence and asked, "Have you investigated the matter of the former chief's mausoleum?" Derek, the son, then came back to his senses. He responded somewhat ashamed, "No, I've been constantly assigned patrol missions recently and haven't had any free time to investigate." Alger was not surprised by this, but was only curious about another matter. "Why don't you ask friends with whom you have some acquaintance for help? You don't have to tell them the true purpose. Break the whole matter into small, inconspicuous tasks, and let them collect information from different aspects separately. This way, nothing will be exposed, nor will they be dragged into a dangerous situation." Alice felt she had learned new knowledge again. Isn't this an assembly line? Oh no, you can't say that. After all, inquiring about news and tasks usually requires thinking. Derek, the son, spoke at this moment. "I don't have friends." Alice was greatly surprised to hear this. She frowned and, based on her understanding of the City of Silver, asked, "I remember your population shouldn't be particularly large, and the number of people in the same generation would only be smaller. It should be inevitable to encounter each other, right? In this situation where you constantly see each other, after so many years, how can you not have a single friend?" Listening to Alice's question, Derek, the son, lowered his head and explained, "After my parents passed away, I didn't talk much to others for a long time, and later, I joined the Tarot Club." He didn't continue, but Alice roughly understood. She suddenly recalled cases she had seen of people who, after major setbacks, became addicted to the internet. So she looked at Derek, and, adopting the earnest tone she remembered, admonished, "Little son, you can't be like this. Young people can't be disheartened by a small setback, staying home all day and only chatting with strangers. What if you get scammed? Real life is the foundation of everything, you need to make more friends." Okay. Derek replied somewhat flustered. PFF'd. Klein, who recognized the source of the words, tried hard to hold back his laughter to prevent being seen through. Miss Justice, Audrey, glanced at Alice, then at Derek, always feeling that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. Alger, the hanged man, spoke casually. "This is not good for you. You cannot save the City of Silver by yourself. You must unite a group of people, have friends who can provide you with help at critical moments. But, this will make them suspected." Derek said hesitantly. Alger immediately said sternly. Being suspected is always better than being killed. The City of Silver is at a dangerous crossroads. You must clearly consider what needs to be done. Such a thing cannot exist without sacrifice, and there will even be a large number of sacrifices. Do you hope their sacrifices are useless, or very valuable? I hope the ones sacrificed are people unrelated to me. Alice muttered inwardly, but ultimately didn't speak. Alger, the hanged man, did not speak again, leaving Derek, the son, to continue struggling. Gairman Sparrow, the world, took the opportunity to ask Miss Justice, Audrey. Can you treat more serious mental illnesses now? Miss Justice, Audrey, brightened up and eagerly replied. Yes, no problem. Mr. World, do you have a friend who needs treatment? I'm short on cases, she thought with slight excitement. Although she knew Miss Justice wasn't actually gloating, Alice still looked at her with some displeasure and said, he needs treatment. Audrey was slightly taken aback. The world sighed and chuckled hoarsely. Indeed, I need treatment. The entire Grand Palace suddenly became extremely quiet. Alger, the hanged man, Catlia, the hermit, and Furs, the magician, all knew Mr. World was a crazy adventurer, but they never expected that he had already developed a more serious mental illness and was on the verge of complete madness. Is this the price of power? Furs shivered, becoming even more afraid of Gairman Sparrow. A crazy adventurer can still be reasoned with, but a lunatic is truly beyond help. Didn't the nightmare candle completely cure his mental illness? Has it already become this serious? Emlyn, the moon, who had somewhat anticipated this, only felt that the world could go mad at any moment. Derek, the sun, didn't think too much, only genuinely concerned about Mr. World. He had wanted to say that the City of Silver had psychoanalysts who could provide treatment, but then realized this would expose too many problems, so he forcibly shut his mouth and looked at Miss Justice with expectant eyes. Miss Fate really cares about Mr. World. But, Mr. World looks. Miss Justice, Audrey, was surprised, stunned, and confused. She deliberated and said, Mr. World, according to my observation, you should not have a more serious mental illness. If it's just simple anxiety and high pressure, at this stage, it can be alleviated and recovered through self-regulation and proper relaxation, without direct treatment. Gairman Sparrow, the world, chuckled again. You haven't noticed because the previous mental illness has already been cured. I'm just making an appointment now, hoping that if similar symptoms appear in the future, I can receive timely treatment. Why does this sound so much like you're cursing yourself? Alice looked at Klein, wanting to speak but stopping herself, ultimately saying nothing. So that's it. Miss Justice, Audrey, nodded in relief. After a few seconds of consideration, Audrey sincerely said, if you are within the scope of my activities, then there is no problem. Good. Klein, who was hurting the traveler, breathed a sigh of relief and had the world reply, you will determine the location then and prepare a way to not expose your identity. Miss Justice, Audrey, hummed in response, a scene naturally emerging in her mind. She and Mr. World would be in two separate private rooms in some establishment, talking and treating through a wall or wooden partition. No, wait, with Miss Fate present, this kind of concealment seems completely superfluous. Audrey suddenly realized this, and she pondered deeply. At this moment, Gairman Sparrow, the world, reminded again. Regarding that previous mural, try not to recall it in reality, let alone draw it. Miss Justice, Audrey, and the other members subconsciously glanced at the head of the bronze long table, finding that Mr. Fool did not deny this statement. They all felt a chill and dared not be careless. This also temporarily shelved Miss Catlia, the hermit's idea of writing a letter to consult Queen Mystic, Bernadette, about this matter. She decided to consider whether there was a suitable way to avoid the influence when they met. This statement sounded somewhat familiar. Alice frowned and looked at the world. The other party shook his head and said, cannot be sure it is him, but there should be some connection. Him. The Tarot Club members exchanged glances, all pondering who, him, in their conversation referred to. It's not necessarily Adam, but at least a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. Alice instantly had an answer in her heart. She recalled her cluelessness regarding the supplementary materials for her potion, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Tell me about the things on that island later. Her tone was very serious, not sounding like she wanted to hear a story. Klein realized she genuinely had a need, so he controlled the world to nod. The Tarot Club's exchange session was nearing its end. After a brief chat, Klein announced the end of the Tarot Club. Only Alice and Klein remained above the gray fog. Before Klein could speak, Alice unceremoniously extended her hand and said, "The Tyrant card." Klein silently glanced at her, then said nothing and presented the Tyrant card. Alice immediately saw Rosal on it. She flipped it over without thinking and began looking from sequence 9 onwards. The Tyrant card was no different from the other 2 blasphemy cards Alice had seen. It merely contained Rosal's portrait, the potion's name, the potion's formula, and a general sequence description. The only slightly outlandish part was the ritual for becoming a god. Possess hundreds of thousands of followers who obey and believe out of fear, challenge a true deity alone and survive, consume the potion in an atmosphere of fear and obedience. Alice read out the content of the ritual word by word. "This is the true provoker pathway, isn't it?" Klein raised a hand to his forehead, trying to persuade Alice. "I think the core of this ritual should be a large amount of fear and obedience, not provocation." Alice raised her hand to stop him from continuing, then asked, "Then tell me what the core of the Fate Pathway's God Ascension ritual is." Klein was instantly choked. Actually, if he really wanted to, he might be able to come up with the core of the Fate Pathway's God Ascension ritual, but this seemed useless for the Fate Pathway, because Klein couldn't figure out a way to be lazy in this matter no matter what. Could it be that he really had to find a high-level existence to choose him? But fate, who could represent fate more than the Wheel of Fortune? And listening to Alice's description of the winner ritual, the fate of those who did it wasn't very good. All sorts of messy thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Before he could ponder deeply, he heard Alice banging on the table and calling him. "Where's Rosal's diary?" Klein subconsciously handed over the diary, watching Alice quickly lower her head to flip through it. He inexplicably had the illusion that he was truly acting as a babysitter. Alice didn't know what Klein was thinking. She learned the names of several Intis noble ladies and madams from the diary, and also determined that one page was Rosal the Great's diary before he wrote, "The taste of a witch is really good," because it expressed the great emperor's yearning for demonesses after hearing rumors. Alice silently finished flipping through the few useful parts, then exhaled. "A spiritual patchwork monster," she muttered. "Consuming a potion similar to one's own spiritual body can effectively reduce the difficulty of advancement, but it will also be affected by the residual spiritual imprints within, unknowingly leading to personality splits and other situations, gradually evolving into a spiritual patchwork monster, just as if the original high-sequence powerhouse was resurrected within him." This was the original content from Rosal's diary. Alice almost recited this passage, then looked at Klein, tilted her head, and asked with a slight confusion, "You said, why don't I have a personality split?" Before Klein could answer, she found the answer herself. "No. Perhaps, I had already experienced such a situation much earlier." Chapter 508 Chapter 86 Let's have some ice cream first. Alice had always known one thing. She had never, not for a moment, accepted her 2 past selves. Even if she said so when talking to others, to her, Shen Yinghuan was one person, the one with the goddess was one person, the one with Will Osepton was one person, she never considered any of them to be herself. But now, in front of Klein, Alice didn't want her mood to be affected by something that was already largely set in stone. She urgently brought up another matter to Klein. "Oh right, you said that island disappeared. What exactly happened?" Well, she still wasn't willing to talk. Klein glanced at Alice. He was already familiar with Alice's way of changing the subject. The problem now was, he wasn't sure whether he should follow Alice's topic or stick to the original question. He wondered if Miss Justice was good at this kind of content. Klein sighed inwardly, then said to Alice, "If you don't want to talk about it, then let's leave it for now. As for other things, I think, perhaps we should talk about it later." "Your spirituality isn't enough again?" Alice asked subconsciously. "No," Klein denied. "It sounds like you won't be able to solve Will Osepton's problem anytime soon, so out of politeness, I should go visit the 2 young ladies who were injured at my banquet." Alice was stunned for a moment, then realized that the image of Dwayne Dantes was different from hers. This image had social needs. Alice couldn't help but worry. She still wasn't sure how Will Osepton would view Klein, because Klein hadn't met Will Osepton for a long time. at least not since she got back the dice of probability. I think, Klein said reassuringly, as if he knew what she was worried about. If he intends to act against me, there's no difference between being on the same street and being in the same room. This, Alice lowered her head in thought. So you don't need to worry so much, Klein continued. If I were him, I would only show weakness now, then recuperate, and bite the enemy when they least expect it. Alice secretly remembered this possibility. However, actually, it seems unlikely that Will would do anything to Klein. After all, Klein is related to more than just me. Rather, the only thing he can do is pull Klein away from me, not necessarily to be on his side, but at least to help preserve his life. Why isn't he thinking about cultivating a new Lord of the Mysteries himself? He can't have just given up, he wouldn't have been an angel for so many years then. Alice shook her head dismissively, then relaxed and patted Klein's shoulder, saying, although what you said might not be right, I really don't seem to need to worry about your safety. After all, you should at least live long enough to become the Fool first. Thank you. Klein looked at Alice with slight hesitation. You're welcome. Alice waved her hand generously. After giving the mythical creature blood to Catlia the Hermit, Alice left above the gray fog. It wasn't until evening that Alice, who had been waiting in Klein's bedroom, saw the respected Mr. Fool again. Klein was already used to someone being in his bedroom. Although he had worried in his spare time that the news of an underage girl hiding in Dwayne Dantes' bedroom would grow wings and fly all over Backland, he also knew that he couldn't stop Alice at all. Rather, if he miraculously stopped her, it would be even more troublesome if Alice came to visit him through the front door at random times every day. He dispelled those dangerous thoughts in his mind, and after reconfirming that the door was closed, he approached Alice. Let me tell you about the situation on that primitive island first, he said. This was one of Alice's concerns, so she nodded and listened carefully as Klein recounted what had happened at the time. Klein did not elaborate on his complete experience, he only focused on the part about the burial hall, including his conjectures about the architectural style and what he saw and heard inside. He also used his magician's ability to create illusions to show Alice some of the murals. Note 1. Alice listened with great interest, and it wasn't until the sigh ended that she asked thoughtfully. So, that was an imagined, non-existent island. I don't think so, or rather, not entirely so, Klein replied. Don't forget, according to Grossel's travels, if it were an imagined island, there shouldn't be any Beander characteristic. But what I need isn't Beander characteristics, what I need are auxiliary materials, Alice retorted in her mind, then stroked her chin and asked. Anyway, you're saying, can Adam turn dreams into reality? Alice didn't shy away from mentioning Adam's name, because she felt that their being watched was already unavoidable. Klein was surprised for a moment by this, but he quickly understood Alice's line of thought. Although he didn't quite agree, it was undeniable that they were powerless to stop it now, so he merely replied. I don't know, why would you do that? Do you remember the auxiliary materials for my Chaoswalker potion? Alice sighed. I found a suitable prophecy, and Erode said it's related to the form of the prophecy. Unfortunately, it was a dream. It was a dream, Klein frowned and asked her. Which dream? So Alice recounted the dream of the Black Tower and the white giant snake at the top of the tower. After Klein heard her description of the dream and her various conjectures about it, he couldn't help but remind her. But, this prophecy hasn't failed to come true, rather, it just hasn't reached its time yet. Alice paused. She actually had a faint understanding of this in her heart. She knew that this was actually a somewhat far-fetched prophecy, because to truly break this prophecy, she probably couldn't do it right now. But I just want to use this, Alice replied. Fate can't possibly prevent me from advancing to sequence 3, but if I succeed in advancing, then this will be a suitable prophecy, which means this prophecy failed. A brilliant idea. Klein immediately understood why Alice said this was a suitable prophecy. He realized that what Alice was overlooking was actually another problem. But we both know, auxiliary materials don't truly determine the success or failure of an advancement. They are merely the icing on the cake. With a complete ritual, merely consuming a Beander characteristic might not prevent advancement. Alice froze in place. Are you still going to do this? Klein reached out and stroked her head, asking her. Alice shook her head. She closed her eyes and replied. Let's talk about it later, anyway, I haven't finished digesting my potion yet. First, let's talk about your business. Why do you want to see Bernadette? Regarding this, Klein was not as forgetful as Alice. He hadn't forgotten his needs, and when Alice asked, he quickly replied. The internal guardians of the church have all been corroded by the power of the sealed core behind Channy's gate. Their condition is different from ordinary beyonders. I asked Rhodes, and there's only one way to perfectly disguise myself. Sacrifice a puppet, let it be corroded by the power of the sealed core, gradually change its state to be consistent with those internal guardians, and then contain it within my body to deceive the sealed core. Rhodes told me that Bernadette can do this, and I need her help. No wonder, Alice nodded. All right to her. After a pause, she couldn't help but ask again. Seriously, why don't you just ask the goddess for the potion formula? Klein opened his mouth, wanting to answer, I don't want to. This answer was quickly interrupted by Alice. She pouted and said, all right, I know what you're going to say, it's just that same old routine. You two are just like the male and female leads in some novels who don't speak their minds. Klein began to look at Alice with a horrified expression. He couldn't help but turn his head to look out the window. The moonlight quietly spilled onto the ground, showing no abnormality. Don't worry, Alice saw his unease and patted him reassuringly. If the goddess were watching, I wouldn't be able to say such words at all, they would be concealed. That's even worse. What if he settles the score afterwards and conceals both of us? Klein gasped, not daring to voice his inner thoughts no matter what. He just gritted his teeth and said, next time you want to say something like that, go say it in that thing you call Saphira Castle, okay? Alice silently lowered her head. If I really can become a true god, if I can advance to fool, then the first thing I'll do is beat her up. Klein gritted his teeth, and with a fake smile, he asked Alice. Do you have anything else? Stay away from Hazel, Alice reminded him. Not because of Will Osepton, but because I want to see if Eamon can steal this child. Quote. Klein looked at her with an incredulous expression. Are you sure Hazel will still be alive then? I hadn't thought about it, Alice replied honestly. But since you brought it up, I guess Eamon won't think about that problem either. Klein was slightly stunned. He frowned and looked at Alice, wanting to say something, but Alice, as if anticipating it, spoke. I'll try to keep her alive, but I'm not confident. Rather, from the moment she got involved between Will Osepton and me, I haven't been very confident about her life. Alan and Vilma were lucky to survive. As for her, until the very end, I can't guarantee it. Klein understood what Alice meant. He didn't ask Alice to guarantee anything, but merely brought up another matter. But she got involved because of you. Alice frowned. She reminded him again. Even without me, she would have gotten involved in some dangerous situation for other reasons, that's fate. And, even if it wasn't her, someone else would have encountered danger because of this. Klein frowned. He wanted to tell Alice not to use things that hadn't happened yet as arguments, but he gave up without speaking because he realized the problem wasn't there at all. She still doesn't really care about mortals, Klein sighed, once again recalling the idea of turning Alice into a puppet. If a puppet could have self-awareness, that would be great. That way, I wouldn't have to worry that one day, we would truly have to stand on opposite sides. Thinking of this possible outcome, Klein couldn't help but get a headache. He rubbed his temples, looked at Alice, and suddenly felt a lack of words. Alice pursed her lips. She knew what Klein wanted to say, but she had no way to deal with it. She lowered her gaze and said, Klein, when I saw the captain, he called me, Your Excellency. Klein opened his mouth, unable to speak. He understood what Alice wanted to express. Alice certainly hadn't started not caring about the lives of mortals at that time. She was just pointing out a clear fact. She and mortals were no longer the same existence. Then what about me? He suddenly asked. If one day, the person involved is me. You're already involved. Alice lowered her head, abruptly blurting out a sentence. Klein was stunned. Alice looked up in the silence, her voice choked as she said to him. You've been involved for a long time. Do you think all of this has nothing to do with you? Klein, you don't still think that you're becoming a seer, and calling yourself the fool above the gray fog, is just a coincidence, do you? Excluding the fake crying, this was the second time Alice had cried genuinely in front of Klein. Klein realized he might have said the wrong thing. He wanted to do something, but Alice had already lowered her head, bent her knees, and curled herself into a ball. In the silent room, Klein heard the spherical figure in front of him emit intermittent, sobbing sounds. I don't want you to die, but, you, and even earlier, others, we will all die. As long as we embark on this path, all of us will die. It was decided from the start, it cannot be changed at all. This is bad. Although Alice's jumbled words seemed to reveal a lot of information, Klein didn't have time to think about it. On one hand, it was too messy. On the other hand, he tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. I'm not very good at comforting people, especially little girls your age. I mean, do you need me to call someone to be with you? Or do you need a handkerchief or something? After a pause, he tentatively asked again, or, should I have someone send some ice cream? After he finished speaking, Klein saw the huddle of a person in front of him move, and then a muffled sniffle came from within. I want 5 scoops. Klein suddenly had an urge to laugh. End of this chapter. Chapter 509 Chapter 87 Invitation. Give her some face. Klein used his clown Beander power to suppress his laughter, then got up and left the room. Lowen had abolished slavery, and even servants had human rights, including rest periods and not being required to work 24 hours a day, even personal valets. However, there were always people on night duty everywhere, and servants were no exception. Klein didn't go to the servants' quarters himself to find his personal valet, or to look for the chef or butler. Instead, he found a servant on night watch nearby and instructed him. Go tell someone to bring a 5-scoop ice cream. This servant didn't seem to interact with masters very often, and his professional etiquette wasn't very high, which was understandable, otherwise he wouldn't be doing night watch. In short, he asked with a puzzled expression. Klein calmly repeated his order, go tell someone to bring a 5-scoop ice cream. Only then did the servant react. After he assented, Klein returned to the room without hesitation. Emotional outbursts were, after all, only momentary. In the time Klein was gone, Alice had mostly calmed down, even starting to feel embarrassed. This was even more true when she heard Klein open the door. Watching Klein walk in, Alice blinked, and her tears receded. All traces of her crying disappeared. When Klein entered, he saw an Alice who looked no different than before she cried. I didn't cry like that, how embarrassing, Alice muttered to herself, then asked with a faint sternness. Where's the ice cream? It'll take a moment, Klein replied. So Alice waited for the ice cream as if nothing had happened. She looked at the patterns on the ceiling for a while, then the moonlight outside the window, then the material of the tables and chairs, but she didn't look at Klein. Klein thought for a moment, picked up a book from the bedside, and handed it to her, sincerely suggesting. Usually, at times like this, we choose to look down and read. Alice opened her mouth. She wanted to retort but didn't know what to say. So she remembered Klein's words and looked down at the book in her hand. It was a book introducing classical literature. After reading a few lines, she couldn't help but look up and question. What kind of things do you read every day? I'm previewing new lessons, Klein calmly replied. You know, as a rich man, I have many things to learn. Alice looked at Klein with a sympathetic gaze, then hugged the book and zoned out. They didn't wait long before a knock sounded. Klein glanced at Alice, who tactfully vanished, leaving the book on the chair. Only then did Klein clear his throat and say, come in. Someone brought in the ice cream, and at Klein's request, the cup was placed on the bedside table. As he left, Alice saw him look at the extra chair with a puzzled expression, like most people would. Once he was gone, Alice picked up the ice cream and started eating. In that short time, the previous unpleasantness had been completely forgotten. Klein looked enviously at Alice, who was eating ice cream, then sighed heavily. Seeing this, Alice hesitated, glanced at the ice cream in her hand, then leaned closer, scooped a spoonful, and offered it to Klein's mouth. Looking at that spoonful of ice cream and Alice's reluctant gaze, Klein was silent for 2 seconds, then said expressionlessly. Eat it quickly. Once you're done, go back. How unreasonable. Alice, whose good intentions were unrewarded, puffed out her cheeks and sat back to continue eating her ice cream. They didn't speak again. After finishing the ice cream, Alice went home to sleep, and Klein also went to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Alice went to the night church and pondered her plans for the day on a pew in the cathedral. I should first write a letter to Bernadette, telling her that, the world, also known as the Black Emperor, needs her help. Then, she was about to organize the next matter when, suddenly, inspiration struck, and she opened her eyes. About 10 seconds later, Leonard sat beside her and asked, tilting his head slightly. Captain and Ms. Daly are getting married, are you two coming? Alice turned her head in surprise. Leonard's words revealed that he already knew Klein was not dead. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that this was just a test, but it didn't matter. Alice wasn't concerned about that, her surprise was about something else. So fast? Leonard nodded. Alice immediately sat up straight and quickly asked, when? Where? Leonard handed over 2 invitations. Alice opened them to check. The wedding was set for July 1st in Tingen City. It was worth noting that neither invitation had the invitee's name written on it. I'll tell him, Alice said, putting away the invitations. The atmosphere fell silent again. Leonard's expression hadn't changed much. Alice realized he had indeed confirmed that Klein was still alive and couldn't help but ask. Aren't you going to ask me about him now? Will you tell me? Leonard countered. Of course not, all right, I understand. Alice instantly had her answer. She didn't ask any more unnecessary questions. After thinking for a moment, she asked Leonard. Can the marauder angel parasitizing you come out for a moment? I have something I want to discuss with him. Leonard turned to look at her. A few seconds later, Alice subtly sensed that something indefinable had been added to him. For a moment, she felt as if there were 2 people in front of her. How strange, she looked at Leonard with a peculiar expression, realizing that Pales should no longer be completely hiding himself as before. So she said, be careful recently, I might draw Eamon to Backland for a visit. Stay away from someone named Hazel Matched, and anyone connected to her. Are you crazy? That was Leonard's first remark. Alice wasn't sure if he said it himself or if Pales made him say it. She ignored him and continued. Also, there's something I want to confirm. What is the godhood ritual for the error pathway? Is it to steal someone else's godhood ritual? This time, more than 10 seconds passed before Leonard asked her. Why do you know about this? I want the full ritual description. Alice evaded the question. Replacing him in someone else's godhood ritual, Leonard told her. Alice nodded thoughtfully, then returned the courtesy by replying. Actually, I was just guessing. Leonard looked at her with a bewildered expression and blurted out, just guessing. Alice spread her hands. The fate pathway, Leonard said with a strange expression, it truly lives up to its reputation. Alice ignored him and stood up, saying, I'm leaving, bye-bye. Should I talk to him about sending Eamon to become a god? He wouldn't be willing, would he? Anyway, I won't tell him for now. There's still plenty of time, and I'm not sequenced 2 yet. Thinking this, Alice left the cathedral with the 2 invitations. Back home, Alice first decisively wrote a letter to Bernadette. She didn't use a pleading tone but straightforwardly told her that, the world, needed her help. Next, before telling Klein about Captain's wedding, Alice first observed what Klein was doing. He was attending a classical literature class. After discerning the content of the lesson, Alice recoiled in horror. She couldn't help but pat her chest, relieved that she wasn't born into a noble family, otherwise, it would surely be the most terrifying nightmare in the world. Alice decided to tell Klein about this later. She began to think about what she should do next, and then she remembered her plan to attract Eamon. Should she write a letter to Eamon too? Alice nodded, pondering. The letter to Eamon certainly couldn't be as casual as the one to Bernadette. At the very least, Alice would never speak to Eamon in a commanding tone. His avatar was fine, but his main body, Alice shook her head. First, what needed to be decided wasn't actually the content. Alice hadn't forgotten her tradition of giving Eamon a different title each time. She was thinking about what to call Eamon this time. Let me think, he doesn't have much to do in the forsaken land of the gods every day, just wandering around, plus this time I'm here to eat something. Alice's eyes lit up, and she picked up her pen. Open black lens bracket. Dear Wanderer, long time no see. How have you been recently? Have you worked yourself to death, starved to death, or been trapped to death? Presumably not, because I haven't felt particularly good at any moment. Instead, I feel especially regretful as I put pen to paper. Alright, getting back to the main topic, I actually wanted to tell you that I found something in Backland that you might find a little interesting. Oh, it's a snack. There's a descendant of the Jacob family in Backland, currently at sequence 4, but he seems very weak. He claims to be in Backland to search for a treasure of the Jacob family, but I found out he tricked a little girl into becoming sequence 9. It looks like he has the same bad habits as you. Oh, right, his current body is a brown rat, with mottled fur that doesn't look very purebred, and the texture of his fur isn't good enough, and the taste, I haven't eaten him. Can you tell me after you've eaten him? If you plan to eat him. His location is, close black lens bracket. After writing down Flora Jacob's current location, Alice exhaled, signed off with, a kind person who wishes to remain anonymous, at the end, and then put down her pen. Although it had been a long time since she had written to Eamon, Alice was not unfamiliar with the process of offering items to Eamon. The main reason was that Eamon had no requirements for the process. Most of the time, she just did it casually. Dropping the envelope into the sacrificial channel, Alice glanced at the time and found that it was still early for lunch. She had no choice but to continue thinking about what else she could do. Eamon, who hadn't received letters and gifts from Alice for a long time, was a little surprised. He pushed his monocle, caught the letter, and began to read it. Alice's letters were as irritating as ever. Eamon usually couldn't be bothered to respond to most of the content. He found it amusing, but he knew very well that if he engaged, he might become the amusing one instead. However, this letter, which hadn't arrived for a long time, did have some value. After reading the entire letter, Eamon pinched his monocle and said in a low voice with interest. A descendant of the Jacob family. Coming to Backland to search for a treasure of the Jacob family. Tisk. He reached out and spun his monocle. The lens became profound for a moment, then a moment later, it returned to its crystal clear state. On the outskirts of Backland, a postman on a bicycle suddenly braked to a halt, reached out and spun the monocle over his right eye. The lens quickly swirled. After a while, when the monocle returned to its crystal clear state, he revealed a joyful smile, rummaged through his satchel for a moment, and pulled out a newspaper. It's there, he murmured. After rolling around in bed a couple of times, Alice remembered her immediate priority, which was the undigested misfortune mage potion and the auxiliary materials for the Chaoswalker potion, for which she had no clues. But it was no use, she still had no leads. Rather, the auxiliary materials for the Chaoswalker potion weren't that difficult to find. As long as she understood what that mysterious phrase referred to, finding a prophecy that fit the conditions wouldn't be hard at all. Before Klein enlightened Alice, the most difficult part for her was finding a way to consume a dream. And after Klein enlightened Alice, the most difficult part for her became whether she still needed to find a meaningful prophecy. Alice sighed heavily, unable to help but recall Ouroboros's room full of murals. As someone on the fate pathway, Alice wouldn't believe that Ouroboros's murals were purely just murals. She insisted that they must be mixed, meaning some were real events, and some were scenes from prophecies. In that case, were there murals that served as prophecies but never actually came true? If I steal one of his murals, would that count as having special significance? Dangerous thoughts emerged in Alice's mind. Then she suppressed them, because it wasn't a good idea. Ouroboros cared deeply about his paintings, and she didn't want to offend Ouroboros. She couldn't beat him. What? You mean Eamon? Forget it, hasn't she offended Eamon enough to die already? Alice sighed heavily. After staring blankly on the bed for a few hours, she happily sat up. Great, it's finally lunchtime. Alice cheerfully got up to eat. But happiness was fleeting. After procrastinating with lunch and a nap, Alice still had to consider the earlier problem. Should she just pick a random prophecy, or continue to search for one with special significance? After a day of deliberation, Alice ultimately decided to resolve the matter by flipping a coin. She tossed the coin, watched it spin in the air, and finally covered it with her hand. Then, she looked down at the coin in her hand. End of chapter. Chapter 510. Chapter 88. Under the night. Grayish-white mist spread out, and Alice barely managed to move her hand before her vision was completely enveloped. Clink. It was the sound of a coin falling. Oh, right, Klein's voice rang out from within the gray mist, drawing Alice's attention away. I forgot to ask you yesterday. What's your relationship with Winifred? You know, the last few times I've seen her at parties, she's been glaring at me fiercely from the side, as if I stole her beloved. Klein complained to Alice about Winifred, and after recounting his experiences at the parties, he couldn't help but add. Speaking of which, you know, right? She's also injured. Do you want to go see her? Even if it's just to ask her what she saw at the time. Maybe she saw what happened to Will Osepton. After all, you're not planning to go see for yourself, are you? The gray mist dissipated from before her eyes. Alice raised a hand to her head, then her movement suddenly froze. Wait, she muttered, her gaze searching the ground. Where's the coin? The coin was no longer in her hand. Alice instinctively stood up. This slight movement startled something, and Alice heard the crisp clinking sound again. She turned her head and saw the coin still vibrating. It seemed to have just fallen. Alice's eyes darkened slightly. She stepped forward and picked up the coin. So, she frowned, loosened her fingers, and watched the coin fall to the ground, spin, and roll. It was originally standing upright. The lonely coin couldn't answer her question. It just rolled solitarily on the ground, finally rolling silently into the gap between the wall and the floor. Only after watching the coin disappear from her sight did Alice suddenly react, stepping forward quickly and staring at the small gap, which was only slightly wider than a penny. She stared intently at the gap for several minutes, but no money came out of it. Alice had to accept this sad fact and stood up from the floor. Then, she also blamed Klein for this. I'll tell Klein about the captain's wedding after he falls asleep, so he can't sleep well. While gritting her teeth, she considered Klein's suggestion. Visit Winifred. Frankly, Alice wasn't very familiar with Winifred, but ever since she realized that the girl wanted to be her friend last time, she had been somewhat reluctant to see Winifred. It easily reminded her of other people. Moreover, isn't this really just using the excuse of visiting her to gather information? Even if she doesn't necessarily say anything, if she knew. Alice instinctively frowned. She wasn't very good at handling similar matters, or rather, she wasn't good at handling most matters. She usually left things to people who were good at them. Following this logic, perhaps I should ask Miss Justice for help. Yes, I really should ask Miss Justice for help, or would she proactively inquire if she heard about it? No, it's better to remind her. Alice also made a note of this. Once she was idle, she couldn't help but think of her potion ingredients again, but recalling the coin that had just disappeared, Alice thought it might not be a good idea to keep dwelling on this matter. No, that's not right. I should say, I need to decide this matter myself. Alice sighed deeply, rubbing her head in frustration. Night came quickly. Alice woke Klein at 4 a.m., not with prayers, but by directly calling him through the connection between angel and believer. Klein, have you ever seen the sun at 4 in the morning in Backland? Klein instantly woke up. He looked out the window. The moon had not fully set, the sun had not risen, and dawn had not yet arrived. He took out his pocket watch and opened it. The second hand had just finished its last second, and the time was 4:01 a.m. Klein expressionlessly closed his pocket watch, then looked to the side. Alice had indeed found a chair from somewhere and was now sitting on it, covering her mouth and watching him, seemingly in a very good mood. I haven't seen the sun at 4 in the morning in Backland, he turned around and replied calmly, but I know there's no sun at 4:01 a.m. in Backland. Maybe the watch isn't accurate enough. Alice speculated. Or, you're not standing high enough. Alice, Klein interrupted her, you'd better have something to tell me. Alice blinked, swallowed, looking at Klein's expressionless face, then quickly said. The captain is getting married. Huh. Klein's expression shifted slightly, revealing surprise. Alice exhaled, pulled out 2 invitations from her pocket, handed one to Klein, and explained. Leonard told me. He said the captain is getting married to Miss Daly, and he asked if we wanted to go. Klein didn't speak. He reached out and took the invitation, read it quietly, and after 2 seconds of silence, said. He really did dig up my grave. Alice blinked. Klein put away the invitation, looked up at Alice, and asked with a forced smile. Then I guess he must have asked you to invite me in the middle of the night, right? Alice blinked blankly. Klein, without changing his expression, fabricated a reason for her. I think Leonard must have resented my unannounced departure, so he wants to take revenge on me with this. Is that it? Alice hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. Before she could speak, Klein reached out and sharply knocked her on the head, then said coldly to her pitiful expression. I guess my hand must hurt more than your head. Alice lowered her head, then looked up a few seconds later and said. I have one more thing I want to ask you. What? Klein asked in a not-so-good tone. Alice considered her words and said. Can you ask Miss Justice about Winifred's situation? Ask her what she saw. I think she might be better at gathering information than me, and more skilled at it. Klein still had no intention of letting Alice off the hook. He nodded, then said. I don't think this required you to come find me at 4 in the morning either. Alice looked up pitifully at Klein. Under the scarlet moon, Alice saw black mist swirling around Klein. No, that's not right, it looked like gauze. Alice frowned slightly. She couldn't tell what it was. It looked like gauze, or mist, or a thin curtain, seemingly covering something. At this moment, it was gently lifted, revealing what was hidden beneath. It was a small town hidden in the fog, very blurry. Alice could only see indistinct figures. Just as she was about to say something, the curtain fell again. Under the moonlight, a flash of inspiration crossed Alice's mind. Night, she blurted out. What? Klein frowned. Alice, however, jumped up from her seat. She rushed to the bedside. The red moon was approaching the horizon. Her learned geography told Alice that when dawn arrived, the red moon would sink into it. She didn't speak, turning to look at Klein, who had followed her with a frown, and asked in a deep voice. I remember, you needed Bernadette's help to infiltrate the church's underground, right? Klein nodded. Alice exhaled, then asked, Are you ready to steal the notebook? Klein nodded and said, At least, I've figured out the situation outside Channy's gate. Alice understood. She looked back at the window, then said, If, and I mean if you encounter danger, or fall into some desperate situation. Klein had a bad premonition. He strongly resisted the urge to interrupt Alice and waited for her to finish. Alice stammered. If it really comes to an unavoidable situation, you can look at the moon in the sky. The scarlet moon is shining upon you. Klein's frown deepened. He looked at Alice and said, I vaguely remember that you are very wary of the moon. It sounds like there's something extraordinary up there. Alice choked. She said in a hurried tone, Those are two different things. Anyway, at that time you can look at the moon, but normally, you absolutely must not do that. Klein's expression gradually became strange as Alice spoke. He said thoughtfully, Alice, do you know? The way you are now, it's like you want to tell me something, but you seem to be watched by someone, and you're very scared, so you don't dare to tell me directly. So, you're speaking so hesitantly and vaguely. Alice was speechless. This was a fact. After realizing that the thin veil was actually the night, she understood that this corresponded to her previous guess. Klein's infiltration of the church's underground indeed happened entirely under the goddess's gaze. So, why didn't he just ask the goddess for the potion formula? Or why didn't the goddess just give it to him? Forget that one, that's too embarrassing. Alice shook her head and said resignedly, Since you know, don't ask anymore. So, who was watching her? Mother Tree of Desire. No, impossible. She clearly had hostility towards Mother Tree of Desire, or rather, she clearly felt that Mother Tree of Desire had hostility towards her. Or maybe hostility towards all of us. Or, perhaps it's not necessarily called hostility. Klein recalled Cynthia back then, and Alice's shy expression, and couldn't help but shiver. Too terrifying. Fortunately, she's here now, otherwise, I can't even imagine her future boyfriend. It's probably not possible now. In the future, after her restart, she wouldn't suddenly get the urge to find someone to fall in love with, would she? That would truly be terrifying. Klein swallowed with difficulty, forcing his thoughts back to the scarlet moon. Leaving aside the Mother Tree of Desire, which Alice implied had a deep connection with the red moon, there were 3 other deities involved with the red moon. One was Primordial Moon, one was the vampire ancestor Lilith, and the other was the goddess. Combining Alice's attitude, Klein had some ideas in his mind. He didn't say them out loud, but instead asked, Has Bernadette replied? Not yet. Alice shook her head. Wait a bit longer, I'll tell you when she replies. I'm not worried that you won't tell me when she replies, but rather that you'll forget to write the letter at all. Klein grumbled inwardly as he said, Okay. Do you have anything else? Alice was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "Do you want to see Leonard? Or the captain's wedding?" "Wait until I get back from the church's underground." Klein shook his head. "You're making it sound like I'm going to be a martyr." After a pause, he reminded Alice. "Oh, right. Next week's tarot club probably can't be held. Just giving you a heads up." Alice immediately realized that Klein was probably worried he wouldn't be able to return in time, so she couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you let me host the tarot club in your place?" Klein looked at her expressionlessly. After more than 10 seconds, Alice, with a good sense of self-awareness, replied, "I understand. You still don't trust me." Klein didn't deny it, but said, "Although I really don't trust you much, isn't it natural not to let you host it? Tell me, how can I let you host the tarot club? Can you pull people into Saphira Castle? You can't even ascend to Saphira Castle yourself." Alice blinked, realizing this herself. She replied unwillingly, "You haven't tried, how do you know I can't? Actually, as long as you agree, I can ascend to Saphira Castle myself, it's just that you wouldn't be able to respond automatically. This is clearly your problem." Klein was momentarily amazed by her sophistry, but Alice had indeed brought up something that interested him. He said thoughtfully, "How about we try? Try what?" Alice was confused for a moment, then realized that Klein meant for her to try, with permission, whether she could pull people up through those stars. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up and said, "Let's go." Klein, who was prepared, reached out and held her back, saying to her, "We'll try it at the next tarot club." Alice then gave up this sudden idea and nodded to Klein, saying, "Okay. Then I'll go back first. I hope you don't invite me to watch the sun at 4 in the morning next time." Klein sincerely wished. Alice guiltily averted her gaze and disappeared from the spot. After watching Alice's figure disappear, Klein didn't immediately lie down to sleep. His sleepiness was almost gone by now. Besides, the thought just now kept lingering in his mind. Was Alice referring to the goddess? The goddess, too, is watching me. Looking at the moonlight outside the window, Klein frowned little by little, beginning to recall his past, pious, actions and the pious actions he was about to undertake. End of chapter. Chapter 511. Chapter 89. Jacob's taste. If he didn't think about it, it would have been fine, but thinking about it now, Klein found it even harder to sleep. Not to mention his past irreverent actions, because those were nothing compared to what he was about to do. He was, after all, planning to steal something from beneath a cathedral. The Evernight goddess's gaze was definitely not good news for Klein at this moment. The main problem was that he wasn't sure why the Evernight goddess was looking at him. Was it because of Alice? Because of his identity as a transmigrator? Because of the thing Alice called Saphira Castle on him? Because of his experience of dying and coming back to life? Or perhaps, it seemed these things weren't isolated, they were interconnected, and the reason he was being watched was precisely the part that linked everything together. Klein's mind stirred, and he couldn't help but ponder his next move. His original plan was to enter the cathedral's underground and steal the notebook, but suddenly knowing that the goddess's gaze was upon him, he inevitably hesitated about such a blasphemous act. But he quickly remembered Alice's words. If the red moon Alice spoke of referred to the goddess, her meaning was clearly to have him seek help from the goddess. In other words, the goddess might very well be tacitly approving of this matter. That's right, for whatever reason, the goddess must have noticed me a long time ago. If she didn't tacitly approve, I wouldn't be here right now. Thinking of this, Klein sighed and lay back down on the bed. Let's get some more sleep before dawn. Wednesday morning, in a manor on the outskirts of Backland. A maid finished breakfast, retrieved a newspaper from the mailbox outside the manor, and then returned inside. Good morning, Mary, a passing companion greeted her. Are you going to read the newspaper? Hannah. Yes, I'm just about to. Oh, Mary replied, about to leave, but suddenly noticed her companion's unusual appearance today. Why are you wearing glasses? And a monocle. I remember you didn't seem to like wearing these. Hannah touched the monocle on her right eye and smiled. I bought it yesterday. I had my day off yesterday, so I went out for a stroll and happened to meet a peddler. Oh, by the way, do you want one? I specifically bought a few extra. Bought a few extra. Mary's first reaction was confusion. The Hannah she knew wouldn't impulsively buy several monocles and then give them to companions, especially since the monocles in Hannah's hand looked rather expensive. Her peripheral vision swept over the monocle in Hannah's hand. The lens gleamed in the morning light, looking very beautiful. Mary's earlier doubt instantly vanished. She took a monocle and said with a smile, "All right, thank you, Hannah, but I need to go to work quickly." "I also need to go to work." Saying this, Hannah put away the remaining monocles and turned to leave. Mary turned around and continued towards her destination. She casually put on the monocle, her lips curving into a playful arc. She walked with a smile towards Flora Jacobs' room, nodding to other footmen and maids wearing monocles she met along the way, until she entered Flora Jacobs' room and saw the mouse lying on the blanket. Speaking of which, she muttered to herself as she closed the door, "It seems no one has ever thought of making monocles suitable for mice, crows, owls, or even smaller creatures." The mouse lying on the blanket didn't react to this statement, merely rolling over. Seeing this, Mary sat down nearby with the newspaper, reached out and poked the mouse, her smile deepening as she softly said, "You seem to be in good spirits." Flora Jacob discovered something amiss. In just one day, monocles had spread like an epidemic, appearing on the faces of every servant in the manor. When those servants saw her moving around the manor, they would give her identical playful smiles, nod to her, and then leave. Coupled with the identical monocles, Flora Jacob had the illusion that they were all one person. Most importantly, she had heard of cases where a group of people was one person. As a descendant of the Jacob family, even though her branch had fallen on hard times and lost contact with the others, she had grown up hearing ghost stories like, "If you don't behave, we'll throw you out to Amen." This was a name that resonated with all descendants of the Marauder family, and Flora Jacob was certain Amen could do it, and would do it. Especially since His Highness had told her this when he found her. She would be found by Amen and wear a monocle. Has it really come? Hiss, a footman wearing a monocle beside her gasped, looking down at her with surprise, "Did she warn you before?" Flora Jacob paused for a few seconds before realizing the deeper meaning in that sentence. She let out a sharp squeal, about to escape the manor, but the footman merely smiled and stood still, watching her furiously move her two short legs, treading in place. "She's much smarter than you," another voice came from a distance, gradually approaching. Flora Jacob was very familiar with this voice. It was Mary, who read her the newspaper every morning. She at least knows that even with Beyonder powers, she can't escape. Flora Jacob looked at Mary, despair spreading from her heart. Mary was the first, but not the last. Within her field of vision, many servants wearing monocles were approaching. She was surrounded by Amen. "Amen!" Flora Jacob cried out with a trembling voice, fear spreading as she recalled the prophecy Alice had told her. Having long hidden within ordinary animals, Flora Jacob's condition was not good. The overly intense emotions caused her skin to swell, as if something was wriggling beneath. The footman who first spoke to her laughed aloud at the sight. "Ha, indeed. You have a history of long-term parasitism in ordinary animals without human interaction. You can't compare to her in that either. Are you very confused that among the hidden knowledge you heard when you advanced to Sequence 4, there were no reminders about this aspect?" I deleted those." The brown mouse on the ground trembled violently, its fur constantly bulging with bumps, as if something was about to drill out from within. She shrieked again. Too late, someone sighed, and all the almonds uniformly pinched their monocles. If you had struggled and resisted from the very beginning, perhaps it would have had some effect, but now. No more words were needed, the number of almonds around was enough to explain everything. Flora Jacob's body trembled, then collapsed as if finally unable to sustain itself, becoming limp. One after another, peculiar worms with 7 or 8 segments emerged, from her nose, from her ears, from her mouth, from her eyes, from beneath her skin, from everywhere. The transparent parts of these worms contained many 3-dimensional patterns, and above their segments, time seemed to flow. "You're not even half as startled as she was," the monocle-wearing, refined-looking Amen sneered. "Oh, by the way, you don't know yet, do you? She was the one who told me you were here. She said your fur didn't feel too good, and she wanted me to try it and tell her how you tasted." After a pause, looking at Flora Jacob's body gradually disintegrating, Amen finally laughed. "I hope you taste as good as your ancestors." "No. A sharp cry filled with hatred and malice rang out, marking the end of the funeral. Flora Jacobs' body completely collapsed into a wriggling mass of worms, which then transformed into streams of light, flying into the body of the footman who had spoken first. Next, he elegantly removed his monocle, took out a silk cloth, and while wiping it, said thoughtfully, "Perhaps I should have called her over, or left a bite for her to taste. Oh, right, Flora Jacob also has a student. Tisk, with the uniqueness of fate, Flora Jacob's destiny is indeed a mess." He frowned as if recalling something unpleasant, then put on his monocle. Alice received Bernadette's reply on Thursday morning. The reply was as concise as Alice had requested. Bernadette informed Alice that she would be waiting at 11 p.m. tonight, at the entrance of the bridge on the south bank of the Tussock River in Backland. She unhesitatingly informed Klein of this. Klein, possessing travel, could have gone alone, but after 2 seconds of hesitation, he still chose to give Alice a sense of involvement. "Do you want to come along?" "Sure." Alice agreed. According to Klein's request, Alice appeared in his house at 10:55 p.m., precisely in his bathroom. After waiting for half a minute, Dwayne Dantes entered the bathroom and, under Alice's curious gaze, pulled out a paper figure. Snap! Klein shook, and the paper figure transformed into Dwayne Dantes, sitting on the toilet, holding a book, seemingly lost in thought. Then, he spontaneously shrank by 3 or 4 centimeters, his face became thinner, and his features much more defined, having transformed into Gehrman Sparrow. Alice looked at Klein's shortened height, silent for 2 seconds, then said with a profound tone, "It seems you're also very concerned about your height. Are you coming or not?" Klein coldly raised his left hand, which wore the creeping hunger. Alice quickly stepped forward and grabbed Klein. Before their figures disappeared, she couldn't help but ask again, "You know, if you stay in the bathroom for a long time, will your servants think you're constipated?" "No, are they already starting to think you have frequent urination and urgency?" Klein turned to look at Alice expressionlessly, and replied coldly, "I think they're still very confused about why I'm eating ice cream in the middle of the night." Alice silently lowered her head and led Klein away. When they landed again, Klein asked with a hint of curiosity, "Speaking of which, how did you pinpoint the location?" "Intuition." Alice calmly bluffed. Klein turned his head with a confused look. Alice spread her hands and replied while observing their surroundings, "All right, actually, I relied on the nodes of fate to adjust the direction." This was the entrance to the Backland Bridge on the south bank of the Tussock River. At this time, the night was deep, no one walked on the bridge, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. Only a team of bridge guards could be vaguely seen standing not far away. As if noticing they had finished talking, greenish pea vines descended from high above, intertwining to form a lush and dense forest. This forest extended upwards, its top unseen. The vines formed different paths, either interweaving or spiraling, extending all the way into the sky. This wasn't the first time Alice had seen this scene. She looked around, and after finding Bernadette wasn't there, she pulled Klein along, casually picked a suspended path made of pea vines, and excitedly stepped onto it. The vine path was very stable. After walking for a while, Alice saw the green plants forming hammock-like seats, gently swaying at a high altitude. Bernadette was sitting there, wearing a white Intis-style shirt and a dark black jacket, with a slender rapier at her waist, dressed as a standard sea captain, except for not wearing a tricorn hat. Her chestnut hair fell naturally, and her deep blue eyes looked over. Her movements slightly stiffened when she noticed Alice. Then she left the seat, walked forward, took off her hat, and bowed slightly, bending her knee. "Miss Fate." Alice nodded haphazardly, pointing at the chair and asking, "Can I sit?" "You may," Bernadette replied. Her voice was soft but lacked emotion. Alice didn't care much about her emotions, immediately abandoning Klein and climbing onto the seat. Bernadette watched Alice settle down, then her gaze naturally shifted to Gehrman Sparrow, nodding in greeting. "Thank the one behind you for me." Klein nodded politely and said, "All right." Klein paused for a second, then spoke the words he had already prepared. "I want to ask for your help in making him appear to be in a state of long-term erosion by the sealed core power behind the night church's Chinese gate." As he spoke, Klein made Wraith Senor appear beside him. Alice only glanced at him before looking away. Bernadette gazed deeply at Blood Admiral, who stood respectfully, and without asking why Gehrman Sparrow knew she had a way, she calmly said. The sealed cores in different night church cathedrals are distinct, and the states after being eroded are also different. Is it the night pathway, or the death pathway, or something else? Is it a diocesan cathedral, or a general city center cathedral? I know. Alice raised her hand to answer first. It's St. Samuel Cathedral. Ah. She looked at Klein. Night pathway. Klein added. End of chapter. Chapter 512. Chapter 90. Encounter. Queen Mystic. Bernadette nodded slightly. Then I can let him suffer the corresponding erosion. However, in that case, this puppet of yours will essentially be forfeited. At first, he can be used normally, but as time passes and the erosion deepens, he will gradually fall into a deep slumber and never wake up again. Klein paused slightly and turned to look at Alice. Alice understood his meaning. She had originally intended to say that she could handle it herself, but then she remembered the possibility of the goddess intervening. She shook her head and said, I can't guarantee it. You'd best proceed as if the puppet will be lost. Can't guarantee it. Klein glanced at Alice. However, he was not familiar with the authority of angels, and Alice was the only case he could readily refer to. Although he felt something was off, he couldn't pinpoint what. He suppressed the pang of heartache and asked, can the time until complete erosion be extended as much as possible? Senor, the Blood Admiral, as a puppet, was one of his most valuable assets. Bernadette said with an unperturbed expression, 2 months at most. Klein struggled internally for 2 seconds, then replied with a neutral expression, all right. He immediately placed his hand over his chest and bowed. Thank you for your help. Why don't you bow to me like that? Alice, seated on a chair woven from vines, picked at him. Bernadette's movements paused slightly. Klein, already accustomed to this, immediately had a ready answer. Because your great kindness to me is something I can never repay, I can only repay it in my next life. Alice was silent for 2 seconds, then asked Bernadette beside her with a sincere expression, do you think being resurrected after death counts as a next life? Bernadette didn't speak. She looked at Alice, then at Gehrman Sparrow, and began to wonder if she should even respond. I don't think it counts. Klein chose to answer first. Why not? Alice pressed. Klein glanced at Alice, then shook his head and said, at the very least, one should have completely severed ties with their previous life to call it a next life, right? Alice lowered her head in thought. Klein turned to Bernadette, signaling her to quickly begin while she had the chance. Bernadette withdrew her gaze, extended her right hand, and outlined words in the air that differed from giant language, dragon language, elvish, and ancient Hermes. Those words, shimmering like starlight, wove into strange symbols, seemingly opening a secret door to the depths of the spirit world. As the secret door opened, a gust of wind blew out, and the upper half of a man wrapped in white cloth emerged. Horn of slumber, Bernadette said, her voice soft but with a hidden authority. The man, whose upper body was human and lower body was wind, responded respectfully and took out a human skull from within a white cloth. The eye sockets of this skull were deep and dark, with no discernible bottom. The rest of it had various irregularly shaped holes, surrounded by cracks, and was as white as jade. Bernadette took the horn of slumber, and glanced at Gehrman Sparrow, saying, step back at least 50 meters. Klein didn't ask why, obediently retreated. Bernadette looked at Alice, but before she could hesitate, Alice had already jumped down and moved far away, afraid of being affected. After running far down the vine path with Klein, a distant, tranquil, and subtly sorrowful song drifted over. Alice looked up and saw Bernadette sitting with her back slightly bent in a place obscured by pea vines. Her chestnut hair stirred gently, her head was bowed low, and she held the human skull to her lips, letting air blow through its holes, weaving a nocturnal symphony. The symphony, carrying a calming power and a hint of melancholy, spread little by little, yet it did not disturb the bridge guards outside the pea vine forest. Alice suddenly recalled some very distant memories, such as an ice cream cone that had fallen to the ground, or a birthday cake and a birthday song. I want to go home, she suddenly turned her head and said to Klein. Klein didn't speak. He sighed softly, then closed his eyes, quietly listening to the music. Alice felt a suffocating feeling in her chest. She pursed her lips, her gaze sweeping past Klein, and the earlier question popped into her mind again. Did she truly come from that past Earth civilization, or from another world? If she came from another world, perhaps, she really could go back. Alice suddenly yearned for her initial guess to be true, that because she didn't belong to this world, because her fate was unpredictable, the key of light yearned for her. If she could go back, if she could leave the things of this world here. Beander characteristic. Sephira. Uniqueness. K. Klein. No. Alice suddenly hesitated for a moment. She looked at Klein uncertainly, and another thought popped into her mind. Or, should she wait until he became a god before going back? But even if she did go back, could the current her truly be a normal child? Alice pursed her lips, no longer thinking, and closed her eyes with Klein, listening intently. When the melody finally faded, Alice opened her eyes and looked up. Bernadette was handing the human skull, with its many holes, to the servant, with a human upper body and a wind lower body. It's done, Bernadette's gentle and calm voice followed. Thank you for your help. Klein bowed again, manipulating Senor, the wraith, to walk back to his side. Alice didn't speak this time. She quietly watched as the pea vines retracted upwards, gradually fading, and the greenish forest quickly disappeared. They simultaneously landed at the bridge entrance. The surroundings were quiet and empty, with only a squad of bridge guards facing away from them in the distance, just as before. Alice watched Senor unblinkingly, observing the difference between him and before. She quickly noticed that Senor looked even more like a dead person than before. His face was pale, his aura was chilling, and there was a distinct sense of eeriness about him. Alice watched Klein put Senor away and asked him, "Shall I take you back?" Her voice was lower than usual, but Klein didn't find anything amiss. He attributed it to the music. He sighed at Alice and said, "Usually at times like this, you're the one comforting me." Alice blinked. Klein continued, "Let me think, how did you usually comfort me before?" "Oh, right. After you restart, shouldn't I send you to school?" Quote. Alice instantly forgot her faint sadness, staring at Klein with a blank expression. Klein asked with slight hesitation, "Should I go back by myself?" Alice rolled her eyes at him, then, being a good person to the end, she sent him home, and left without saying a word to him. When Alice returned home, the room was brightly lit. A refined man wearing a monocle was sitting on the sofa, smiling at her. Alice hesitated for 2 seconds between running and waiting for death. Realizing it was just a clone, she walked forward, sat opposite him, and calmly asked, "Well, how was the dish I recommended to you? Was it delicious?" "Hee." Eamon chuckled, "Not substantial enough." Alice looked at Eamon with slight hesitation, saying with a hint of sincerity, "If you're referring to Worm of Time, I think there's no dish in this world more substantial than yourself." Eamon pushed up his monocle, and the atmosphere grew dangerous. Alice's muscles tensed, her hair stood on end. She instinctively wanted to run but forced herself to stay put, offering a slight smile. "I can apologize, really." "I don't want it," Eamon said with a petulant tone. "I want you to come and play with me for a few days." Alice's eyes widened warily, and she instantly jumped up. Amon's expression remained unchanged. He sat in his original position and looked up. Alice sat down quietly with a smile, then stared at him and said, "You're just a clone." This was actually meant to be a threat. Alice feared the true Eamon she had seen in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The clone in front of her was stronger than the most common Sequence 4, capable of reaching Sequence 3, but it was too far inferior to the true body. Alice wasn't actually that scared. If she was scared, it was more about the true body suddenly appearing or not being able to explain herself the next time she saw the true body. Eamon nodded and said, "I know, so that sentence is just literal. I really just came to invite you to play, I stole a manor." Huh. Alice looked at him in confusion. Eamon extended his hand. Alice hesitated for 2 seconds before taking it. Within a few seconds, she appeared inside the manor and saw a group of almonds. Yes, a group, there was an entire manor of servants. Now, Alice was genuinely a little panicked. Hazel Matched habitually went to the suburban manor on Saturday or Sunday to report her experiences of the week, and this week was Sunday. After collapsing at the banquet that night, she woke up the next day. The family doctor probably didn't find any problems and eventually told her parents that she had been under too much stress and was overly fatigued recently. Hazel remained reserved about this. Counselor Matched and his wife observed her for 2 days. After confirming she was fine, they relaxed and no longer restricted her outings. So, that Sunday, she arrived at the manor at 11 in the morning. After she got out of the carriage, a servant wearing a monocle led away the horses, and another servant wearing a monocle came to greet her. A flicker of unease rose from her heart and then disappeared. Hazel walked inside, constantly encountering servants wearing monocles who nodded to her, but their gaze did not fall on her face. Instead, it rested on her abdomen with a hint of interest. Questions kept rising and disappearing until she arrived outside Flora Jacobs' room and knocked on the door. "Come in," a familiar voice sounded from inside. Hazel exhaled and pushed the door open, calling out with some nervousness, "Teacher." She subconsciously glanced at the rat's right eye. When she realized the other party wasn't wearing a monocle, she inexplicably felt relieved, and her whole body relaxed. What followed was as usual. The rat listened to her report on the week's progress, then looked at her abdomen, chuckling, "I'm a little curious. Do you know she's pregnant?" "What?" Hazel looked up in confusion. These words didn't seem to be for her. In fact, that was true. The rat she had just seen transformed into a man with a monocle, a broad forehead, and a black trench coat. He looked to the side with a playful smile. Hazel followed his gaze and saw an acquaintance. "It's you." Her pupils constricted, and her body tensed. This isn't the attitude one should have when asking for help. "Little Alice," the man on the sofa pushed up his monocle and smiled at the girl beside him, "and you should have been explicit. A clone's strength isn't enough to deal with him, it's only enough to alert him." Alice, who had been dragged to play cards with Eamon for 2 days, ignored him and turned to look at Hazel's abdomen, her eyes darkening. "What if your luck is exceptionally good?" Eamon raised an eyebrow slightly. Alice turned her head, pursed her lips, and said, "I know what you want to get from me. In fact, this is exactly what I need." Eamon narrowed his eyes, gazing at her. Alice took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over Hazel, and she lowered her eyes in thought. Will Osepton's condition was as bad as she expected. Having restarted, in haste, and leaving behind a large amount of mythical creature blood, he had still not fully completed the process. To put it in understandable terms, Hazel's pregnancy was unstable, and even if she did nothing but carefully protect it, she could miscarry at any time. Moreover, Hazel explored the sewers every night. Such a will couldn't even stay conscious for long, but that wasn't the main point. Because Eamon hadn't concealed himself completely, or more accurately, after Hazel, pregnant with Will Osepton, stepped into this manor, Eamon immediately and very overtly sealed the manor. He even resorted to using the power of his uniqueness. This, of course, awakened Will Osepton in Hazel's womb, but Will Osepton had made no moves until now. Alice guessed that he must be looking for an opportunity, and it seemed he didn't want to waste energy arguing with them. But no matter what Will Osepton's intentions were, Alice knew that she absolutely could not let him go today, and the culprit behind all this. She looked up at Eamon, saying without much emotion, "I originally had other ways to deal with him. It was you who alerted him." "Very good," Eamon chuckled, "as compensation, I have to help you solve this problem, right?" Alice didn't speak. Her expression conveyed her attitude, but Eamon seemed somewhat unwilling. He decided to haggle a bit more. "Little Alice, I don't believe that mention of Flora Jacobs' student in your letter wasn't intentional, do I? Also, you know very well why you sent me information about Flora Jacob." "But I didn't tell you to do that," Alice replied clearly. "Ultimately, it was you who." Before she finished speaking, Eamon raised his hand to interrupt her, smiling at Hazel beside him, or more precisely, at Hazel's abdomen, and leisurely said, "How about this? Why don't you also state your conditions, and I'll consider siding with you." End of chapter. Chapter 513 Chapter 91 New Mother. Alice and Eamon looked at Hazel together. At this moment, Hazel clearly realized that she seemed to be the superfluous one in this negotiation. She was fearful and confused, yet she unexpectedly remained standing in place. Will Osepton seemed to have no intention of responding. After staring at Hazel for 2 seconds, Alice uttered a completely out-of-place remark. "How about, you sit down first?" This remark was like a switch. Hazel's legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. Eamon chuckled, turning to Alice and saying, "You're quite kind." Alice blinked. This was her usual gesture when pretending to be foolish. Eamon glanced at her with a half-smile, then stood up, took a few steps forward, and bent down, extending a hand towards Hazel. "Need help?" he asked. Hazel sat paralyzed on the ground, her body trembling like a sieve. Yet, a voice not belonging to Hazel rang out. No. The voice was somewhat weak but clearly strained. Eamon, however, merely chuckled, bent down on his own accord, and helped Hazel up. Hazel was powerless to resist. Alice said nothing. Her gaze lingered on Eamon for a moment, then slid towards the door. Her spirituality surged, observing the entire manor from above. The servants are disappearing. She withdrew her gaze and looked back at Eamon. After a moment's thought, she tentatively touched Amon's fate. Eamon had successfully forced Hazel to her feet and pressed her onto the sofa. Then, he naturally turned his head, curved his lips at Alice, and looked at the still trembling Hazel, reminding her with a smile. "Aren't you going to say thank you?" Alice looked at Hazel. Will Osepton, who had already spoken, no longer feigned death. He reached his hand towards Hazel's fate. Alice, without thinking, slapped him away. Thank you," Hazel responded tremblingly, not daring to resist. "Will is so easy to bully right now," Alice sighed inwardly, looking thoughtfully at Eamon and Hazel. She knew what Eamon was doing, but she wasn't Eamon himself and wasn't even very clear about Amon's specific abilities. All she knew was stealing and deceiving. Alice couldn't understand Amon's operation. She frowned, hesitated for 2 seconds, then, multitasking, watched Hazel's fate while tentatively manipulating Amon's fate. Making him lucky enough. And making Will unlucky enough, that's a bit difficult, but making Will unable to affect Hazel is very simple. Will Osepton didn't just watch. He actually tried to obstruct, but his own condition was very poor, and he couldn't exert his full strength. He was clearly at a disadvantage. This was not unexpected. What Alice found strange was Eamon. Eamon seemed a little too trusting of her. Controlling the fate of a uniqueness is very difficult, especially a uniqueness with related authority, but what if the other party didn't obstruct at all? Even welcomed it. It's almost like I'm giving myself good luck, although I don't think I've ever done that. Probably not. Alice wasn't very sure about this. She only knew that, compared to giving herself good luck, she mostly gave others misfortune. As she and Will Osepton argued, Amon's aura steadily rose. By the time Will Osepton voluntarily ceased the struggle, this Eamon clone before them had already climbed to sequence 2. Alice didn't know why Will Osepton suddenly stopped. She merely paused, then, following her promise, tried her best to make Eamon lucky enough. Then, she discovered Eamon was pregnant. The faint, flickering life aura in Hazel's lower abdomen disappeared in an instant. Alice saw that thing change position within Amon's body, and then it was gone. Alice looked at Eamon. At this moment, a illusory shattering sound rang in her ears. Alice realized that something seemed to have integrated into her spirit. Having had previous experience, she understood that this was a sign of potion digestion. Her misfortune mage potion was finally digested. Alice's thoughts instantly cleared. She recalled Will Osepton's attempts to refuse Eamon helping Hazel up, and his attempts to prevent Hazel from thanking him. A guess suddenly formed in her mind. Will Osepton was the thank you gift. Alice realized that this was probably related to Amon's authority. Considering the term bug, in observing the abilities of lower sequences, Alice guessed this was mostly some kind of conceptual substitution. Or rather, was this a more advanced form of stealing and deceiving? But why did Will Osepton finally give up resisting? Did he talk to Eamon about something? In her line of sight, Eamon revealed a smile and said to her intimately, "Little Alice, I know who my past lover was. Leonard." Alice's pupils suddenly contracted. She instantly thought of the possibility of Will Osepton using Leonard as a bargaining chip. In her astonishment, Leonard's name and appearance flashed through her mind. Then, Eamon let out a mischievous laugh. "Oh dear. So, his name is Leonard." Alice was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing that Leonard was not Will Osepton's bargaining chip. This was something Eamon had just stolen from her thoughts, and the reason Eamon could steal it, liar. She glared at Eamon angrily. "I thought you already knew." Eamon looked at her in amazement. "You actually trust me that much?" It was the look she had just given to Eamon. Alice pressed her lips together, looking at Eamon. She knew perfectly well that Eamon was intentionally provoking her. There was indeed truth in Song Shu's almost fabricated words. For example, this angel of time had a personality as vile as she described. She stood up amidst Amon's smile, not sparing Eamon a single glance. After observing the entire manner, she took away the only living person, Hazel. Watching her figure disappear, Eamon finally put away the mischievous smile on his face, merely curving his lips slightly. As he walked, he muttered to himself. There's an aura of historical fog on her. She died once and then resurrected. Her fate points to the Lord of the Mysteries, and she has a very good relationship with him. Sherlock Moriarty, is it? What sequence is he now? After his voice stopped, a few more seconds passed before his voice rang out again. Left Backland in January, was sequence 6 at the time, what about later? After another few seconds of pause, Amon's voice rang out again. You don't know. That's truly a pity. Speaking of which, telling me all this, aren't you worried I'll deceive you just like I deceived her? Alice had been to Hazel's room. She wouldn't fail to find the location, but recalling the fact that Hazel had arrived by carriage, after 2 seconds of hesitation, Alice chose to take her home. She knew Eamon had not parasitized Hazel, that couldn't be hidden from her. As for the reason, Alice didn't care. Today's events seemed to have caused Hazel no small amount of shock. Alice hesitated for 2 seconds, recalling Klein's plan to steal something from beneath the cathedral, and for the first time in a long while, brought up Audrey in her mind. Miss Justice, are you there? Are you there? I have someone here who needs your psychotherapy. Inside the Hall family's castle, Audrey was sitting at her desk, admiring the mystical item she had just acquired. It was a black sheer long glove, reaching to the elbow, as if from royalty, possessing an inherent noble and elegant temperament. This originated from the uniqueness characteristic of the Mentor of Disorder sold by Gehrman Sparrow, the world, and was crafted by an artisan over a period of time. Audrey had consulted her father, Earl Hall, beforehand and received the answer, you can buy it, use it yourself. The thought of filial piety is already good enough. So, she specifically instructed Mr. Hanged Man to have the artisan make it into an item a lady could carry with her. This also made her somewhat suspect whether her father had even better mystical items, or if the goddess's church provided a considerably high level of protection. As she was pondering, Miss Fate's voice, long unheard, reached her ears. Miss Justice, are you there? Are you there? I have someone here who needs your psychotherapy. Audrey was momentarily stunned. She was not unfamiliar with this method of contact. It was somewhat similar to Mr. Fool's method of contact, only there was no gray fog before her. Audrey believed that this was something beings of that level could all do. But Miss Fate rarely contacted her like this, let alone the reason for contacting her being to provide psychotherapy. Could something have happened to Mr. World? This thought was dismissed in an instant. Alice had clearly shown her concern for the world in every situation, and Audrey didn't believe it was an act. Moreover, there wasn't much urgency in her words, indicating that this person was not actually important. As for the problem not being serious, if the problem wasn't serious, Mr. World could ask Mr. Fool for help himself. Miss Fate wouldn't come to me. As Audrey was pondering, a knock sounded at the door. Her personal maid, Annie, said from outside. Miss, the Earl needs to see you. Audrey then temporarily put the matter aside. She subtly chatted with Earl Hall, who had entered, and after he left, she found an excuse to ask not to be disturbed, then responded to Alice through her honorific name. Alice brought Hazel to Audrey's study. Audrey immediately saw the girl Alice had brought. Her questioning gaze fell on Alice. Before she could speak, Alice asked, should I tell you what happened? Audrey nodded, looking at the girl behind her. It was an unconscious young girl with long, wavy dark green hair. Alice tossed her onto the sofa, an unkind action that made Audrey frown. She couldn't help but step forward to lend a hand and asked, what happened to her? Alice replied, I guess she was scared. After a pause, she recounted Hazel's unfortunate experience from the beginning. She is Will Ossepton's new mother, Hazel matched. You know who she is, right? Audrey nodded. Coming from a noble family, for social needs, she had to memorize the surnames of other nobles and some family histories, as well as the kinship and interest relationships between various families. In addition, she also had to be familiar with the preferences of different young ladies and madams, master, noble, skills such as painting and music, understand the country's political direction, study, noble, knowledge such as classical literature and philosophy, and, noble, sports like golf. And all of this was merely to avoid awkward silences when chatting with people. Hazel Matched's name was also in this part of the information. Although they had never met, Audrey knew her age and educational background this year, knew her family origin, knew she didn't like going out, knew. Audrey was searching her mind for everything about Hazel when Alice's voice interrupted her. It's a long story. In short, when she was pregnant with Will Osepton, she met me in Amon. Audrey's expression faltered. She dropped out of spectator state and gasped. Without Alice needing to continue, she understood why Hazel was so scared. She knew how difficult Alice was to get along with, and the Amon Alice described seemed like an even more lawless fellow. I need to talk to her, Audrey said with a slight frown. Alice subconsciously stood up to leave. Audrey saw her intention and quickly stopped her. I'll still have to trouble you to wake her up for me first. So Alice stepped forward and demonstrated pinching the philtrum for Audrey. After that, she temporarily excused herself at Audrey's request. While waiting for Audrey to complete the psychotherapy, Alice recalled her recent experience. First, I need to tell Leonard and Pales that Amon already knows Pales is parasitizing Leonard. Alice nodded, forcing herself to firmly remember the first thing. Next was the second thing. She frowned, seriously considering Will Osepton's possible bargaining chips. Besides Leonard, what else could he exchange with Amon? Klein. This was the only possibility Alice could think of. She clenched her fists for a moment, then relaxed them. She had been paying attention to Klein for years. Although she didn't focus much on details, she would definitely discover a major event like Amon finding Klein at the first opportunity. Then, Klein and I can be Amon's toys together. Alice lowered her head, lost in thought. Audrey called her at this moment. She returned again, still seeing Hazel in an unconscious state. She looked at Audrey in confusion. Audrey noticed her confusion and proactively instructed. She received quite a shock. One session of treatment won't completely alleviate it. And, you'd best not provoke her again. Alice glanced at Audrey's hesitant expression and asked with a sudden realization. During her treatment, I shouldn't appear before her again. Audrey let out a breath and nodded, then added. It's best if no one wears a monocle in front of her either. End of chapter. Chapter 514 Chapter 92 Ending. Alice reached out and pinched the monocle on her face. Audrey noticed her movement and, after a pause, added, even without the monocle, you'd best not appear before her. Alice nodded indifferently and then asked, is there anything you want? Hearing this, Audrey hesitated slightly. She asked, is this something I should do? Alice frowned. Audrey realized this wasn't a satisfactory answer. After 2 seconds of contemplation, she suddenly asked, tomorrow night is my 18th birthday ball, perhaps I could receive your blessing at the ball. This request wasn't difficult, but Alice frowned and asked Audrey, did he inform you that this week's tarot club was cancelled? Audrey was slightly startled. She had indeed received notice that this week's tarot club was cancelled, but she hadn't given it much thought. Now, seeing Miss Fate's attitude, a hint of unease crept into Audrey's heart. As she deliberated what to say, Alice continued, it's not very convenient for me. I might have to go find the goddess. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Alice chose a slightly respectful address. This didn't particularly catch Audrey's attention. She had a vague awareness that the Evernight goddess, to some extent, held a senior position similar to Mr. Fool. But this sentence suddenly made her thoughts race. She realized that the cancellation of this tarot club seemed to involve something major, and it sounded like it was related to the Evernight goddess. It was certain that Mr. Fool's condition wasn't the problem, and Miss Fate's condition seemed very good, so, could it be that Mr. Fool and the goddess had a cooperation to discuss? I really want to know what happened. Despite her intense curiosity, Audrey could distinguish between inappropriate curiosity and, with understanding, said, I see. Then, when you are free, could you give me your blessing? Why not now? Alice retorted. Then let it be now. Audrey did not object. Alice quickly resolved the matter. At Audrey's suggestion, she left Hazel with her and then went to find Leonard. She had to clean up the mess she had made. When she habitually appeared in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral and saw Archbishop Anthony at his desk, Alice realized that Leonard, as a Red Gloves, didn't actually have regular office hours. He might not even be in the Backland diocese. This was a problem. Alice frowned, scanning the entire church basement. She indeed didn't find Leonard, and Archbishop Anthony had already looked up, seeing her, who hadn't concealed herself. "I'm here for Leonard," she said directly. Anthony nodded slightly, his expression calm, showing no emotion about the matter. Alice felt he seemed to have no emotions about most things. This matched Alice's impression of the night pathway. The beyonders of the night pathway in her memory often exuded a quiet, reserved demeanor. The Red Gloves captain, Soist, that day was actually an anomaly among anomalies. It's also possible they were just tired from work. Thinking of Archbishop Anthony, who was always working, Alice couldn't help but suspect the huge role that work played behind the scenes. At this moment, Archbishop Anthony's voice timely interrupted Alice's wild thoughts. "He doesn't seem to be here right now. Perhaps you'd like to wait a while." Alice frowned, meeting Archbishop Anthony's gaze. After a few seconds, the other party very tactfully asked, "Shall I convey your message?" Alice pondered for 2 seconds, then stepped closer and said, "Will Aucepton's new mother, Hazel, matched?" "Wait," Archbishop Anthony interrupted her, "new mother?" Alice nodded and said, "Yes. Don't you know? Will Aucepton was born, but Vilma gave birth to a stillborn." "I know," Anthony replied. "The doctors and nurses on site came to the church for help. I know you were there." "So," he restarted again. Alice blinked at Archbishop Anthony, taking a moment to realize that, perhaps to Archbishop Anthony, there was a possibility that she had killed Will Aucepton. How could that be? Alice took a breath and, with great self-awareness, said, "I think a large part of the reason Will doesn't fight me is to avoid losing control. If we really fought, I might not necessarily win. After all, even if he doesn't care about his life, I do." Anthony nodded in agreement, then asked about the previous matter. "His new mother, is Hazel matched?" Alice nodded, remembering that Counselor Matched's family were actually followers of the Evernight goddess, and thoughtfully asked, "Do you know her?" Anthony shook his head and then nodded, saying, "I've seen their family's information. They are among the believers who need protection." Alice's movement paused slightly. Although the major churches had their own positions and biases, their overall philosophy still leaned towards the equality of believers among themselves. At least in doctrine, in the Holy Book, differences in wealth and status were downplayed. But it was actually impossible for believers to be equal. This was easy to understand, and Alice wasn't surprised. It was just that when someone first laid the facts before her, she had a very subtle feeling. If she had to describe it, that feeling was probably irony. She didn't comment on this. In fact, she had no personal opinion, she merely noticed the phenomenon and then sighed. At most, it was worth a single interjection. She nodded to show she understood, then continued, "So that's how it is. Hazel previously had a teacher, she called that person her teacher. That was a descendant of the Jacob family, a sequence 4 parasite. She parasitized a rat, deceived Hazel into taking the Marauder potion, but didn't even tell her the basic common sense of a Beander. Not long after that rat went to the Matched family's manor in the suburbs, Eamon noticed it, and then. You can probably imagine the subsequent situation. The unfortunate thing is, before Eamon left, Hazel went to visit her teacher as usual, and then Eamon noticed Will Aucepton on her. Eamon stole that child. Eamon bears witness, every word of this statement of mine is true." Alice, who had understated and pieced together a truth completely unrelated to herself, lowered her head, showing a tense expression. This wasn't an act, she was genuinely afraid of being discovered that she had orchestrated the entire thing. Speaking of which, should she just casually find some auxiliary material and drink the Chaoswalker potion? Alice's thoughts wandered again. Anthony, who had listened to the entire story, looked at Alice, who had gone from uneasy to distracted, and abruptly asked, "What about you?" "What?" Alice asked, puzzled. Anthony sighed, speaking as if giving instruction, "You've extracted yourself too cleanly. You didn't say how or when you knew all this, nor did you say what you did after you knew. This matter seems to have absolutely nothing to do with you." Alice fell completely silent. She realized the loophole in her lie. She wasn't seen as a well-behaved person in the eyes of others, and, of course, that was indeed the case. She looked up at Anthony, who asked with a gentle expression, "You led Eamon here, didn't you?" This wasn't an accusation, but Alice still lowered her head and whispered. Hazel was severely frightened. She might need comfort. Anthony nodded calmly. Alice, however, suddenly felt a little distressed. She remembered Klein's repeated admonitions and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to say anything to me? What is there for me to say?" Anthony retorted, ostensibly, "We are both saints of the church. At most, I have more seniority than you. In more secretive news, you and the goddess. Even without mentioning that, we both know that you are actually an angel." In Alice's silence, Anthony concluded, "I am merely fulfilling the duty of a senior, for example, pointing out the loopholes in your lies so that you can do better next time." Alice was speechless. She thought of the captain and Evelyn again. Although they had nothing in common, at this moment, they, and Anthony, were actually the same. They didn't consider her one of their own. If she had truly grown up in the church, truly been an angel of the church, would they still be like this? A strange thought popped into her mind, then quickly vanished. Alice knew this was not a meaningful discussion, because even between saints and angels, there was a fundamental difference. She sighed, unable to help but wonder, was this one of the reasons why deities kept their distance from mortals? Amidst the jumbled emotions, Anthony's voice sounded again, "You're looking for Leonard, are you trying to tell him about Eamon?" Alice startled awake. She collected her thoughts, nodded, and then added, "I was present when Eamon stole Will Osepton. He learned from me about the existence of a marauder pathway angel on Leonard." Anthony frowned, then nodded steadily, saying, "All right, I understand. I will inform Leonard." Her objective achieved, Alice felt relieved. Unwilling to linger, she immediately left the church basement. It was still afternoon. Alice knew Klein's operation would begin in the evening. She didn't bother Klein with this matter, planning to tell him after he returned from stealing the diary. She habitually looked up at the sky. The sun had already begun to set. There was still some time until the evening glow, but it was already a good time for dinner. As for the red moon, that would probably have to wait. Praise the goddess. Alice mumbled to herself and ate dinner. After dinner, Alice seriously considered Klein's operation. Knowing that this matter had the goddess's attention, Alice was no longer very worried about Klein's safety, unless the goddess intended to choose Eamon as the Lord of the Mysteries. If there was still some uncertainty, it was probably not knowing if there were other candidates still alive. But the madness of Hermetic Order's leader, Zeratul, was no secret. Antigonus's notes had even been stolen, and Mr. Dorr, mentioned in Rosal's diary, was still crying for help. Alice felt that the high sequences of these three pathways were probably not very optimistic. The error pathway had Eamon eating everywhere, the Dorr pathway had Mr. Dorr's never-missing shouts on the full moon night. The safest might still be the Fool pathway. Hearing this, the Lord of the Mysteries doesn't sound like a good person either. No, a good god. Alice shook her head, then remembered Klein's plan to infiltrate Channy's Gate. She knew Klein planned to impersonate an internal guard of Channy's Gate to steal Antigonus's notes. Alice didn't want to judge the plan's merits. She had just remembered that, as a former Nighthawk and now a saint of the Night Church, she had actually never entered Channy's Gate. "I'm actually a little curious what it looks like inside," Alice muttered, deciding to ask Klein later. Leonard arrived in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral in the evening. As a Red Gloves, he had no need for watch duty and was mostly not in the church basement. However, as a Beander of the sleepless pathway with extremely low sleep requirements, on some idle evenings, he would come to the church basement to play cards. Of course, more often, he was reading the church's books, expanding his knowledge of mysticism. However, this evening, as soon as he entered the basement, he was called out, "Leonard, Archbishop Anthony is calling you." Leonard couldn't help but look over in surprise. Although all the Nighthawks and Red Gloves knew that Archbishop Anthony was in charge of the Backland district and was permanently located within St. Samuel Cathedral, receiving a summons was not a common occurrence for a member of the Red Gloves. After all, if there was anything important, it should be his captain, Soest, who informed him. Leonard looked up to ask, but the other person merely called him once and then turned to leave, seemingly in a hurry. So he had no choice but to go to Archbishop Anthony's office himself. Without needing anyone to tell him, Leonard knew the location of the office. He casually knocked on the door, and a calm voice sounded from inside, "Come in." Leonard then pushed the door open and walked in, closing it behind him. He walked to the desk. Anthony looked up and told him in a calm voice, "I called you here because there's something I want to tell you. It concerns you, but it's not convenient for others to know. Is that Marauder Pathway Angel on you present now?" Leonard paused, then nodded. Anthony then exhaled, and said to him with a gentle expression, "Alice, you should know her. This afternoon, she came to me and told me that Eamon knows about the existence of the one on you." Chapter 515 Chapter 93 See you again. Anthony truthfully relayed Alice's reminder, including the part about Will Osepton. After leaving the office, Leonard greeted the others with a normal expression, then walked towards the washroom. Only after closing the washroom door did he relax, eagerly asking, "Old man, what should we do?" With Alice's repeated meddling and the appearance of Dwayne Dantes, Leonard already knew Pales's identity and his relationship with Eamon, but he was still more accustomed to calling Pales, "Old man." Pales himself was also more accustomed to this address. Having grown used to hearing it, he didn't correct it, only saying in a tone Leonard couldn't discern, "She really is a troublemaker." Leonard gave an awkward laugh. After a pause, Pales continued, "There's no need to worry too much. On one hand, according to your Archbishop's description, Eamon has just conceived a snake of fate. His current energy should still be focused on that snake of fate, and your goddess's illegitimate daughter. On the other hand, you are currently in Backland. Eamon doesn't have the courage to do anything in Backland. However, to be safe, you'd best find a way to leave Backland and go somewhere safer, such as Winter County, where the Church of Tranquility is located." On Monday morning, Alice suddenly woke up with a start. "Klein." She frowned. The connection between Klein and her was severed, which startled Alice awake. She abruptly sat up from her bed. Immediately after, an boundless drowsiness enveloped her. Alice realized that a power was dragging her into a dream. After a brief struggle, she realized this was the goddess's power and quickly gave up resisting. A deep darkness swallowed her. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a Gothic palace that seemed to blend with the surrounding darkness. It was exquisitely detailed, subtly colored, yet still magnificent. Alice lowered her head. Around her, clusters of night-scented stock and deep-sleep flowers stood silently in the darkness, signaling a welcome. She tilted her head, stepped forward, passed through the clusters of flowers, and entered the palace. In the deepest part of the hall, the Evernight goddess sat on an ancient high-backed chair, still wearing her layered yet uncluttered dark gown. The scattered brilliance on the gown reflected the splendor of the palace's dome, walls, and pillars, creating a quiet and dreamy cosmos. The Evernight goddess, whose face seemed veiled by layers of thin gauze, slowly stood up and descended the steps, walking towards Alice. Alice looked up at her, eagerly asking, "Is Klein with you?" This was exactly what she had just thought. Klein should have already entered the Chinese gate by now. "Yes," the Evernight goddess's voice calmly rang out, like a tranquil serenade. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, putting Klein aside, and looking at the rarely seen Evernight goddess, she began to ask a barrage of questions. "Goddess, I remember you also came from that past era, right?" The Evernight goddess nodded, then asked her, "Do you have anything you want to ask?" Alice hurriedly replied, "Yes, I want to ask you if you've ever heard of a book called Lord of the Mysteries." She wanted to verify if she was the only exception among these transmigrators. "No," the Evernight goddess replied without hesitation. Alice then continued to ask, "What about Adam? Or rather, the creator of the City of Silver, the one you collaborated with, does he know?" "I don't know," the Evernight goddess replied emotionlessly. "Perhaps you should ask him yourself." "Ah, the goddess doesn't know," Alice blinked, looking at the goddess, whose emotions remained unreadable. After 2 seconds of contemplation, she asked, "Does Archbishop Anthony sleep?" As soon as she spoke, Alice inexplicably felt that the goddess's phantom in front of her solidified slightly. She blinked. The Evernight goddess's indifferent gaze fell upon her. Alice sensed a weight in that gaze, and she instinctively clenched her fists. The Evernight goddess paid no attention to her change, and her unchanging voice rang out. "Saints' need for sleep is far less than that of normal people. They can sleep once every few days. I know that. Why won't you answer me directly?" Alice widened her eyes and asked persistently, "So does Archbishop Anthony sleep?" The phantom in front of her was silent for 2 seconds, then the calm voice still rang out. "For a nightmare, entering others' dreams is also a form of rest." Alice blinked, then suddenly realized. So, the demigods in the church really don't sleep and work 007 every day. The latter half of the sentence seemed a bit too modern. The Evernight goddess repeated, 007. Alice blinked. She met the Evernight goddess's gaze for 2 seconds, realizing there might be a generation gap between them, so she explained. "It means working from 000 to 000 the next day, 7 days a week." The Evernight goddess's projection was silent for a long time, so long that Alice almost thought the dream was about to end before she spoke. "I don't recall the church having such a regulation." "I know," Alice nodded convincingly. "They do it voluntarily, just like when I was in school. Every time there was extra class during the holidays, I was always voluntary." The Evernight goddess's projection stopped speaking, only looking at Alice. This didn't seem like a happy expression. Alice grew nervous. She hastily changed the subject. "Oh, right, how old were you before? What did you do?" "That was a good question." The Evernight goddess's projection slowly replied. "I can't understand Rosal's diary." "Can't understand Rosal's diary." The goddess isn't Chinese. Alice's eyes widened. As if sensing that her questions were becoming increasingly nonsensical, the Evernight goddess didn't wait for her to come up with the next question, only saying coldly, "If you have nothing else to do, then go and resolve the matters with Will Aucepton and Aemon." Alice suddenly felt guilty. She glanced at the phantom in front of her, remembering the flowers that passed directly through her when she stepped on them, abandoning the idea of going forward. She stood up straight, put her hands behind her back, lowered her head, and called out, "Goddess." Her voice, no longer as lively as before, carried a hint of dejection, but the Evernight goddess seemed not to care. She merely glanced at her, then ended the dream. Alice sat up from her bed again, looked around, blinked, and remembered the goddess's reply telling her to ask Adam directly. She opened her mouth to try, then thought of another path. Did the creator of the City of Silver leave any writings? Diaries or notes of some kind? Alice pondered for 2 seconds, then realized that this wasn't entirely another path, because if the City of Silver's creator's notes could be in anyone's hands, it would only be Adam and Aemon. Clearly, Alice didn't want to see Aemon. No, wait, did the goddess tell me to resolve the matters with Will Aucepton and Aemon? Alice gritted her teeth, completely unable to think of how to resolve this matter. She wasn't worried that Aemon would turn to help Will Aucepton, or rather, even if Aemon stood on Will Aucepton's side, he couldn't possibly help Will Aucepton become a god. On one hand, she was the one chosen by the Key of Light. Whether it was Will Aucepton or Ouroboros, their hopes of becoming a god were slim, and the time they spent at Sequence 1 was the best evidence. After learning the truth behind the adjacent pathways, Alice understood that Aemon and the Fate pathway actually had little connection. He would normally be too lazy to bother with other Fate pathways. The reason she was special, or rather, what was most attractive to Aemon about her, was actually the ritual of the Wheel of Fortune. This might be the simplest yet most difficult ritual among the 22 pathways. On the other hand, Alice believed that, if one disregarded past collegial friendships, among herself, Will Aucepton, and the seemingly already eliminated Ouroboros, her personality was absolutely the most appealing to Amon's aesthetic. But this didn't prevent Alice from not knowing how to resolve this matter. After all, she simply didn't understand why Aemon would be willing to help her steal Will Aucepton. She didn't believe Aemon was truly doing it for their friendship, or planning to give her a good reward. Judging by Amon's past behavior, he wouldn't be willing to make a proper trade for something he could trick out of someone. Just like Leonard's news. Alice also didn't know what Will Aucepton and Aemon had exchanged, or how robust their alliance was. Heaven knows, she hadn't considered any of these troubles when she wrote the letter to attract Aemon. She couldn't figure it out for a while. Alice wrestled with it in bed for a long time, finally deciding to get up and eat breakfast. Backlund hadn't had any explosive news recently. Its excitement level wasn't even as high as Klein's gossip on the entertainment page before. Alice finished browsing without much interest, still not having finished a Dixie pie. She finished the pie while daydreaming, and as she was about to go out with a sweet iced tea, gray-white mist suddenly appeared. At the same time, Klein's excited voice rang out. "I'm back." Alice's eyes widened. After taking a big gulp of sweet iced tea, she put it down and went above the gray fog. She walked down the steps. Before her was the familiar palace. Klein sat in the fool's chair, holding a piece of paper. Seeing her arrive, Klein waved to her, signaling her to come over, and said to her, "I got the Bizarro Sorcerer's potion formula. You absolutely can't imagine who I met and what I experienced." "What?" Alice walked over and asked. "The connection between you and me suddenly broke. I woke up and was going to look for you, but then the goddess appeared." This was her explanation for not reacting. Of course, Alice guessed that even if she had reacted, it would have been useless. After all, the goddess was already a true god. Klein showed a slight surprise, then shook his head and said, "I knew you probably couldn't contact me. I tried to enter Saphira Castle from inside, but I failed. It was like my cheat was suddenly blocked, so, this really is related to the goddess." Alice was slightly startled, then belatedly widened her eyes. "The goddess can cut off your connection with Saphira Castle. Why are you so surprised?" Klein asked, puzzled. Alice took a breath. For a moment, she had many things she wanted to say to Klein, but she didn't know how to say them. To Klein, the goddess being able to block his connection with Saphira Castle seemed like a slightly exaggerated, but not too outrageous, piece of news. After all, Klein didn't know about the existence of pillars and outer deity. But to Alice, things weren't like that. Ever since she learned about the 9 Saphira and the news of outer deity and pillars, Alice had, to a certain extent, regarded Klein, who was closely connected to Saphira Castle, as the Lord of the Mysteries. She thought Klein's status was that high. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Otherwise, the goddess, who only had the status of a true god, could never have cut off Klein's connection with Saphira Castle. As for the possibility that the goddess had actually advanced to an outer deity, Alice hadn't considered it at all. The remaining 7 Saphira were still sealed on the West Continent. And Alice quickly realized another, more dangerous possibility. She frowned and asked Klein, "You're saying, if the goddess can block your connection with Saphira Castle, can Aemon steal that connection?" Klein was slightly stunned. Alice, however, realized the seriousness of the matter the more she thought about it. Aemon was not like them. He already belonged to one of the 3 pathways of the Lord of the Mysteries, and it was the error pathway. This was too dangerous. She took a breath, finally taking the goddess's words to heart. Closing her eyes, Alice temporarily put the matter aside and asked Klein, "What's the potion formula?" "I was just about to tell you." Klein handed over the paper. Alice took the paper and examined the Bizarro Sorcerer's potion formula. Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer. Main ingredients: main eye of a bizarre evil monster, true soul body of a spirit world plunderer. Auxiliary ingredients: 200 milliliters of bizarre evil monster blood, 30 grams of spirit world plunderer dust, 10 grams of red birch bark, a section of golden grapevine, a finger-sized homemade lemon peel mask. Advancement ritual: primarily relying on one's own power and planning, under the gaze of numerous spectators, direct a grand play to murder a demigod or an equivalent Deander creature. Then, at the end of the play, consume the potion. As she had expected, she didn't recognize the monster listed, nor did she care much, instead focusing her attention on the ritual. The Bizarro Sorcerer's advancement ritual wasn't as esoteric as the Fate pathways. It was relatively clear, just emphasizing performance. But Alice had one thing she cared about very much. She looked up and asked, "Are you sure it's not really called circus?" End of chapter. Chapter 516 Chapter 94 Naked Streak. Bringing up old matters, Klein couldn't help but glare at Alice, saying angrily, "How is it that this matter still hasn't passed for you? It really looks like it." Alice defended herself. "Look, performances. You're a Bizarro Sorcerer. So, when you reach sequence 4, will your acting method be to open a circus?" "How is that possible?" Klein snatched back the paper. "What does a Bizarro Sorcerer have to do with a circus?" This was indeed a serious question. Alice pondered for 2 seconds, then tentatively asked, "A paranormal circus?" Klein lowered his head, lost in thought. After a few seconds of silence, Klein suddenly reacted, looking up and shouting at Alice, "That's not what I wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to tell you. I saw Zeratul in there." "In there?" Alice sat up straight. Zeratul. Telling stories above the gray fog had a unique advantage. Klein started from the unknown archangel behind the Chinese gate, until he left that mysterious small town, occasionally adding some illustrations. Alice tapped her finger on the table, occasionally asking about things she didn't understand. Uncharacteristically, she didn't change the subject midway and stayed until the end of the story. Klein attributed this to his profound storytelling skills. It wasn't until Klein finished his story that Alice thoughtfully said to him, "The archangel you met. I might know who she is, it might be different from what you know." Klein looked at Alice. Alice tilted her head and spoke of a matter from a long time ago. "Do you still remember the Backland Great Smog? The time I consumed the winter Beander potion?" How could he forget? Klein nodded, and Alice continued, "I don't remember if I told you about what happened then. I think I mentioned it. At that time, the demoness who caused the Great Smog was Panatia, whom you encountered, and that archangel. Perhaps it was the mother." Klein immediately held his breath, his mind trembling. He stared at Alice, confirming, "Are you sure? How do you know?" "I'm not sure," Alice shook her head. "I just think it's similar, After all, when I woke up, I found that the mother had confined me in a hidden space, but she didn't release me." Klein looked at her in confusion. After a moment of thought, Klein felt that something was wrong and retorted, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean the Great Smog incident was handled by the mother herself? No, it should be called." He swallowed and uttered a word, "divine descent." As he spoke, Klein's brain was working furiously. Inside that mysterious small town, he already knew that the archangel who sent him into the town was actually the Heavenly Mother of the Night Kingdom, at least the body was. So, the mother used the Heavenly Mother as a vessel for a divine descent. This undoubtedly sounded cruel. Perhaps for some fanatically religious believers, becoming a divine descent vessel for a god was an honor, but Klein was clearly not among them. On this point, his views were consistent with Emperor Rosal. Therefore, the mother, who would turn people into divine descent vessels, had a cruel streak added to her image in his heart. Alice frowned, stroked her chin, and muttered, "Maybe it's something like an AI. Just like your marionette. But it's not important, First, I think I should congratulate you." "What?" Klein frowned at her, a bad premonition in his heart. Alice tilted her head, her eyes dark and unclear. "Perhaps Zeratul is about to regain consciousness." Klein was slightly stunned. They had all heard the news that Zeratul had gone mad. Klein had wondered what effect sending out Zeratul's ashes would have. Zeratul regaining consciousness was indeed one of the possibilities, but he still asked in confusion, "What does this have to do with you congratulating me?" Alice raised an eyebrow, curved her lips, and smiled, "Because there's one more potential candidate for fool." That doesn't sound like good news. Klein looked at Alice with a strange expression. Alice spread her hands, not bothering to remind Klein to verify the authenticity of the Beander potion formula. Firstly, she felt that the possibility of the formula being fake was not very high, because what if Gehrman Sparrow was just using the Beander potion formula to test Zeratul? She already knew from Klein's account that the Bizarro Sorcerer Beander potion formula was given by Zeratul. Secondly, Alice believed that Klein, being as cautious and thorough as he was, would surely think of things she could think of. She didn't elaborate on this to Klein, instead bringing up a lighter topic. "Oh, right, since your clothes were ruined when you were in there, and you conjured fake clothes. Then when you came out, weren't you streaking?" Klein's eyes widened. Alice blinked at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Klein, who knew her incredibly well, understood that Alice was definitely imagining his embarrassed expression right now. "My gloves and underwear were real," he said calmly. Alice lowered her head, pondered for 2 seconds, then looked up and seriously retorted, "In my impression, wearing a little something seems more erotic than wearing nothing at all." As she said this, there was no trace of desire in her eyes. Klein looked at her, feeling a strange sense of exhaustion. He looked at Alice's clothes and suddenly realized he had a good way to retort, "Then aren't you streaking too?" Alice shook her head and said, "But my robe is real, isn't it? I'm not wearing clothes." Klein reminded her, "But it's empty under your robe, isn't it?" Alice lowered her head, lost in thought. She realized that her retort to Klein could also be applied to herself. Wearing a robe with nothing underneath, in the eyes of most people, might appear even more erotic than wearing nothing at all. But people wouldn't use such words to attack an archangel. Alice was clearly being reminded of this for the first time. After a moment of silence, she felt that it was best not to act too human in this matter. So she looked up and seriously said to Klein, "For a snake, this is enough. Or rather, there's nothing wrong with me not wearing clothes." Her expression was too serious, and Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. In the silent pause, Alice again showed how free her thoughts were. "However, speaking of which, have you ever seen a kind of comic? It's where there's a character who only wears underwear or a chastity belt or something, with a collar around his neck, being led around." Alice. Klein calmly called her name, interrupting her. Alice keenly sensed that the atmosphere was a little off. She swallowed, shrunk back, and gave Klein a fawning smile. Klein looked at her expressionlessly. Alice realized this was useless, and she lowered her head aggrievedly, pressing her hand on the seat, and whispered, "I won't say it then." Klein still showed no expression, merely withdrawing his gaze coldly. Alice gritted her teeth, swallowed her anger, and then spoke of what she hadn't had a chance to tell Klein yet. "You. All right, I have something serious to tell you." This indeed worked. As soon as she finished speaking, Klein looked up, his expression a little softer than before, as if waiting for her to finish. Alice took a breath, pinched her brow, and began to speak of Eamon. "This is a long story, In short, I'll make a long story short. Eamon is pregnant with Will Osepton." "Wait, who's pregnant with whom?" The first sentence was a bombshell. Klein couldn't help but interrupt her, his eyes full of confusion. Alice spread her hands, repeating what she had just said. "Eamon is pregnant with Will Osepton." Klein looked as if he hadn't understood. Alice shrugged and said, "In short, if you round it up, you can understand it as Eamon stealing this child from Hazel." Klein's mouth dropped open in surprise, feeling that his concept of stealing had been refreshed. Alice spread her hands and continued with the subsequent events. "This isn't the point I wanted to tell you. Will Osepton traded some information with Eamon. I suspect that information is related to you. You need to be careful." Klein, who had just finished celebrating that his identity as Dwayne Dantes could be preserved for a while longer, immediately tensed up. He frowned at Alice. Alice glanced at him and said, "I'm not telling you to run. The current you, as soon as Eamon sees him, he will notice something is wrong with you. The influence of Saphira Castle will manifest in your fate. Anyone with authority over fate should be able to see it. And Eamon should be able to directly sense the aura of Saphira Castle." Klein's brows furrowed little by little. Alice took a breath and continued to Klein, "However, you should still try to find an excuse to leave Backland first, or there's another way. If you encounter danger, just call out to the mother." "No, forget it." "Why forget it?" Klein asked in confusion. Alice shook her head and said, "Eamon can steal thoughts. If you truly encounter danger, you probably won't have time to call the mother, you probably won't even have time to call me. However, I'll be watching over you." This reassured Klein a little, but not entirely. He asked Alice with a strange expression, "Can you defeat Eamon?" Alice's gaze drifted. "Well, that. As for the avatars, you could say they can be defeated if you round it up, but the main body." Her expression said it all. Klein didn't want to say more, only asking, "Then what use would you be if you came?" Alice thought for a moment and actually gave a very serious answer, "We can play cards with Eamon together. 3 people, we can play evil suppression, and I can teach Eamon to play other cards too. I even know how to play mahjong." Klein couldn't help but pinch his brow, his expression filled with a headache. Alice chuckled twice and then offered a constructive suggestion, "Don't look at me like that. I might even be able to help you call the mother." This was actually a legitimate method. Klein reluctantly accepted this point, then confirmed with Alice, "Do you know what Eamon is doing now?" Alice replied, "Amon's focus should be on Will Osepton right now." This was a conjecture everyone would agree with. After all, the stolen child was a Sequence 1 archangel, no matter how weak. Wait, Klein suddenly thought of something. He asked Alice, was it Amon's avatar or main body that stole Will Osepton? Alice immediately widened her eyes and said, "Of course it was an avatar. If it were the main body, I would have died long ago." Klein looked at her in confusion. Alice then spoke of her remarks about the Worm of Time banquet. When Klein heard what Alice had said to Eamon, he admiredly gave a thumbs up. He praised, "That you've survived until now, fate has truly favored you." Alice gave Klein a cold glance and said expressionlessly, "In short, be careful. If needed, you can consider temporarily leaving Backland or hiding in a church. The matter of you stealing things behind the Chinese gate should have been exposed by now, right? I'm going to the church to watch the fun." Her expression brightened again. Klein hesitated for 2 seconds, did not stop her, and let Alice return to the real world. The sweet iced tea by her hand had not yet been finished. Alice picked up the sweet iced tea, took a sip, and then frowned. June was already early summer. The temperature in Backland was not too high, but the sweet iced tea had a cool, sweet-sour taste. Although it wasn't an iced drink, it wasn't suitable to drink warm either. The taste was not as good as before now. She hesitated for 2 seconds, chose not to buy another cup, and instead used restart to cool down the sweet iced tea and finished it. On the other side, watching Alice return to the real world and use a power like restart on a cup of sweet iced tea, Klein couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She's so wasteful. If I had that ability, I wouldn't have to worry about the side effects of creeping hunger. I could restart creeping hunger back to before it was used. No, looking at it this way, I wouldn't need to worry about the side effects of most mystical items. Speaking of which, can she help me seal creeping hunger? Thinking of this, Klein's eyes lit up. He called Alice, who had just finished her sweet iced tea, back again. "Oh, right, Alice. Creeping hunger underwent a slight mutation in there. Can you help me reseal it?" Alice had no choice but to return above the gray fog and ask about related matters. Mutation. "Oh, right, you said it merged with Mr. A's Beander characteristic. Speaking of which, what was that mushroom?" End of this chapter. Chapter 517 Chapter 95 No hair. Oh no, Klein's body stiffened. He just remembered that he hadn't given the letter and mushrooms Frank sent to Alice. Alice looked at Klein in confusion, not understanding why her question elicited such a strong reaction from him. She asked, puzzled, "You can't tell me. Is it something unspeakable?" She blinked, recalling the painting she had initially refused to show Klein. "It shouldn't be that kind of unspeakable, right?" "No, it's not," Klein said, deliberating. "These are research results Frank sent, and I haven't had a chance to tell you yet." "Frank?" Alice was slightly taken aback. "Mushrooms. Oh." At the mention of Frank, Alice remembered her experiences during her time on the future. Her expression twisted for a moment, then she hastily said, "You don't have to tell me." Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He summoned the creeping hunger from the pile of sundries and said to Alice, "All right, I'll tell you about its changes." Alice adopted a posture of serious listening. As for the new functions added to the creeping hunger, Alice quickly forgot them. She knew Klein would still replace the abilities within it, so she only focused on the side effects. "So, it needs to eat one person every day now." Alice reached out and took the glove. "And it will praise the true creator." The black glove lay quietly in Alice's hand as if dead. Alice turned it several times but saw no reaction from the glove. She tugged at it, and the glove retracted to its original position after she let go. "It's alive." Alice perked up. She tugged at it again. Klein couldn't bear to watch anymore and asked Alice, "So, do you have a way to seal it?" Alice stopped, glanced at the glove in her hand, and thought for a moment before saying, "Not necessarily. I can solve the problem of it needing to eat one person every day, but as for praising the true creator, if it praises randomly, I'm afraid I don't have a very good solution." After a pause, she added, "You know, because my sealing method is to trap it with a small, cyclical fate." Klein hesitated and asked, "Can't it be small enough that it doesn't have time to praise?" "It can be, but," Alice frowned. "If she carried it close to her, she could replenish the sealing power at any time, but if it wasn't close to her, due to various reasons such as materials and spirituality, the seal would have a time limit. She needed materials of the fate pathway with sufficiently high sequence." Alice's eyes suddenly lit up. She jumped up from her seat and rushed to the pile of sundries nearby before Klein could stop her. "What are you doing?" Klein asked, a question mark on his face. "Couldn't you just tell me what you need?" Alice, who had already started rummaging, paused in silence, as if she hadn't heard anything, and continued to rummage. She found the water pipe in the middle, then opened it and separated a drop of silver blood from inside. This was Will Ossepton's umbilical cord blood. Alice closed the water pipe again, placed the drop of silver blood in her palm, and held it out to Klein. Look. Klein obediently lowered his head to look, then asked, look at what? Alice paused, absolutely refusing to admit this was her mistake, and explained righteously, this is Will Osepton's blood. With it, I can try to seal your glove. Alice ultimately didn't help Klein seal his glove. She only promised to help him in the evening, but as for now, she planned to go to the cathedral to watch the excitement. When Alice appeared inside St. Samuel Cathedral, she was surprised to find that Anthony was not in his office. This was undoubtedly a rare occurrence. Alice pushed open the door and walked out of Anthony's office. It wasn't entirely empty outside, as there were always people on duty, not to mention clerical staff, but their numbers were undoubtedly very small. Where is Archbishop Anthony? And everyone else? She thought for a moment and asked the clerical staff on duty. The clerical staff had seen Alice many times and answered decisively, inside Channy's gate. Channy's gate. That also seems quite normal. Remembering Klein, who had entered Channy's gate, Alice shook her head and turned to walk towards Channy's gate. She knew where Channy's gate was. The layout of the night church's major cathedrals was basically consistent, and as a former Nighthawk, she had rich experience. As she walked to the end of the corridor, she saw a red glove standing at the entrance. The person paused slightly when they saw her, then bowed and said, St. Alice. Alice remained silent for 2 seconds, nodded, and walked inside. Although it was her first time being called that, after being addressed as the Great Miss Fate by both Klein and Audrey, Alice's psychological resilience had increased significantly. She was a little embarrassed, but at least she managed to keep a straight face. The red gloves on duty did not stop her, so Alice walked inside, where there were many more people, most of whom were frequently heading towards the stairwell. This was Alice's first time stepping inside Channy's gate. She hadn't even entered the guardroom. After all, others could fetch items. Alice curiously looked around, and after realizing there was nothing particularly interesting, she began searching for familiar faces among the passing crowd. Most people frequently moved back and forth near the stairwell. Alice recognized Daly Simone and Leonard Mitchell, as well as the Red Gloves Captain Soest, whom she had met once, and an unknown Nighthawks captain. There were also familiar faces among the others, but Alice didn't know their names. Regardless of whether they were acquaintances or strangers, when they saw Alice, they didn't pay much attention to her, greeting her hastily before moving on, coming and going in a hurry. Alice thought for a moment, then walked towards the bustling stairwell and saw Archbishop Anthony standing inside. Archbishop Anthony, she called out, hurrying over, but stopped when Anthony shifted his gaze to her. As the night church's representative in the kingdom's capital, St. Anthony's clean, beardless face showed no obvious emotions at this moment, and his deep, dark eyes held no ripples. However, a fear that pierced the soul spread from him. This caused no harm, and Alice also had ways to resist it, but it genuinely made her uncomfortable. She frowned, stopping a distance away from Anthony. Archbishop Anthony, she called out again. Anthony nodded to her. A Red Gloves then walked over and said, Your Grace, after inventory, all mystical materials are accounted for, including various main ingredients for Beander potions and Beander characteristics. Alice blinked, realizing they were still taking inventory. Anthony nodded, then turned to Alice and said, Someone invaded Channy's gate. Alice cooperatively showed a surprised expression and was about to speak when a second person came forward. Your Grace, all potion formulas are in their original positions, and it has been preliminarily determined that no one has disturbed them within the last 8 hours. Alice gave up on speaking. She decided to find an out-of-the-way spot to stand for a while. This was actually a bit difficult here. Alice pondered for a moment and chose to stand against the wall next to the stairs. After the second person left, Anthony glanced at Alice, and seeing that she had found a suitable spot for herself, he asked her, Shall I explain to you later? Alice wanted to say yes, but a third person came forward again. Your Grace, all the prisoners held on the first floor are present, no one escaped, no one died. Alice exhaled, gave up on communicating, and turned to face the wall. Your Grace, various documents and classics have not been damaged or moved in the slightest. Your Grace, all the Grade 3 sealed artifacts here are present, not a single one has been taken. Your Grace, the 3 Grade 1. Sealed artifacts are still in their sealed state, with no signs of having left their respective areas. Your Grace, the sealing core is still intact, without the slightest damage. Your Grace, it has been confirmed that nothing new has appeared here, and no dangerous arrangements remain. Your Grace, no enemy disguised as an internal guard was found to have infiltrated, he seems to have simply evaporated. Your Grace, the 4th, 5th, 6th, one by one, the deacons of the night church came to report their inspection results to Anthony. Alice listened to the entire process from the side, and after the last person had also reported and everyone had gathered there, she finally couldn't help but turn around and say, "Then there's nothing unusual at all. Klein, your intentions are too obvious, but you didn't even steal that notebook." Alice grumbled inwardly as she moved past the others to approach Anthony. No one stopped her approach. Anthony glanced at her, nodded, and said, "Yes. There's not a single anomaly." The Nighthawks and Red Gloves present all fell silent. They couldn't imagine a cunning and powerful Beander taking an extremely high risk, after meticulous planning and using all sorts of methods, finally entering Channy's gate, only to take nothing and just wander around before leaving. This made the intruder seem to be merely proving his ability, or specifically helping the church identify loopholes in Channy's gate's guarding procedures. No, wait, Soist, a deacon leading a Red Gloves team, forced himself to avert his gaze from the rumored eccentric Miss Fate and tried to make another guess. Your Grace, could it be a requirement for a sequence advancement ritual? Saint Anthony was about to speak when another Nighthawks deacon, Daily Simone, proposed a second possibility. Perhaps the infiltrator was affected by a negative side effect when trying to take a sealed artifact, died on the spot, and was completely devoured. Anthony nodded thoughtfully and said, "I'll go to the 3rd floor to take a look first." Having said that, he walked steadily deeper into the 2nd underground floor, and at a hidden location, opened the path to the 3rd floor. Alice unceremoniously followed him. Anthony's steps paused, and he turned to look at Alice. Alice, already experienced, immediately raised her hand in a swearing gesture and promised, "I won't mess around. I'm just curious and want to follow and see." Anthony was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded gently and turned to walk through the door. The other deacons, due to their insufficient sequence, lacked the authority and could only wait in place. Alice followed Anthony and soon arrived at the small 3rd floor. Alice's gaze swept across, and she saw a coffin. Anthony picked up a pair of glasses and put them on his face. Alice looked over in confusion, realizing he was observing the coffin with the glasses on. Quote, question mark, quote. Alice blinked in confusion. He noticed that Anthony didn't stay put but was enveloped in a layer of night, then moved closer. Under Alice's gaze, Anthony cautiously approached, opened the coffin, and then, as if having a seizure, abruptly retreated, rapidly putting distance between them. Quote, question mark, quote. Alice's expression grew even more confused. She looked into the coffin and was surprised to find a familiar person inside. The person wore a black classical robe with a hood, had long black hair, and a beautiful face, exactly like the image Klein had manifested above the gray fog. Goddess. Alice's eyes widened, realizing this was the angel Klein had seen, the vessel for the goddess's descent. Her body reacted faster than her mind. Before Anthony could react, she rushed forward and reached out to pinch the angel's face in the coffin. The angel, with half-open eyes, fully opened them, revealing a pair of pure black eyes. Night spread from her, enveloping Alice's hand, and Alice's palm was effortlessly erased. Anthony was already frozen in place at this moment. Alice, startled, immediately withdrew her hand. The good news was that the angel's eyes closed again. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, sensing the intimidating power disappear, and silently restored her hand. Anthony looked at her, wanting to say something, but Alice raised a finger to her lips in a shush gesture. After a second of hesitation, Anthony chose to keep quiet. Alice turned around and closed the coffin, then obediently retreated behind Anthony. Anthony glanced at her without a word, took off his glasses, put them back in their original place, and restored the surrounding situation. Then, he turned to look at Alice, remaining silent. The terrifying aura once again spread from him. This time, Alice was closer and felt it more distinctly. She shrunk her head, lowered it, and said, "This is between me and the goddess." Anthony frowned, reflexively glanced at the coffin, opened his mouth, then closed it again, and after taking a deep breath, he finally said, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the stairs. Alice, with her neck pulled in and her eyes downcast, followed him. Behind Anthony, she softly muttered, "Is it because it's not the main body? Or the human form? No hair." End of chapter. Chapter 518 Chapter 96 Prelude. Quote. Anthony couldn't help but look back at Alice. He felt as if he had heard something extremely blasphemous. The air, stained with the night, bore witness. Alice stopped, covered her mouth with her hand, and stood still. Anthony stood rigidly in place, regretting immensely that he hadn't stopped Alice from coming down with him, though he didn't think he could have. Fortunately, covering her mouth worked. The night dissipated in silence. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, lowered her hand, and after a wary look around, said to Anthony, "Let's go. This isn't something I can interfere with." Anthony opened his mouth, then gave up on warning her, and turned to leave. Back on the upper floor, Anthony vaguely told the others, the intruder might have already died from contact with the sealed artifact. After vaguely mentioning this, he offered no further explanation, instead giving orders. Regardless, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. The intruder very likely has accomplices. Being able to infiltrate St. Samuel Cathedral without causing any disturbance indicates that the target is very familiar with this place, with the recent shift patterns of the internal guards, and with the Nighthawks' handover procedures. He also possesses abilities or items for changing appearance. Additionally, he received help from a Beyander who holds a holy relic of the Black Knight pathway, or perhaps it belongs to him. Considering these conditions, investigate whether the servants and priests have experienced any subtle telepathy or inducement, investigate whether the bishops have betrayed the goddess, investigate the believers who have recently frequented the church, and simultaneously investigate the districts where those believers reside. Perhaps they didn't intentionally leak information, but rather had it stolen. As for you, I will investigate you. Also, find the missing servant and see if there are any clues. Yes, Archbishop, Soest and the other Nighthawks deacons responded simultaneously. While Anthony was speaking, Alice could feel Leonard staring at her. He seemed to have connected something from the familiarity with the church's interior and the Nighthawks. Even as Soest organized the team to leave, his gaze occasionally fell on her. Alice knew what Leonard was thinking. It was easy to guess, no one would be more familiar with this place than a former Nighthawks. She thought for a moment, then turned to walk outside. As she passed Leonard, she stopped and looked up with a smile. "If you want to ask me about that matter, I've told you how to do it." With that, she turned and left, not giving Leonard a chance to ask. Leonard's pupils constricted slightly. He wanted to say something, but Alice was fast, turning the corner in a few breaths. Leonard had to abandon the thought. When he turned back, he saw Captain Soest and his other colleagues looking at him, so he lowered his head and said, "Where were we just now?" Back home, Alice habitually observed Klein's situation. Upon realizing his class for the day was philosophy, she silently shifted her attention. She sighed at the hardship of the wealthy, then curiously began exploring Audrey's life. Audrey was in her study. Alice found her playing the piano. After Alice listened to half a piece, a maid pushed open the door. "Miss," the maid curtsied to Audrey, "your evening gown for the birthday ball is ready. Would you like to try it on now?" Alice paused. She recalled Audrey inviting her to the birthday ball last night, and suddenly changed her mind. She decided to go see. "Leave it there," Audrey replied, "I'll try it on after lunch." The maid, having received her answer, withdrew. Alice hesitated for a moment, decided not to tell Audrey now, and resolved to sneak over in the evening. Having made her decision, Alice withdrew her excess attention from Audrey. At the Pritz Harbor Ticket Center, a man in a black classical robe and a pointed soft hat stood at the entrance, yet the flowing crowd passed through his figure as if he wasn't there at all. He pinched the monocle over his right eye, curved his lips, and asked, "Tingen City, right?" This was Eamon. Will Osepton, forced to acknowledge such a mother, had now given up the struggle. Previously, in that suburban manner, Eamon had presented him with a fact. "Honestly, I don't care which of you two becomes a god. I just want a god ascension ritual. You know why, right?" Based on this fact, Will Osepton offered Eamon a portion of his bargaining chips. He handed over the Sherlock Moriarty persona and the Klein Moretti behind it to Eamon, but concealed the later Gehrman Sparrow and Dwayne Dantes. He exchanged this for his own peace, or rather, Eamon, having more important matters, couldn't be bothered with him. As for whether Eamon truly didn't care which of them became a god, Will Ossepton, based on his understanding of this pathway, believed it, but not entirely. Eamon might genuinely not care, but Will Ossepton firmly believed that he, like fate, had his biases. However, Will Ossepton guessed that the matter of the God Ascension ritual must be true. After all, the God Ascension ritual of the error pathway was right there. This was an obvious fact. In a forest somewhere in the wilderness, Selwyn Magridge leaned against a tree, his body sliding down. A book with a dark blue cover fell from his hand to the ground, opening naturally, and silver words appeared on it. You have already obtained the Demoness of Affliction's Beander characteristic. Next, as long as you perform the ritual, you can advance to sequence 5. About 4 months ago, under Sylvia's temptation, she consumed the assassin potion and became a sequence 9 Beander. At first, she thought this was the exciting life she had always yearned for and pursued. She thought it was the key to a unique new life, until she discovered she had been deceived. A cloaked girl appeared before Selwyn, who was then he, and told him that the Cassandra he had met was a hateful liar, and also told him that this potion would indeed bring him great adventures and unprecedented experiences, and that the book Sylvia held should be the real Cassandra. Selwyn saw the book again after some time. The book appeared before her, called itself Cassandra, and stated that it had been used by Sylvia, that the hateful liar had been swindling under the name of Cassandra, and had harmed many people. It wanted to stop her but was powerless, being merely a book. Selwyn easily believed this because Cassandra explained to her why the assassin potion would bring her an unforgettable experience. The sequence 7 of this potion was called Witch. At this point, she only knew about the 22 Beander pathways. Cassandra expressed deep sympathy for her and proposed a remedy. This mysterious book told her that she could choose to advance to Iron-Blooded Knight at sequence 4, which would turn her back into a male. Selwyn accepted this. Under the guidance of Cassandra, she obtained a Witch Beander characteristic, swallowed it, became a sequence 7 Beander, and also transformed into a female. At the same time, the whispers that had been lingering in her ears since she became a Beander grew more intense. Selwyn sometimes even felt her hair was about to escape her control and turn into writhing snakes. Cassandra said this was normal, that every low and mid-sequence Beander would face such problems, and only by becoming a sequence 4 demigod could this truly be resolved. Besides that, sedatives from the apothecary pathway could slightly alleviate the situation, but not cure it. Selwyn, hearing this, became even more eager to accelerate her advancement. Cassandra had advised her to master the powers of her current pathway before advancing, otherwise the extra power would make her unable to adapt, but she, desperately seeking to return to being male, refused. So, Cassandra led her to find another Demoness of Pleasure Beander characteristic. By then, she had already advanced to sequence 6. Nightmares and whispers entangled her. She began to frequently suffer from insomnia, experiencing headaches occasionally during the day and night. Amidst this suffering, she eagerly inquired about the direction for sequence 5. Cassandra told her that the sequence 5 advancement couldn't be like the previous ones. At sequence 5, the last threshold before becoming a demigod, she would need to perform an advancement ritual to succeed. Fortunately, the Demoness of Affliction's advancement ritual was not difficult. She only needed to burn in flames for a quarter of an hour, and consume the potion in pain, to become a sequence 5 Beander. Next, she could prepare to advance to a demigod. By then, she would not only be able to turn back into a male but also escape her current suffering. Thinking of this, Selwyn smiled happily. 160 Bachland Street, in the master bedroom. Klein, during his nap, was not as relaxed as he appeared before Alice. He once again returned to the misty town, seeing the smiling Demoness of Despair Panatia with bloody meat fibers hidden in the gaps of her teeth. He watched her being slowly hoisted up, her eyes rolling back in despair, her head drooping. The densely packed hanging corpses, the horrifying giant mushrooms, the countless transparent worms twisted into a ball, appeared one after another, startling Klein awake from his dream. Rubbing his temples, Klein felt his mental state was truly not very good, and this was not a spiritual pollution problem that above the gray fog could solve. He pondered for a moment, entered the washroom, went above the gray fog, materialized Gehrman Sparrow, and had him pray. Please inform Miss Justice, when is she free recently? I would like to receive psychological counseling. Audrey, who had already tried on her dress, received this message. The unease and worry in her heart immediately vanished, and her mood completely calmed down. Indeed, nothing. Does that mean Miss Fate won't actually appear at my birthday ball tonight? At this moment, Audrey regretted her invitation again. She was afraid Alice might have a sudden whim at the birthday ball and cause some big trouble, ruining her coming-of-age ceremony. Then I'll definitely become the laughingstock of Backland. Audrey sighed and prayed in response. Please inform Mr. World that I am free recently. Let him decide the time and place. As long as it's not at night, and not beyond a few districts west of Backland. Less than 2 minutes later, Audrey received, World's, reply from above the gray fog, confirming today. After a brief scare, she raised her doubt about the inability to use Beyonder powers above the gray fog. Soon, she received a reply again. I will ask Mr. Fool to lift this restriction and use other methods to conceal our true appearances. In the real world, Audrey couldn't help but be surprised. Audrey actually knew that Beyonder powers could be used above the gray fog. Even without looking at Alice, Katlia's eyes were quite indicative. It was just that Audrey hadn't expected someone could so frequently request Mr. Fool to transmit messages, and even seek Mr. Fool to lift this restriction. Was this the special treatment for a favored one? Audrey thought of Miss Fate above the gray fog. Although Alice couldn't be considered a favored one in the conventional sense, Mr. Fool's attitude towards her could indeed be described as indulgent, and Audrey also knew that Miss Fate's attitude towards World was very intimate. Could it be because of Miss Fate? This was the most plausible guess. Audrey was unwilling to believe that Mr. Fool would be so indulgent with every favored one, otherwise, that would be too dedicated, it was simply unheard of. Before the ball began, Audrey changed her clothes with the help of her maids. The process of changing into an evening gown for a banquet was complex, far from something one person could manage. Besides her personal maid Annie, 3 other maids helped Audrey change into the dress. Alice watched this extravagant scene, shook her head, and lightly whispered a sentence into Audrey's ear. Happy birthday. But, there probably won't be any presents, oh. Alice's light voice rang in her ear. Audrey was suddenly startled, her movements paused, and her personal maid Annie asked in confusion. What's wrong, miss? Nothing. Audrey smiled and continued changing her clothes as if nothing had happened. I just hope Miss Fate doesn't do anything too outrageous. She prayed weakly in her heart. On the other side, as Alice was about to go find something to eat, she keenly noticed Susie hiding to the side, acting as a spectator. After a moment of thought, she appeared before Susie. Susie looked up at her with big, watery eyes. Alice squatted down, unceremoniously reached out and stroked Susie's dog head, and rubbed her dog ears, then sighed and mumbled. Why is there no fur? Susie, will you turn into a human someday? If you turn into a human, will you still have no fur? Susie was silent for 2 seconds, then calmly said, I don't know. I'm just a dog. End of chapter. Chapter 519 Chapter 97, Flexible. Leaving aside how Audrey discovered her dog had been kidnapped, in short, after helping Klein deal with the creeping hunger, Alice fell into a deep sleep. For an angel, dreaming is not a normal phenomenon, but Alice lately seemed to always be dreaming, like tonight. She dreamt of when she first woke up in Tingen City, a time when she knew nothing about the world. In the very beginning, she attended literacy classes with children much younger than herself. Alice didn't particularly enjoy this experience because her classmates were all much younger than her. The Alice in the dream felt the same. She disliked this experience and was eager to finish this period of study. Her wish finally came true. Having learned enough characters, she could begin her next stage of learning, but, when the teacher and her classmates pushed up the monocle over their right eyes and smiled at her, Alice was so startled she jumped out of bed. After realizing it was just a dream, she breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned even more deeply. She realized there were 2 intentions in the dream that she absolutely did not want to associate with each other. Tingen and Eamon. This didn't sound like good news. Alice clenched her fists and blamed this on Will Osepton. Without even thinking, this matter must be related to him. She didn't care that it was still the middle of the night and unhesitatingly woke Klein, telling him the message she received in her dream. Eamon is going to Tingen. Being woken up was not a new experience for Klein. He was jolted awake from his dream, and upon hearing this news, he frowned immediately. It was unrealistic to go back to sleep. Klein went above the gray fog and called Alice up as well. Once her figure solidified, he opened his mouth and asked, "What's going on?" Alice then began to recount her dream. This was one of Alice's rare complete dream narratives, with the greatest credit going to Saphira Castle, as Alice could project dreams. Klein finished listening to her narration, and his final conclusion was not too different from hers, except for one point that he couldn't understand. Why would Eamon suddenly be interested in Tingen? It must be because of Will Osepton. Alice said without hesitation. Klein fell silent. He frowned, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "I remember you told me before that Will Osepton might have traded information about me with Eamon." Alice certainly remembered this, but one thing greatly confused her. "But why Tingen?" "I have a guess," Klein said, deliberating. "Will Osepton might not have told him all the information. He probably didn't reveal my current situation, only parts of the past." Alice paused, then quickly understood Will's reason for doing so. He wants to give Eamon something to do. This aligned with the strategy against Eamon, because Alice knew that if it were her, she would do the same. Klein nodded, agreeing with this point of view, then said, "So, as long as there's new information about me appearing elsewhere." Alice blinked her eyes and straightened her back without hesitation, saying, "I understand. News of your appearance elsewhere can surface. Anyway, you have travel, so you can appear and disappear openly. Then, all we need to do is transmit this message to Eamon before he does anything." Klein shook his head, reminding her. "But before that, we must first ensure Eamon doesn't do anything." That's right, this was a big problem. Alice pursed her lips. After a few moments, her memory settled on Eamon and Evelyn's one-sided encounter. "He won't," she suddenly calmed down. "Eamon doesn't want to forge a mortal enmity with me. So as long as I make him understand that I care enough about Tingen City, he won't actually do anything." After a 2-second pause, she looked up at Klein and said, "Actually, we don't necessarily need Klein Moretti to reappear. Will Osepton definitely didn't tell Eamon the whole truth, at least not all of it. Perhaps I can try to provoke Amon's wrath towards Will Osepton, making Eamon focus on Will Osepton first, such as sending him back to the forsaken land of the gods, to his main body." After talking with Klein, Alice returned to the real world. After a moment of contemplation, she picked up a pen at her desk and wrote a letter. This letter was different from the ones she usually sent to Eamon. Alice only wrote 2 short sentences on it. "You know I spent a considerable amount of time in Tingen City, right? The guy in your stomach knows too." This letter was sent to Eamon through a ritual. In the early morning, Eamon leaned by the roadside, gazing at the busy figures inside the Church of the Night from afar, and smiled. He raised his head, twirled the monocle over his right eye, and a moment later, a piece of paper appeared in his hand. That was precisely the letter Alice had sent. Eamon, holding the letter, smiled and shook his head, asking the other person on him, "What should I do? She seems to not want me to make a move in Tingen City." Will Osepton was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask. "You care about her feelings." "That's just one aspect," Eamon said leisurely with a smile. "The other aspect is, Will, did you really tell me the whole truth?" He deliberately emphasized, whole. These words already exposed some issues. Will Osepton remained silent, so Eamon smiled and lowered his head, saying, "Perhaps we should ask you the question you just asked me. Do you really wish for us to become enemies, Will?" Alice also didn't forget Leonard. Her relationship with Leonard wasn't good enough for her to wake him up in the middle of the night. Fortunately, as a meander of the sleepless pathway, Leonard often frequented St. Samuel Cathedral at night. Alice caught Leonard when he wasn't fully awake. He was playing, Fight the Evil, and it was just his turn to play. He was the evil. Alice saw that he was planning to boldly use a bomb. Some people might call it a gun, in short, 4 cards of the same rank. If he used that bomb, he would only have a 3 left in his hand. Although she hadn't played this game with others for a long time, Alice still remembered that 3 was the smallest card in Do Dizu. Now it should be called, Fight the Evil. But Alice immediately noticed a bigger gun outside. If he played that, Leonard was doomed to lose. After a second of hesitation, Alice decided to follow the principle of watching cards without speaking, and watched Leonard lose. This game, whose outcome was already determined, quickly finished. Alice appeared beside Leonard as they were shuffling, ignoring everyone else and going straight to Leonard, saying, "I have something to tell you." Leonard was slightly taken aback, and Alice continued, "Quick, just one sentence. I'll let you come back once they finish shuffling." Leonard looked at her, then at his cardmates, and followed her out. In a deserted corner, Alice immediately and eagerly said to Leonard, "Don't go back to Tingen recently. Eamon is there." Leonard's pupils suddenly contracted. Staying with Pales day and night, although he wasn't familiar with Eamon, he knew that he was a dangerous and ill-tempered king of angels. For a moment, he couldn't help but worry like Alice. "Tingen City?" Leonard asked with a frown. "I don't think he'll do anything too excessive." Alice shook her head. "At least, until he finds a more reliable substitute, Eamon won't want to forge a mortal enmity with me." She didn't say what kind of substitute, and Leonard subconsciously asked. "Substitute?" Alice smiled, but didn't respond. After all, he wasn't an ignorant youth. Leonard realized this wasn't something he should ask. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "I understand." A week passed in a flash. Alice mostly remained idle until 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, when she heard Miss Justice Audrey's "Good afternoon" at the Tarot Club, and she suddenly realized how much time had passed. "Good afternoon," she responded with a nod. Audrey didn't stop there. After Alice, she still had many people to greet. After she had greeted everyone, Alice blinked and looked at Hermit Catlia. This time, Miss Hermit finally didn't disappoint. She pushed up her glasses, stood up, and bowed to the head of the bronze long table, saying, "Mr. Fool, there are 3 pages of the diary this time." Finally, Alice turned her head curiously and asked her, "Did you get in touch with Bernadette?" Quote. "Yes," Hermit Catlia nodded. Alice leaned back in her chair. Next was the Fool's reading time. No one interrupted, only Alice felt a bit bored. When he saw the word, "Homeland," appear in the diary, Klein already had a guess. After reading the diary, he asked Catlia, "What is your question?" "How did Mr. Fool know I wanted to ask a question and not make a request?" As expected of Mr. Fool. Catlia's thoughts turned, and she respectfully said, "Mr. Fool, the Queen once asked Miss Fate." Alice looked up. Hermit Catlia continued without changing her expression. "The meaning of homeland. At that time, Miss Fate told her that what you can return to is home, and what you cannot return to is homeland." As her voice fell, Klein looked at her, remained silent for 2 seconds, then glanced at Alice before saying, "She is right." Hermit Catlia exhaled, then continued. "Miss Fate said some things about homeland at that time." Klein looked at Alice again. Alice frowned slightly and said to Hermit Catlia without ceremony, "Speak directly." Noticing that her patience had largely vanished, Hermit Catlia no longer prevaricated and asked directly, "I want to know, did you, Miss Fate, or others like you, ever know Emperor Rosal in the past?" Klein paused slightly, and Alice impatiently kicked the leg of the stool. "I don't know." Klein's movement paused, but he ultimately didn't stop her. He realized that letting Alice impatiently brush it off like this might be the best method, because he wasn't sure what on earth Alice had told Bernadette. After silently cursing Alice, Klein smiled and said to Hermit Catlia, "It seems Fate doesn't like this topic." After that, he, like Alice, no longer paid attention to Hermit Catlia, leaning back in his chair and saying, "You may begin." Catlia's movement paused, then she silently sat down. She actually asked. But, it was indeed too presumptuous, no wonder Miss Fate was angry. Hanged Man Alger shifted his gaze from Hermit Catlia and turned to look at World Gehrman Sparrow at the very end of the bronze long table. "Your mystical item is almost ready. I'll be able to give it to you this week." He was referring to the mystical item corresponding to the ocean songster Beander characteristic. That artisan had previously finished Miss Justice's gloves first. World's commission was postponed to this week. World nodded and said, "Not too slow. Not too slow." If it drags on for another 2 or 3 weeks or a month, will you perhaps teleport over to visit me? Hanged Man Alger thought with a vague sense of vigilance. Because the initial plan was to obtain the cataclysmic Interor potion from the Storm Church, and he had just begun digesting the Ocean Songster, he had not sought the corresponding Beander materials. He returned to silence, observing the transactions of the other members. Seeing no one speak for a moment, Moon Emlyn cast his gaze towards Sun, deliberating before asking. I need a Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beander characteristic. What do you wish to gain? Alice slapped her forehead and blurted out, oh, I forgot about you again. Emlyn hated himself for speaking just now. While wishing he could slap himself, he called out, Miss Fate. He deliberated, trying to express as politely as possible, you've forgotten so many times, maybe just forget about it. But Alice proactively brought it up. Perhaps fate doesn't want me to target you in this way. It seems I might need your help in the future. She thoughtfully scrutinized Emlyn. Moon Emlyn paused for a moment, quickly realizing this was his opportunity. He immediately responded, Miss Fate, if you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to call on me. Son Derek looked at Moon Emlyn as if to speak but stopped, ultimately saying nothing. Justice Audrey maintained a smile, subtly shifting her gaze away from him. Magician Furs also couldn't bear to watch. Her rich imagination made her feel that Moon Emlyn's expression conveyed a strange fawning, and she also averted her gaze. Alice's mouth twitched. She rubbed her forehead and praised him with complex emotions. Mr. Moon, you really are adaptable. End of chapter. Chapter 520. Chapter 98. Identity. Moon Emlyn always felt as if he had been scolded. He felt that something was off, but when he thought of Alice in front of him, he, in a clear state of mind, gave up on defending himself and changed the topic. Have you decided on the reward you need? This was directed at Son Derek, who paused and said. The Sequence 5 potion formula of the Sun Pathway. A Sequence 5 potion formula is hard to come by, ranging from 4,500 to 7,000 pounds, depending on the urgency of both buyer and seller, and the cost of verifying its authenticity. Moon Emlyn was about to agree when he heard Mr. World's low, hoarse voice. I have it. For a moment, the palace, like a giant's abode, fell silent. The members of the Tarot Club looked somewhat numb. Alice asked in surprise, is this also one of the gains from your divination, that one divination? Alice swallowed Eternal Blazing Sun and rephrased her question more subtly. The change in her words was obvious, and Justice Audrey and the others couldn't help but ponder what she had originally intended to say. Alice had no interest in clarifying. She looked at World with burning eyes. Klein, in this atmosphere, manipulated World to nod. That's right. Moon Emlyn promptly asked, how much? After calculating Emlyn White's financial situation, Klein had World Gehrman Sparrow chuckle in a deep voice. 5,000 pounds, the Priest of Light potion formula. 5,000 pounds. Emlyn was startled for a moment, then immediately said without hesitation. Deal. World looked accustomed to it, nodding and saying, all right. Afterward, he saw Justice Audrey glance around and heard the young lady say. I have an investigation mission to entrust. An investigation mission. Klein's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and World Gehrman Sparrow's expression became a little blank. An investigation mission. Alice curiously turned her head to look. What kind of investigation mission? Magician Furs took the initiative to ask. In her impression, Miss Justice's commissions were always the kind that were well rewarded and relatively simple. She had to accept them. Justice Audrey organized her words and said. 2 incidents have recently occurred in Backland. One is the suspected framing of Baron Syndras, and the other is the attack on Councillor Matched, a member of the House of Commons, due to air pollution control. And in both incidents, a wealthy businessman named Dwayne Dantes was involved. He has only been in Backland for about 2 months and has just donated shares worth over £10,000 to the Night Church, attempting to establish a scholarship fund for the poor. I'd like to ask someone to investigate the true circumstances of this gentleman. PFF'd. Alice couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dwayne Dantes, PFFT ha ha ha, ah ha 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 hiccup. Her laughter was unrestrained, even a fool would know she was privy to information. Klein, from above the gray fog, shot Alice a warning look. Alice, still laughing, raised her hand and made an, okay, sign, then stopped laughing and said to Justice Audrey. Do you know? I almost became Dwayne Dantes, or Dwayne Dantes' daughter. Ah. Audrey looked at her with a confused expression. Alice spread her hands and said, "Perhaps this matter should be told to you by Mr. Fool or Mr. World." Mr. World. She turned to look at World. Alice's laughter successfully stopped Magician Furz's conjectures about Mr. World, and her subsequent words exposed a startling possibility, making Furz feel horrified by her earlier thoughts. The others also had a vague suspicion. They realized that Dwayne Dantes was likely World Gehrman Sparrow's alias, and they all looked over. Under everyone's gaze, World spoke in a low voice. Dwayne Dantes is an identity. After a brief thought, Klein decided to define Dwayne Dantes as a public persona, rather than simply World, to prevent Leonard from accidentally exposing him if he ever came to the Tarot Club. Additionally, he didn't want to leave the impression among Tarot Club members that Fool only had one Beander. Alice didn't count. Dwayne Dantes is just an identity. Justice Audrey thoughtfully looked at World, who hadn't finished speaking. Then, she heard World Gehrman Sparrow simply say, "An identity shared by me and my companion. I occasionally disguise myself as him." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Magician without emotion. Magician Furz felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body stiffened, and she was genuinely relieved that she hadn't voiced her suspicions about Dwayne Dantes' kidneys and prostate. Justice Audrey instantly felt enlightened. She immediately understood Alice's previous words and affirmed her guess, at least a part of it. After a brief moment of surprise and shock, most of Audrey's emotions quickly subsided, leaving only excitement. Aside from Magician Furz, whom she had introduced to the club, this was her first time meeting other Tarot Club members in reality. There's a feeling of history being written at this moment. Mr. World, and Mr. Fool's other Beyonders, they should also be considered World. Why did they create the identity of Dwayne Dantes? What exactly did they want to do? The framing of Baron Syndras, the poisoning of Counselor Matched, their donations to establish a scholarship fund, these matters are truly more complex and important than I had anticipated. Why do I suddenly feel that the upper echelon of the kingdom are becoming restless? I had this feeling when Prince Edsac's death and the Great Smog incident occurred, and it's even stronger today. Now that I know about the identity of Dwayne Dantes, I might be able to participate and cooperate indirectly, reducing the risk of my parents being affected, and reducing the risk of innocent people dying. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Justice Audrey quickly made a decision, to agree to her father's request to join the Lowen Charitable Scholarship Fund, established by Dwayne Dantes' donation. Then, she muttered to herself, "Isn't it perfectly reasonable for a charitable fund established by Mr. World of the Tarot Club to have Justice of the Tarot Club join it?" Hanged Man Alger and Hermit Catlia were not too surprised at this moment that Dwayne Dantes was World, or a collection of Mr. Fool's Beyonders. The most frequent thought that flashed through their minds was, "Something big is about to happen in Backland." Alice glanced at Klein thoughtfully. Although she knew Klein hadn't told the whole truth, she didn't expose him. Moon Emlyn sat up straight and asked innocently, "What is this public identity for?" Alice turned to look at him in surprise. "Why do you ask so many questions? Why don't you investigate it yourself?" Klein inwardly grumbled about Emmeline White, then had the dummy World chuckle deeply. "Of course. It remains to be investigated." This vague attitude clearly indicated his unwillingness to speak. Although Moon Emlyn lacked emotional intelligence, he somewhat understood World's meaning at this moment. He let out two dry laughs and stopped speaking. Justice Audrey, seeing this, took a second to control the corner of her mouth that almost curved upwards, then said to World Gehrman Sparrow, "All right, I understand. Thank you for the information." At this moment, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that joining the Lowen Charitable Scholarship Fund was a good thing. If she encountered any risks or matters she couldn't handle in the future, she could completely inform Mr. World in advance, and then normally go to the Foundation to work next to Dwayne Dantes. If the psychology alchemists suspect me, or give me a mission to test me, I'll arrange to meet them at the Foundation. Dwayne Dantes' image and Mr. World's appearance above the gray fog are truly completely different. Mr. World is an experienced dissembler. Also, Dwayne Dantes is a public identity, not always equivalent to Gehrman Sparrow. No wonder there are rumors of his wide-ranging preferences in women. A crazy killer and adventurer like Gehrman Sparrow must be paired with a pure and innocent young girl to be appropriate. No, wait. Audrey suppressed Miss Fate's face in her mind, not daring to imagine further. Alice looked around and asked Justice Audrey. I'm a little curious. What about the commission fee you intended to give earlier? Audrey's movements paused suspiciously for a moment before she remembered Miss Fate's style. She was silent for 2 seconds, looked at the expressionless world, and asked hesitantly. I plan to pay £500 for the investigation. How do you and Mr. World plan to split it? This meant she was going to pay. A hint of joy rose in Klein's heart. He looked at Alice under the cover of the gray fog. Alice, however, ignored his expectant expression and turned to Audrey, saying, It's simple. You can give him a gold coin as a souvenir, and then give me the remaining £499. Klein watched as the expectation and gratitude in Alice's eyes disappeared, replaced by a suppressed anger. This. Justice Audrey instinctively looked at World. Split it in half, World said firmly. Alice gave World an unhappy look, but still nodded and agreed. All right. Justice Audrey couldn't quite describe her feelings at the moment, only agreeing to the matter. World Gairman Sparrow nodded, then stopped concerning himself with Dwayne Dantes' affairs and turned to son Derek, asking. Do you have any demonic wolf spider there? World paused, then added. Perhaps you call it by another name. In any case, it is skilled at disguise, has bizarre abilities, is almost at the demigod level, and has a main eyewear Beander characteristic gather. Alice's expression subtly shifted. She knew Klein was collecting the main ingredients for a Sequence 4 potion. Only now did she realize with a start that Klein was unknowingly approaching Sequence 4, approaching the existence of a half-human, half-god. Of course, most importantly, he was catching up to her. Alice was quite displeased with this fact. She was eager to return to real life and consume the Sequence 3 potion, then remembered she didn't have the auxiliary materials. Should I just eat the Beander characteristic directly? Alice lowered her head, lost in thought. For advancement, auxiliary materials are not strictly necessary. As long as one has the ritual and the main materials, one can still advance even without auxiliary materials. Alice was very experienced in this regard. And Alice's ritual had already been completed in a way she didn't understand. If she wanted to, she could actually consume the Chaoswalker Beander characteristic at any time. Son Derek thought for a moment and said, there aren't any among common monsters, but perhaps someone has encountered one. I will search through materials or help you inquire. Alice glanced at Derek, frowned slightly, and decided to continue trying. If there were no clues by the time Klein got the main material, then so be it. So annoying, why did they all level up so fast? Alice lay down unhappily. The dummy world hummed, signaling the end of the conversation. Then, Magician Furs spoke. I need a cursed item and residual spirituality from an ancient vengeful spirit. She had made this request more than once at the Tarot Club, but unfortunately, the result this time was no different from before. No one responded to her. She was the last one to propose a trade. Next, the trading session of the Tarot Club ended, and the free exchange session began. Alice raised her hand and said lazily. Amon's focus has shifted away from Backland. The members of the Tarot Club all breathed a sigh of relief. Although most of them had never met Amon, Alice and Derek's descriptions were particularly terrifying. When they heard that such a fellow was near them, everyone was a little panicked. Alice looked at their expressions, rubbed her chin, and said, There's an interesting incident at the night church this past week. She spoke with a smile. Moon Emlyn and son Derek instinctively looked over, while Hanged Man Alger, Justice Audrey, and Hermit Catlia, due to past experiences, had a bad premonition and tensed up. Fortunately, what Alice said this time was indeed an interesting matter even for ordinary people. You all know about the night church's Channy's Gate, right? That's where sealed artifacts are kept. Just this week, a despicable thief entered Channy's Gate, but took nothing. He just looked around and came out. The night church is both angry and fearful about this, and is investigating who did it. Many people have been screened. World immediately followed up with this sentence, I was also screened. Justice Audrey looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back. When she heard about this incident, her first reaction was that Alice had done it, but she rationally didn't voice the question. Instead, she looked at the head of the bronze long table, hoping to judge by Mr. Fool's reaction. End of chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.